The years of bloodshed had finally ended. The war between the humans and the demons that lasted for decades left a terrifying record in the history books as the Age of Destruction. And the day when the victory of the humans has been written down in the books. A neck was hung at the front gate of the Baskervilles, famous for their iron-blooded swordsmen.
Fikir van Baskerville.
The illegitimate son of Hugo Lou Baskerville, the head of the Baskerville family. The shadow that has been covered with countless blood on the back of the family. It was the Hound of the Baskervilles. Fikir struggled. He had always struggled. A bastard son of a concubine. So Van middle name. He was not born with a surname such as Lou or Ree which his half-siblings in the main family received, and because of that he had to work hundreds of times more than others. But in the end it was all for nothing. Spying, assassination, kidnapping, blackmail, smuggling for the sake of his family. He crossed over 500 dangerous missions, but in the end they forsook him. The moment when he is accused of being a spy for the demons and executed along with an unfair false charge. He gritted his teeth. He wanted to live. I. A baby's cry echoed throughout the large room. The iron-blooded swordsman, the Baskerville family, had dozens of layers of slopes. The head of the house, the Marquis Hugo Baskerville, raised a nonchalant eye and scanned the children born this year. There aren't any guys that look useful. It was quite harsh for a father's first evaluation of children born this year. At that time, Hugo, passing through the cribs in the nursery, stopped at one point.
Fikir van Baskerville.
Originally an illegitimate child who did not even deserve to be here. Unlike the other siblings who are almost 6 to 8 months old, a being who has just entered this room after having just completed 100 days. The baby wasn't crying. He just lay still with his eyes closed as if he were dead. Hugo looked at Fikir and relaxed his complexion a little. It's not that he was happy that Fikir's qualities seemed superior to those of his other offspring. However, it was from the thought that if it was a place where only garbage was lined up anyway, it would be better to have garbage that was a little less noisy. Eventually Hugo spoke to dozens of nannies in the city behind him. Move the children to the cradle of the swords. The children of the Baskervilles are put to the test from the moment they are born. From cradle to the grave. The first of these tests began right away. What is the cradle of swords? It is a unique rite of passage for the Baskervilles. Countless knives are planted like a maze on a round hill and a baby is dropped. In the middle, the baby is trapped in the maze created by the blade and wandered through it. Even if it moves, he gets cut by the blades all over his body. In this environment, babies have to crawl on the floor and through a labyrinth of needles. It is only when you immerse yourself in the river Styx outside of the labyrinth that you become a Baskerville in its true sense. The Styx water is only effective for children under 1 year of age. If you soak your body in this river, your whole body becomes as hard as steel. Of course, the power of this river is not infinite. If one baby sucks up most of her power, the other sucks in relatively less. Since the power remaining is lesser, it's like her mother's lifeline. The children of the Baskervilles were now thrown into the cradle of the sword. Who is the first to get out of this labyrinth and jump into the river first? That will determine the future of these children. 32 children born this year, including all of the family's rightful sons, bastards, and cousins, compete with each other in the middle of the cradle of swords. The blades densely packed with tracks for the children to go through and become the sharpest of thorns. A baby who cried looking for a babysitter while another was already crawling. He was bleeding from being cut by the blades, and another one who sat down and sucking his finger as he had no intention of escaping, yet babies are usually like that. In fact, since these babies are less than a year old, it is a natural result. However, useless. Hugo Baskerville's assessment was terribly cold. A small fragile creature, a creature that cannot survive without the help of others. There was contempt in Hugo's gaze at the human body. Even if it is your own child, there is no exception. Being one of the 7 best swordsmen on the continent, he was famous for being an Iron Man from birth. Only like this can we fight the demons. The strong will survive and leave the weak behind. Hugo stood high and looked at the waters of the Styx which flowed around the cradle of the sword and lamented. The secret river which flows only in the holy land of the Baskerville family has the effect of increasing mana, purifying one's aura and making one's body as tough and hard as steel just by soaking one's body. If it hadn't been for something that only worked for children under the age of 1, Hugo would have soaked himself right away. When Hugo is looking at the river with a sad expression. Hey, over there. How can it be? Nonsense. Arguments erupted from everywhere. What was there to be astonished at by the family's guardian knights who were not shaken by anything? Hugo raised his head with a puzzled expression. And that moment, his eyes, which had been filled with bitter boredom, contempt, impatience, and disappointment, lit up. The cradle of the sword. For through this thick forest of blades a child was heading straight for the river Styx. Joyak Juk Fit. The child's body is already covered in blood. Surprisingly, the child was going straight through the cradle of needles, which were spiraled like a snail's shell. Instead of going round and round on a relatively safe road, he directly squeezes into the small gap between the blades. There was a knife mark on his white soft cheek. His soft waist and forearms were cut and torn all over. His knees were all bruised and the soft palms were already bloody. A child crawling forward, making a bloody path by squeezing between the countless needles. Everyone in the family was overwhelmed by the spirit of this child who was less than 100 days old. It was the same with Hugo Les Baskerville, the head of Baskerville the Iron-Blooded Swordsman. Before long the child was completely out of the maze. His siblings were still trapped in the center of the cradle of the sword and could not get out. With a plop. Soon the child came out of the cradle. He threw himself into the river Styx. The river water started turning red. Hugo moved forward in an unusual way, clutching the railing with both hands. Seeing the cracks in the marble railing, the attendants widened their eyes. It was because it was the first time I had seen him, who usually showed an emotionless attitude in everything, be so agitated. What happened to him? Hugo raised his voice. The child who fell into the river Styx still did not come up. Before long, several of the family's guardian knights approached the river Styx and peered into it, and the knights were frightened at once. Sir, he is drinking the river water. It was an answer that would make Hugo's mouth turn into a grin. Where is this place? Vikir checked his body. There was no mana and it was extremely weak. There is not even a handful of auras that he had built up across his countless battles. Did I fall into hell? But it is not. This place, it's too barren to even call it hell. A place where even hell would look more hospitable, because that is the Baskerville family. There is no way that I do not know the atmosphere of the place where I have lived as a hunting dog for the past 30 years. The smell of blood, of pus, of all that was filthy and dead. Vikir van Baskerville had a hunch that he had returned to the time when he had just been born. What should I do now? A body that has just lived for about 100 days, there's not much you can do. Just turning over and signaling the shared nursery nanny to breastfeed. Right then. There aren't any guys that look useful. A familiar voice was heard. Hugo Les Baskerville's, patriarch of the Baskervilles, was seen standing in the center of the nursery. The moment he heard his voice, Vikir almost got up and bowed, as was his habit in life. Fortunately, it was impossible because of the body of a newborn baby. Puduk. Seeing the main culprit who had executed him, he gritted his teeth. However, because the body had not yet grown teeth, there was no sound. Let's calm down. In the past, in order to become a member of the Baskerville family, to be recognized by his father, and to get rid of the pretense of being an illegitimate child, the days of shame and shame he struggled with. Inferior blood, the tag did not leave him no matter what he did. I would live differently in this life. If the rabbit disappears, it will not live a life like a hound being boiled. Right then, there was an opportunity that made Vikir's determination even stronger. Move the children to the cradle of the sword. I heard Hugo's words. As she left in the hands of her nanny, Vikir's mind was racing. Is it the first rite of passage? The Cradle of Swords is a journey to the river Styx which took place around a small hill. The moment they moved through the maze made of swords and dive into the river Styx, the children of the Baskerville family are reborn as warriors. Of course, the blessing of the river Styx did not give strength equally. The weak die and the strong survive. The strong get more than the weak. The children of the Baskervilles must get out of the Cradle of Swords as quickly as possible and dive into the river Styx. You need to soak in the river as quickly as possible and for as long as possible to gain an advantage over your brothers. So Vikir moved as soon as he was thrown into the center of the Cradle of Swords. Back. He moved the blade with 2 soft hands. It is said that children from some prestigious families take things that help them in the future, but children from the Baskerville family have to grab the blades that threaten their future from the first birthday.
Speedpod Jejig.
The blade cut through his skin. Every time he squeezed between the blades with force, a burning pain rushed through his whole body. But it didn't matter. This level of pain is something he had become accustomed to after living as a hunting dog for the past few decades. Moreover, the deeper the wound the better, so that the water of the Styx can permeate the body better. Vikir knew all the secrets, legends, myths, and ghost stories of the Baskervilles. That's why he knows how to make the most of the river Styx. Yongyam. The child's soft body is led to hell by the hound's hardened soul. The blood flowing from his body and going down the ramp indicated the straight route and the shortest distance to go forward. Vikir continued to crawl in the direction as he continued to bleed. And soon he reached the holy ground of the Baskervilles. River Styx flowing through the swamp. When you soak in this place, your body becomes as hard as steel and your soul becomes extremely strong. Vikir threw himself into the river in his fetal position. With a plop. Heavy, it was as painful as if I had been submerged in boiling molten iron. Water hot enough to steam up, having fallen here with countless stabs all over her body. There was no doubt that it would not be painful. But Vikir endured the pain of being boiled, and he waited. The waters of the Styx permeated through the cuts, torn and bursting wounds. Yet, tsutsitsu. The body began to change. The water of Styx, which permeated through the wounds and penetrated into the bones and intestines, was transforming Vikir's body from 1 to 10. It's definitely different. Vikir was amazed that his good start could make such a dramatic difference. The body of the previous life was tough and seasoned, but it was still small and thin compared to the others. Since the bones themselves were weak, there were limits to attaching muscles. And since the mana paths were narrow, there were clear restrictions on raising the aura. But his brothers were different: tall, thick bones and a wide mana veins. It is different in talent, quality, and starting line. In his previous life, Vikir almost came out of the Tower of Swords in last place, so he couldn't properly enjoy the effect of the river Styx, because all of his brothers had already absorbed that power. Since then, due to his background as an illegitimate child and poor talent, he has been given only the last rank every time. When others ate healthy food, wore the best stuff, slept in comfortable beds, he ate dirty scarps, wore shitty clothes, slept in dirty places. The achievements obtained by him were taken by his brothers. It was the same in the war with the demons. No matter how many demons he killed, the achievements always belonged to his father or half-brothers. There was little to no reward. It was not only the demons that had to be killed, but also his fathers, political enemies, and humans. He had to spy, assassinate, espionage, ambush, and intimidate the entire 7 families, and in doing so he raised Baskerville to the top of the 7 families. But what was the result? Execution. When the rabbit disappears and the hunt is over, there is no need for a hunting dog. Accused of conspiring with the demons, Vikir was executed while bearing all the dirty sins of Hugo. His sin was only one: knowing too much. Vikir gnashed his teeth. The teeth that started to grow in the mouth collided fiercely before he knew. The water of the Styx rushed in, following the fury that reached the marrow within the bones, and soon changed the bones thicker, the flesh tougher, and the mana barrel wider. Of course, the burning pain continued to creep in, but it didn't matter. Vikir even started drinking water. He was thinking of strengthening the internal organs as well. He was thinking of an old legend passed down in the Baskervilles. A long time ago there was an invincible warrior in Baskerville, right? The strongest swordsman who did not even get a single scratch on his skin, let alone a bone even when hit by an axe. But his end was truly absurd. A poisoned arrow shot by a rival from another clan struck him in the heel and he died from the aftereffects. It was because when he was a baby his nurse grabbed him by the ankles and dipped him upside down into the Styx, leaving a relatively weak spot where the water didn't reach because of the nurse's palms. It shouldn't have that kind of part. Vikir did his best to stir himself in the river. He twisted his body as best he can, leaving no part untouched by the water. In the meantime the wound opened and opened, but it was even better, because the water can permeate well into the body. Bubbling, bubbling. The blood drained out and his body started turning numb. He was out of breath and wanted to get to the surface as quickly as possible. But it can't be. The river Styx never accepts a child once it has left its arms. If only the head was exposed to breathe, only the head would no longer be protected. So Vikir desperately held on to the stone in the river. He continued to stir his arm so that the river water could touch the palm, holding the stone. At that time, I hear faint voices in my ears. Young master, you must come out. If you stay submerged any longer you will die. Oh my God, he might die like this. Get it, we have to pick him up. It looks like there was an uproar from above. Well, that's bound to be the case. Excessive greed becomes poison. It's good to strengthen the body, but shouldn't it be suffocating and dying? Even, son, come up now. The voice of Hugo Le Baskerville is also heard. But that voice only fuels Vikir's rage. Suwuk. Vikir stood up. But he just didn't get up. Gulp, 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 gulp. Drink the water of the river Styx in your mouth to the very end. And, puha. As soon as you come up, breathe in the air to your heart's content. Vikir opened his mouth wide to breathe. Seeing him, Hugo Les Baskerville smiles brightly, which is rare. Ha ha ha, look at this guy, didn't your teeth grow back then? Hounds boiled in boiling water exposed fangs. Baby Vikir. He was lying in the darkness of the shared nursery. There is not much you can do with the body of a child who can't even control his body. He just sucks on his nanny's milk and thinks over each situation before returning. 8 years old. He felt manna for the first time in the world. He was a talent worthy of being called a genius, but within the Baskervilles he was just mediocre. 15 years old. He has accumulated 1 circle-level mana. His sword was able to light up an
Aura Albé Finli.
20 years old. He started putting himself into action in earnest. He mainly took on missions, such as assassination, spying, and subjugation of barbarians. 25 years old. Is it because the ship lived more fiercely than others? Descendants of the Baskervilles had mastered swordsmanship at a level they hadn't reached even in their 30s. 29 years old. The limits to which an illegitimate child were clear. The direct descendants, who had lagged behind for a while, began to run ahead of him as soon as they gained practical experience, and soon disappeared so far forward that he couldn't even see them. 30 years old. The gates to the pandemonium were opened and countless demons began to invade. 35 years old. He endured the era of destruction, accumulated a lot of practical experience, and killed more monsters than anyone else. 39 years old. He won the war for the Empire. It was a valuable victory for the humans. 40 years old. A hunting dog that had been loyal throughout its life, but the Baskervilles did not reciprocate that loyalty. What came back was the slander and false accusation of colluding with the demons, and then it was the guillotine. Hatred for Hugo Baskerville crept in. When Vikir gnashed his teeth as the nanny was startled and pulled him away from herself. The young master goes through this sometimes. She put Vikir in the cradle and got up. Now that her shift is over, it's time to switch to another nanny. But, swoop. The nanny, who should have gone through the door as usual, looked around her, and then went to the bed across from her. Come on, young men, eat up. The nurse started breastfeeding some of the children she had nursed earlier. The children of the Baskervilles are raised together in one room. It is to raise all children equally. But what mother would treat her own child and her half-brother the same? Some mothers memorized the characteristics of their children well and would tell the nanny and ask for a longer breastfeeding sessions. Of course for Vakir, who did not know who his mother was, so he had no choice but to set aside all expectations. At least until you can get food and eat it with your own hands, you will have to grow up to be able to do anything quickly. Right then, something unexpected happened. The nanny who looked around her approached Vakir's cradle again. Ugh, why would Madame want to bring this to Master Vakir's cradle? Lady, there are few people in this family who were called lady. And there is even less reason for someone like that to ask for something to be brought to him. The nurse took out a rather large box from her bosom, and she herself did not seem to know what was in it. Dalgrak. The nanny tilted her head a few times as she placed the box in Vakir's cradle. The she stormed out of her nursery with her galloping stride. Vakir stared at the box next to him. Did he have any memories like this before he regressed? There was nothing. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked out of the cradle. Vakir's cradle quite far from the other cradles. Something doesn't feel right. And his instincts were right. Creepy, creepy. Before long the box was squeezed and something poked out its head. A gift for a newborn child. Snakes. 2 black triangular-headed snakes were exposing their thick bodies out of the box. Bloody mamba. A venomous snake is also called chilbosa because if bitten one dies before taking 7 steps. It is a rare species that is rarely found in the world. Vakir half opened his mouth in amazement. Who released this snake here? Apparently the nanny also left without knowing what she had unlocked. Vakir, who was bewildered for a moment, soon grasped the situation. Come to think of it, there were often cases of babies dying mysteriously in the nursery. There were many cases in which children who had outstanding abilities died prematurely. In the meantime, it was a different world from him, and he thought it was just an accidental death, an assassination from an enemy, or just bad luck. But looking at it now, the situation is not very good. The black hand aiming for the nursery must have been reaching out from within the family. Hhh. 2 bloody mambas are coming towards him. Their red mouth gleaming fangs seemed already covered in blood. In the event of an emergency, all the children in this nursery could be exterminated by them. If that happens, there will be a catastrophe unprecedented in the history of the Baskervilles. Well, that's not too bad either. There is no attachment to the family at all. However, if revenge come at the cost of self-harm, then it is useless. Vakir stretched out his hand. After going through the era of destruction, he had beaten and killed countless monsters. He had dealt with reptilian monsters, especially those in the form of snakes, many times, and of course he was well aware of their weaknesses. He could kill them with the body of a newborn child. Quack quack. Vakir stretched out his 2 hands and grabbed a poisonous snake each. The place he caught was right around the nape of their neck, a place where it could not reach. Rather, the snakes that have been preemptively attacked began to struggle. They tried to stab Vakir with sharp scales, but body was already hardened by the protection of the river Styx, so it was impossible. I don't know about its teeth, but the scales won't hurt me. At the same time, Vakir operated his mana. His body, which had been empty since he was born, was filled with mana. It was the result of drinking the water of the river Styx to its limit. Pod. His fists began to emit a twinkle of light. It is a state that the babies in the nursery gathered here will be able to reach in the next 8 years. That's what Vakir did when he was less than 8 months old. The bodies of the 2 venomous snakes stiffened. It was when a weaker creature faced a predator. The 2 venomous snakes froze with their scales stiff as if they felt unprecedented fear from the child in front of them. Before long, Vakir's mana-infused hands ferociously twisted the necks of the 2 venomous snakes. Would Diak. The hide and the flesh beneath it are intact, but the bones supporting them broke. The 2 venomous snakes each opened their mouths. The pressure caused her 2 eyeballs to protrude and her tongue to stick out. The 2 venomous snakes whose necks were broken shuddered at that moment, and died. Deadly venom dripped from the tips of the exposed fangs. Next day, all the guardian knights in the family gathered in the common childcare room. At the screams of the nanny who came to work first, Vikir smiling brightly held 2 venomous snakes with broken necks in his hands. The guardian knights who saw that it was the bloody mamba, the notorious venom of the Lu Rogue Mountains, were literally surprised to the point that they didn't believe their eyes. Even though it was a dead snake, it was still a great disaster that such a monster was found in a nursery. Within a few minutes this was transmitted to Hugo, who was in the main castle, and he ran straight to the Fong castle. Afterwards all the nannies who worked the night shift were tortured and executed, and a really strict guard was set up in the nursery. The culprit who released the poisonous snake was never found. But only one person, a young hound dog, silently saw through it all. A legendary child who since he was born crossed the cradle of swords in the shortest time, dived in the river Styx for the longest time, and strangled 2 poisonous snakes in the cradle.
Vikir van Baskerville.
He just waited quietly, lying in the cradle, for the moment to repay his debt, the time for revenge. And 8 years have passed since then. 8 years have passed. Vikir van Baskerville had turned 8 years old, and as is the case with children in the Baskervilles, was taking his classes. Okay, last question. How did you say to classify the level of a swordsman? Vikir replied with a calm expression. Regardless of swordsmanship proficiency, a swordsman who does not know how to load mana into a sword is a sword beginner. A state that knows how to load mana into the tip of a sword but the aura raised by doing so is weak like a gas is a sword expert. The state where the aura rising from the sword becomes sticky and dense like a liquid is called sword graduator, and the state where the aura becomes hard like a solid and the shape can be changed according to the caster's will is called sword master. Of course, all of these are separated for convenience. Basically, combat is affected by numerous factors such as health, terrain, climate, humidity, gravity, experience, and the density of mana in the air. You can calculate it, but when you calculate it, the result will already be different. But the calculations for 8-year-olds aren't that complicated yet. When Vikir answered without hesitation, the other children around him raised their hands and shouted along as if competing. If a beginner and an expert fight, the expert wins. If you fight an expert and a graduate, the graduate will win. Master is stronger than graduate, and the head of household is the master. Vikir was silently listening to the children around him. The words of one of the guys stab him in the chest. The head of the household is a master. Hugo Lou Baskerville's head of the Baskervilles. For a wizard, he possesses as much as 7 circles of mana. However, as a master of swordsmanship, he transformed mana into aura and used it on a sword, and it is said that the level reached the sword master, respected by the world. The tutor nodded as he looked at them. Lord Hugo is a sword master. This is a stage that only 7 people have reached in this country rock, and each head of the 7 families corresponds to this. Of course, Vikir already knew this fact. He even knew that there were several more sword masters in and out of the empire. This is information no one knew about right now. Vikir is thinking hard about something alone. The tutor's eyes were on Vikir from earlier. He's amazing. A truly overwhelming talent. It is a small legend in the family that a child who was only 100 days old dived for more than 7 minutes in the river Styx, but who respect muscle-brained idiots. Even though it was overshadowed by the extraordinary of the body, he had the brains that were unmatched. It is worthy of being dared to call it a talent that learn 100 things after being taught one. The Lord must be happy today. He was going to report all this to Hugo. Originally, Hugo is not very interested in the rest of the children unless they are the eldest or the second. Hugo, who had been acting as if he was just a livestock wholesaler stopping by occasionally to record the growth and value of livestock, has suddenly increased his interest in Fong Castle over the past few years. Of course, it's because of Vikir. It was extremely unusual for Hugo to come to Fong Castle, a place where only children under the age of 10 gather and raise children together, so the tutors who were in charge of this place had a hard time on their shoulders. These days. Thank you, young master, I will do my best to assist you. Thanks to Vikir, the budget has increased a lot and his position has grown compared to other knights in the family, so everyone was looking at Vikir with
favorable eyes.
Of course, Vikir himself was not interested. After class, around the time when the children were going back to their rooms, throughout the castle, Vikir was looking back at herself now. Hugo is a master. Unfortunately, that is true. Its density and rigidity were on a different level from the solid aura that only masters could express, and his own sticky liquid aura that was a senior graduate. Vikir gritted his teeth. In this life he would never live or die a meaningless death. At least before the Kamingafage ceremony all his previous strength should be restored. Currently 8 years old, Vikir's level had reached the advanced level of sword expert without anyone noticing. In his previous life it was a state that he had barely achieved until he was over 20 years old. Before his return he was at the age of 10, and he had risen to the rank of sword expert. In fact, even this much was great enough to be passed as a genius by the standards of the world, but within the Baskervilles it was mediocre or slightly less than that. Usually the children of the Baskervilles knock on the door of advanced sword experts around the age of 20 and graduates around the age of 30. If you can put liquid aura on the tip of your sword in that way, you will rise to the position of an executive from here. Even the elite of the Baskervilles, who are said to be the geniuses among geniuses, reached the age of 20 as the threshold for advanced sword experts. But Vikir was stepping on it now at the age of 8. In his previous life he was at an age where he had never felt mana. This is a state that even the super elite within the family would not dare to surpass. When Vikir is feeling a new emotion, "Hey!" a voice called from behind. Wanting something, I turned my head and saw 3 children in my 9-year-old class.
Ivero le Baskerville, Mivero le Baskerville, Lovero le Baskerville.
The surname of Lu given to boys of direct lineage and the surname Ra to girls. The 3 here are said to be direct descendants of the Baskervilles. The pedigree is very clear. How cliché. Hivero, the eldest in the front, started to argue with Vikir. "Half trash, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going?" If the guy in front sings the lead, the 2 guys behind sing the afterword. It was a fight like a 9-year-old. Well, anyway, the Baskervilles are thorough on talent supremacy, so this won't happen when they get a little older. However, the reason Vikir kept a close eye on the triplets in front of him was for another reason: the trident of Hugo Baskerville. In 10 more years those guys will grow into quite troublesome enemies. In fact, before returning, these are the 3 hounds who tenaciously pursued and stabbed Vikir, who escaped through the siege. Come to think of it, these guys have been harassing me a lot since I was young. Vikir's growth was very slow when he was young because they took away so much food. During various evaluations he sneakily stepped on his feet and backstabbed him. Because of that, there were many times when he almost died on various missions. In the wind that caused him to lame a little. Flash. Vikir's eyes turned red. Uncowingly, the triplets, who had just turned 9, giggled and surrounded Vikir. "Hey trash, you said you submerged in the Styx for 7 minutes and what? Strangled 2 vipers in the cradle? Bluff a little bit. Where can a guy who is only 8 years old lie?" Hive, the most vicious of the 3, took a step forward. "Can you do this?" At the same time, a small sphere glows faintly above the palm of his hand. The young children of the Baskerville family are different from the majority in mana sensitivity and mana management. It was already possible to condense mana and gather it in a circle. It seemed that he hadn't been able to put it on his sword yet, but even so it was enough to be praised as a genius in the world. Of course, even within the Baskerville family, he can be praised for being quite talented. This is a talent, do it soon to see how much mana you can take out. Look, look. The triplets continued to push Vikir. Vikir looked at the lump of mana that Lavero had created. A mana sphere the size of a child's fist. Yeah, at that age they should be good enough to do that. But Vikir had already done that much at the age of 8 months, when he strangled 2 poisonous snakes in the cradle. since the mana proficiency of 8 years after the return was added to the 30 years before the return. Where does that level reach? Vikir looked around him once. There are not many things to worry about in the Fong Castle where only children live. The few guardian knights and tutors are now all out to the outer castle. The power of Vikir was expressed. Vikir who raises his palms high and started collecting mana. Seeing this, the faces of the triplets turned into astonishment. Nothing was created on Vikir's palm. The triplets put on a dazed expression for a moment, then started laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, you little shit, could it be that you couldn't even respond to mana until you were that old? Couldn't you? Couldn't you? The guys are so intent on ridiculing that they even shed tears. But at the same time, a watchtower not too far from Fong Castle. One of the guards on duty was perplexed by the unexpected change seen through the windows. Why are there 2 suns above Fong Castle? I don't like you. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. The 9-year-old triplets of the Baskervilles, Hivero, Mivero, and Lavero, started dragging him. 80-year-old Vikir thought with his mouth shut. In my childhood, before returning, meeting these guys was as terrifying as meeting a god of death. Decades later, these guys were also involved in his own execution. Above all, these are warriors who will be so outstanding that they will be called the Baskervilles Trident or Hugo Baskerville's Trident in a decade or so. Aren't they youngsters who will make great achievements for the Baskervilles? So it was necessary to nip the buds in advance, in order to devour the Baskervilles in the future. I am afraid of you guys. Is this the right way to do it? Vikir looked up and cried like a child who was scared. As he said to the triplets, scoffed arrogantly. Shouldn't we rather go to a place where no one is around? Then the triplets giggled. So you know what honor is? Yes. Beating in a place where there are many eyes is a nuisance even for triplets. They would break Vikir's arms, cover his mouth, and drag him to a secluded place. Fong Castle is a castle that has been built for a long time, and there are many secluded and nooks and crannies, like a building that follows the old architectural style. Crossing the submerged cellar entrance past an abandoned food warehouse and an unrepaired crack up the spiral staircase. The triplets were dragged into a secluded room in the hallway where they didn't wear their bikinis. The Captain Hivero said with a smile, if you scream, one place might get cut off. Well, if you go to the infirmary in time, you should be able to attach it. You can attach it. You can attach it. I can't believe that I'm 9 years old when I take out a dagger from my waist and see her smiling darkly. Are young children more cruel? Children laugh while taking off the head or wings of insects and stepping on them to kill them. Even ordinary children do this, but the children of the Baskervilles, needless to say, were far ahead in this. These 3 little demons surrounded Vikir. I heard you dived for 7 minutes in the river Styx. I laughed for a while. After hearing that brag from the nanny. Laughed. Hivero nodded to the youngest Lavero, who was next to him. Then Lavero smiled and nodded his head, then went back to Vikir's back and covered Vikir's nose and mouth with both hands. Hivero looked at Vikir's face and laughed meanly. What about 7 minutes? If you can last for 3 minutes, I will cut off my finger. I will support you. I will support you. Low bro puts even more pressure on Vikir's hand, which covered his nose and mouth. I could feel innocent malice from his tightly clasped hands, as if he wouldn't allow me to take a sigh of breath. Hivero and Middlebro are smiling brightly, holding both arms tightly in the hope of subduing Vikir. But the triplets turn his head with a puzzled expression. For Vikir stood still, not moving at all, watching the triplets. Do you want to hold on? There is quite a bit of spirit. Let's see how far it goes. See you. The triplets give more strength to their hands. 1 minute passed like that. Since he didn't even raise his mana, he would be short of breath as a kid. But Vikir just stands there with calm eyes, just like the first time. You're holding up pretty well, kid. The triplets were busy tightening his hands, not realizing that the smiles on their lips were slowly fading away, and he was over 2 minutes. The triplets had stopped talking a little. The time surrounding the still-standing Vikir began to feel too long. What is this child? Is he not breathing? No, no. Lavero shook his head. Clearly Vikir was holding his breath. And 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. 10 minutes. Vikir stands still. In the meantime, there was only a chilling silence in the room. At this point, the backs of the triplets, who are rather bullying, are drenched in cold sweat. If you actually feel them counting from 1 to 60, you could see their nervousness. All the while Vikir was staring at the triplets, blinking his eyes calmly, with grave silence. Yet, Hivero forced a smile and gestured to Lobro. "Jay, that's not funny. Set this bastard free. Free him. Free him." The moment Lavero was about to remove his hand from Vikir's mouth, a sudden noise bursts out. It wasn't the sound of Vikir gasping for breath or struggling. Blood was gushing out of Lavero's index finger. Chui. Vikir spit out what came into his mouth after chewing it a few times. Then he smiled at the triplets in front of him. "You said that I would get my fingers cut." Vikir laughed with blood still in his mouth. Seeing this, the complexions of the triplets turned pale for an instant. Before long, Hivero shouted, as if chewing and spitting out, "Joy, if so, I'm not afraid at all. I'm not afraid. Scared." The last comment was off-putting. When Hivero and Mivero turned their heads, Lavero raised his hand and whimpered, "My finger was cut off." The triplets' conversation started to go awry. Seeing blood is familiar to the children of the Baskervilles. However, the story is a little different when it goes beyond blood torn off. Flesh and broken bone fragments, even if all of that is your own. Like a trident, the guys who always move together and in the same direction began to play separately. The eldest Hivero soothes the youngest Lavero. "Calm down, bro, let's go to the infirmary and ask the priest to put a finger on us. Let's do it." "Ooh, okay, quickly." Mivero carried Lavero. As Hivero quickly reached out and opened the door, "Who said you could go?" Vikir stood in front of him. Hivero's expression twisted sternly. "You are." Of course, the distorted expression did not straighten out again. "Wagjek." Vikir's fist flew in and shattered his nose and teeth. Hivero lying on the floor, clutching his face. "Puduk." Mivero, who was standing there with a dazed expression on his face, got his jaw turned by Vikir's kick that immediately followed. "What?" "Gunk." Sobbing. The triplets all screaming, moaning, and crying with different sounds. Vikir sat quietly in front of the door and said, "You will be maimed for the rest of your life if we don't get proper treatment within the next hour. But looking at my older brothers, I don't think I will be able to leave this room today. When it rains and your teeth, chin, and fingers ache, always remember today." The triplets then glared at Vikir as if to kill him. The cruel temper nurtured in the Baskervilles for the past 9 years does not go anywhere. But at least they are children. Vikir smiled. There is no existence that does not listen to the passer. If there is a person who doesn't listen to you, even if you lose, you should think about whether you're not a fan less. This was Hugo Baskerville's view of childcare, and it is also the code of conduct for the entire Baskerville family. At least the eldest brother Hivero gathered his courage and attacked again. But, puck. Hivero's dagger did not draw a single drop of blood, even though it was stabbed right into Vikir's body. Hivero makes a blank expression. When the dagger touched Vikir's chest, it seemed to be dyed black, but he soon returned to his flesh color. The protection of the river Styx. Vikir's body reached the state of complete sword invulnerability at the age of only 8 years. Puck. Sounds similar to when a dagger was inserted earlier. But the result is completely different. Hivero sat down as he felt all his remaining teeth were completely broken off. It happened in just 2 punches. Walgrak gar. The clattering sound of tears, mucus, saliva, blood, air bubbles, and teeth mixing in the mouth. A dark shadow of Vikir is cast in front of the triplets, who tremble as they held their injuries. Clang. A dagger thrown into the middle of the triplets. But no one had any idea to figure it out. Instinctively, everyone knows. If you catch that one, you will be beaten even more severely. The triplets are on their knees on the floor, unable to even raise their heads dripping blood, tears, saliva, and cold sweat. All three of them had wet crotches, so it looked like they had lost their urine. At that time, Vakir said, "There is only one older brother who can leave this room alive." The expressions of the triplets who found a rope change rapidly. Who? Vakir's answer to that was simple. It's up to the brothers to decide. At the same time, the triplets' gaze suddenly focused on the dagger in the center. Great. Baskerville's trident began to split from within. John Barrymore. He is a butler who has been loyal to the Baskerville family for as many as 4 generations. "My lord, I will give you a daily report." And in front of Barrymore, a middle-aged man. A sharp nose bridge, a thick beard, and cold eyes. The sword master, and the 7 pillars of national salvation. Hugo Le Baskerville's, the most famous swordsman of Baskerville, was looking at Barrymore with an expressionless face. "This is the first report regarding the battle with the House of Morgue in the ruby mines of Red Cane Mountain. The Morgue family, famous for their magic, is one of the 7 greatest families along with the Baskervilles. The Baskervilles were recently having a territorial dispute with the Morgue family over the ruby mines in the west, which subtly straddled the ends of each other's domains." Eventually Hugo's mouth opened. "We will have an opportunity to discuss that soon. Morgue will come first." Hugo's folded his hands. Barrymore continued to report. Hugo looked mostly nonchalant. He listened to his report without much interest. Occasional frowning to express irritation was the only response. Advertisement. At that time, there was a report that Hugo showed a change in expression for the first time. Because Master Vakir is ranked number 1 in the handwriting of this midterm evaluation of early childhood. Hearing Barrymore's words, Hugo gently stroked his chin. It was Hugo's habit when he was satisfied. Barrymore knew this from experience. It's rare for Hugo to remember the name of a child in the family, so Barrymore's expression brightened too. Soon after, Hugo asked, "Butler, when is the practical test for children?" "Not long. It starts in 5 days. Most of the guardian knights of Fong Castle have already gone on a trip to prepare." "Then the Fong Castle must have been empty." At that, Barrymore's expression lifted slightly. "Even so, the next news I want to report is about Fong Castle, Lord. Did something happen? That there are good things and there are bad things. Listen to the good stuff first." When Hugo showed interest, Barrymore's voice picked up a little more force. "It is said that there was a phenomenon where 2 suns rose in the sky above Fong Castle. 2 suns. Hearing that, Hugo's eyes widened slightly. The Baskervilles tend to believe in superstitions. Is this an auspicious sign? First of all, since the sun has risen 2 times, isn't it? There is also a rumor among the Gassals that a little son was born to assist the children. Couldn't someone have been playing around with manna? At the time, all those skilled enough to play such pranks were on the trip to prepare for the practical exams for the youngsters. Well then, that's not a bad sign. Another son." Hugo quietly nodded his head. "Originally, the rising of 2 suns, namely Chaun, has been considered an auspicious sign. When such things appear, clouds rise, good things always happen to the family. I don't know what might happen in the Fong Castle." Then Barrymore's expression darkened. "That is, something happened. Is that the bad news I told you about? Tell me." At Hugo's words, Barrymore continued his report with a calm complexion. "There was a big fight between the young boys." At those words, Hugo's expression changed completely. "A big fight? How many died?" "No one died, but Master Hivero's teeth were all damaged. Master Mavero's jawbone was caved in, and Master Lavero's right index finger was amputated. Of course, now everyone has been treated and restored to his original health. Then it's a small quarrel. Siblings naturally grow up fighting each other." Hugo seemed relieved and leaned back in his chair. Then he murmured as he flipped through the reports on the triplets. "Since we're the only ones that are close to each other, there's no way we could have fought with each other, right?" "You're right. There was friction with another young boy. They are foolish. If the person is older than them, they would definitely be stronger. Even mere bastards will judge whether they are stronger or weaker before attacking you." Hugo clicked his tongue and Barrymore corrected him. That is the boy who made them like that is younger. What, he's younger, so you're saying the whole class of 8-year-olds jumped on them? No, it is only one. At those words Hugo's eyes lit up again. And in Barrymore's report that followed they got even more excited. The first place in the written test I mentioned earlier, Master Vikier was the perpetrator. Vikier van Baskerville, 8 years old this year. He received a call from the family head and headed for the family room that was hidden in the depths of the mansion. When he opened the door and came in, he could see the large stature of Hugo Lou Baskerville's. Sit down. Even though he didn't show any particular aura, the momentum radiating from him was heavy. Vikier moved carefully so as not to reveal the mana hidden in his body. Im confident in hiding mana. The warriors who had passed through the confrontation with the demons and the long era of destruction were well versed in hiding their mana. The way to completely hide mana like this was unknown right now. It wasn't a matter of strength, it was a matter of skill. But even that has some limits, and if you have a stronger mana here you will inevitably stand out in Hugo's eyes. I'll have to find a way to show myself sooner or later. Vikier sat down on the small chair in front of him thinking about this and that. Hugo opened his mouth. You've grown a lot while I couldn't see you. Hearing this, Vikier was a little surprised. His voice, which was always forged like a blade and seemed like it would be cut just by hearing it, is rather dull today. And the dialogue itself was also strange. Pigs are huge, but why do they always look so small and messy every time I see them? Before returning, Hugo used to say it all the time. While watching the growth of the livestock, he gave the gaze of an impatient butcher who couldn't sell it quickly, but today he is sending a strangely warm gaze. It was as if he was expecting something. Hello, Patriarch. Vikier greeted me brightly like a child. However, Hugo, who is called by the title of Patriarch, found it odd. My Patriarch, okay, not even the head of the household. He thought about something for a while, then changed the topic as if it was over. He said, I heard you crippled triplets in your senior class of 9 years old. I know that they received appropriate treatment afterwards. I'm not talking about physical disabilities. Hugo frowned. Isn't their mind crippled? Since that day I heard that they eat separately, sleep separately, and do not mix words properly. The three of them were excellent at teamwork, passing the exam at the same time, but now they have completely fallen apart. Would that be all these days? All three of them were scared of Vikier. A dog that has lost its fighting spirit is useless in eternity. But Vikier didn't bother to say that. But he's just making a bold statement. Wouldn't it be heavy and useless to carry 3 sloppy swords at once rather than a master sword? Hugo's eyes widen at those words. That's right. He stroked his chin and looks down at the 8-year-old kid in front of him. If you look at it, the corners of his mouth tickle. But don't you think it was wrong to beat up his brothers? At Hugo's words, Vikier questioned incredulously. Wrong? Why am I wrong? What, didn't you make your brothers a mess? At Hugo's question, Vikier tilted his head as if he couldn't understand at all. Why is that wrong? I am stronger. What? Vikier drove the question back at Hugo, who had a blank expression. How can a strong person do something wrong? Strong self-esteem, a world where weakness is sin. Wouldn't that be Baskerville? Yet, the corners of Hugo Lou Baskerville's mouth began to twitch, as he found the situation in front of him cute. Vikier knows Hugo's personality well. Lizard. A cold-blooded human with blood so cold that he might be mistaken for a lizard. He was a being who was only interested in the future of his family and his own actions. He is a human who thought of everyone but himself as a tool, especially as a weapon. Weapons basically exist to harm others, and it is unimaginable that weapons independently show mercy or hesitate. It is also natural that the more weapons he nurtures, the better they would be. Killing. So it was quite possible that Hugo's gaze at Vikier was gradually colored with satisfaction. Do you think you are innocent? Yes, rather. My brothers were wrong. What did they do wrong? They were weak. A world where weakness is sin. Wouldn't that be Baskerville? Vikier's words ran right through this core family motto of the Baskerville. It is not a sin for a lion to hunt a deer. It was the providence of nature that the strong win against the weak, and insisting that it should be divided into crime and punishment is just foolishness. It was Hugo's teaching behind the tutors which stuck in his ears like nails during his childhood. So the older brothers bullied me first, even if I try to whine it's useless. Before his return, Vikir explained his innocence and the sins of his brothers, as a normal child would usually do, but Hugo only expressed contempt. And those eyes were the same until the last moment when he knelt on the guillotine at the execution site. Meanwhile,
Hugo le Baskerville.
He clasped his hands together and covered his mouth. And he said in a low, subdued voice, "Your brothers were here before you. They forgave you." Vikir didn't bother to answer. You can tell that he has the experience of keeping Hugo's side for a long time. Perhaps the triplets did not give Hugo an answer to their liking and instead annoyed him. "I must have been very intimidated, and what about forgiveness?" Vikir replied in an emotionless voice. "It's okay if they are scared." Hugo paused for a moment. Finally Hugo let out a faint laugh. "Ha, that's right, when I wanted to the successor I had to work hard to become the successor." It was quite an unfamiliar sight for Hugo to talk about himself. By the way, he had to become the successor. Can he say that by just working hard? Vikir, who was worried for a while at the first sound he heard, soon understood. Hugo had risen to the position of head of the household by killing all of his older brothers. Right, he only heard that the eldest son is unconditionally the one who inherit the family. Even the position of successor could be acquired. It was the moment when he realized the true nature of the Baskervilles again. Hugo asked again, "Whatever the older brothers reached out first to forgive you, do you still not feel guilty?" Vikir looked at Hugo in silence for a moment. The warm eyes of his father, which he had never received in his previous life. However, the already salty and cold frozen heart can never be melted with such feeble warmth. When was it before returning? The last daughter of a family destroyed by the Baskervilles once visited Hugo in person. After a long time she became a nun and gave a mass saying, "I forgive you." And Hugo, who heard the contents of the mass, said this. Wouldn't forgiveness be just an excuse for the weak who have no power to take revenge? Excluding the honorifics, the lines are exactly the same as Hugo's at the time. In an instant Hugo's eyes widened. "Ha ha 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 ha." The sound of laughter so loud that the windows trembled resounded throughout the room. Hugo leaned back in his chair with a look of supreme satisfaction. This is how my child should be. It was the first time Vikir had ever seen him express his emotions to this extent towards his son. The conversation with Hugo ended here. Barrymore. Hugo, who had summoned the butler, his face returned to the stoic face he knew before. But the warmth of the embers still lingered in his voice. "Give Vikir the key to the food storage." Hearing this, Barrymore's eyes widened. Children in the Baskervilles always eat the same food until they are 15 years old. Water and haggis. It is a dough made by mashing together the meat and intestines of all kinds of animals and a little bit of vegetables. The amount of food is provided in an unlimited amount and managed in a very hygienic manner, but was tasteless. So the children of the Baskerville family are crazy about sweets and chocolate that are sometimes given out when the children get good grades. It is a system that inspired children at a very low price cultivate a sense of competition and further develop them into great members of Baskerville. Knowing that, Hugo asked Vikir, "Do you have any snacks you want to eat?" Then Vikir answered with an innocent smile typical of an 8-year-old child. "Chocolate." Hugo looked at him and nodded his head. He must be thinking to the extent of, "I even have a cuteness suitable for my age." Barrymore also smiled. Hugo beckoned Barrymore. "Go to the food pantry and take out as much chocolate as you want, but don't be too greedy, just carry what you can." "Yes, my lord." Barrymore took Vikir's hand and headed for the door. As they were leaving, Hugo spoke up, turning his back to the door. "Perform well at this midterm evaluation. It is unusual to receive such encouragement. But what followed was even more unusual. Don't lose to direct descendants." At those words Vikir's eyes turned red, like two suns. We greet Master Vikir. Barrymore took Vikir to the kitchen outside the infant castle. A few chefs followed suit, politely greeting him. The food storage deep underground. The cold air blew through the cracks in the stones, met with the warm air from outside, creating a slight mist. Barrymore held up his hand to dissipating the mist inside of the warehouse. It's just a matter of managing mana, but it's not something that makes you feel embarrassed when the old butler did it. Vikir went inside. The food eaten by the guardian knights in the family members over the age of 15 and other servants was neatly arranged. Candies and jellies are over here, young master. If there is anything you would like to cook separately, I will ask the chefs to prepare it. At Barrymore's kind invitation, Vikir shook his head. Just chocolate. At that, Barrymore looked down at Vikir with a slightly sorrowful look. How much chocolate do you want to eat? When you're over 15, you'll be able to eat as much as you want. It was a sincere advice. The chefs in the back took out the finest chocolates from the shelf while paying attention to the butler. This is the finest chocolate that the women of the House of Morgue, who are reputed to be gourmets, enjoy eating. This time we also got a few cans from our side. It is said that the flavor becomes more intense if you add nuts from the south and honey from the west. But Vikir shook his head. I don't need anything processed. Yes. Barrymore and the chefs looked puzzled. Vikir opened his mouth. I need coca beans, the type with a very strong flavor. Hearing that, Barrymore tilted her head. The raw material of chocolate is coca beans. However, unprocessed coca beans are bitter rather than sweet. After hearing the chef's report, Barrymore spoke up. Ugh, if it's beans with a strong flavor, it is said that there is in the past the family lord personally led the senators in the family to subdue the barbarians on the western front of the territory and cultivated the vast jungles of the area as farmland. It is said that 1 grain of bloody bean, a local specialty, can make 100 liters of chocolate. Good, bring it. How much should I bring? As it is. At Vikir's command, the chefs moved. Before long, one of the chefs came with a small leather pouch in his hand. The pouch, barely big enough for 2 fists, was filled with bright red beans. It looks like more than 100 grains. This is bloody bean. 1 bean has a consistency comparable to 100 liters of chocolate. Vikir tried chewing a bean. Knock it. Reaction comes right in the mouth. It was astringent and bitter enough to tingle your entire tongue. Vikir spat out the peas and nodded in satisfaction. Barrymore nodded his head. You really like chocolate. Anyway, Hugo told Vikir to give him as much food as he wanted so it wouldn't be a problem even if he took all these cocoa beans. However, this single cacao bean is the amount that can produce 10,000 liters of chocolate. Barrymore admired the 8-year-old's greed and wisdom. Maybe Vikir will gorge on his favorite chocolate for the rest of his life. Young master, shall I process this and bring it to your room? However, Vikir gave an answer that made everyone wonder. No processing required, this is enough. Apparently he didn't want it for eating. Children in the Baskervilles are tested twice a year, midterm and final assessments, until they are 15 years old. In order to get rid of the stigma of being a family of berserkers, I tend to make the usual liberal arts classes hard in the first place. The reason why they are called the berserker family is because of the practical test that is so difficult that it is murderous. It was not something young children who had just turned 8 or 9 should go through. The children of the Baskervilles receive a rigorous education. From the point of being able to walk on 2 feet in order to cultivate basic physical strength, it is made to run continuously on a wide gym and steep hills. You cannot even lie down outside the designated time. The guardian knights become instructors and polish them like crazy. During breaks they plays with a rubber knife, and when they sleep it is often beside the corpses of large monsters or small monsters, to get them accustomed to the hideous appearance of their prey and their savage ferocity. And from the age of 8 real training begins. Meals changed. In the broth made from boiling chicken bones, various types of fish which are full of meat are beaten and boiled until they turn into mush. Then put it in a tough intestine and boiled again to remove the last bit of fat. Haggis, which is a regular meal, is eaten right at this stage. Here it is salted for storage, and after a long time it is dried hard, and hardened jerky is completed, which is the preserved food that the children of the Baskerville family always carry with them. Today children aged 8 or 9 from the Baskervilles were sent to the mountains outside the manor with sacks of these beef jerky.
Le Rouge Mountain.
This is an alpine area with a harsh environment where only a few vicious monsters can live. The young hounds of the Baskervilles are thrown here and have to survive for about a month. Of course they live only within the restricted area and at the boundary of the restricted area. Guardian knights within the family called hounds are there to keep the dangers controlled. The tasks of children abandoned in an unfamiliar environment are as follows. Survival, if possible, hunt big and strong monsters. The original task was simply to survive, but the current owner, Hugo Les Baskerville, said that this task was too easy and added another task. Sometimes among the children of the Baskerville family there were those who would lock themselves in safe caves or tunnels and survive by eating only beef jerky. A child who bravely fought against monsters and survived shouldn't get the same evaluation as a child who stayed in a hole like a coward and only ate food. This was Hugo's idea. If you manage to save your life, 10 points. If you manage to save your life without being crippled, 30 points. 50 points if you drop other children and survive. 70 points if you catch the monster and survive. 90 points if you manage to save your life without being crippled despite dropping other children or surviving by catching monsters. There is number 100 points. A swordsman dies the moment he becomes conceited. That were Hugo's instructions. Of course, if you die in any situation you get 0 points. Of all deaths, dying like a dog is a shame in itself. 80-year-old Vakir arrived here today in Le Rouge Mountain. When you get off the wagon you can see piles of reddish dirt. Black ants swarmed on the parched mound. A dry wind blows through the burnt old trees. All I see is dark red hue. The guardian knights spoke up. You have been handed out badges. As soon as you leave this place you can steal each other's badges. If you steal the other person's badge you get extra points. Even if you hunt monsters, bonus points are given. However, points are deducted if you are fatally injured. In case of death all points are lost. Well, at the time of death the score is already not a problem. We do not recommend going outside the restricted area. You must only move within the space we have patrolled over the past few days. This is because there are still many unknown areas in Le Rouge Mountain. The guardian knights explained other intricate rules. But to Vakir it's just annoying nagging. It's been a while since I've seen you. He too has often been to Le Rouge Mountain. As a student in his childhood and as an instructor in his old age, it was a place he frequently visited. Were Le Rouge Mountains. It was a strange and scary place when he was a student, but when he came as an instructor, it became even more scary and unfamiliar place, because he had to search outside of his comfort zone. The area where the children of the Baskerville family survive is actually more like a cozy cradle. The real danger is the area outside the boundary guarded by the guardian knight instructors. Forbidden zone. Outside the ridge called Cradle and beyond a few mountain ranges powerful monsters and barbarians swarm. Since the Baskervilles declared this place as their territory they have steadily pioneered the enemy and beyond the mountains. It was also because there was an order from the emperor. The expansion of the territory of the Baskerville family was the expansion of the territory of the empire, and for this various tax benefits and autonomy of military facilities were guaranteed. Before his regression, Vakir also spent a very long time here in the Le Rouge Mountains, passing through his days as an examinee, his days as an instructor, and his days as a hunting dog. So the environment here was very familiar. Not to mention it was not in the undiscovered zone beyond the ridge nor in the cradle. But most children seem to feel unfamiliarity and fear in the environment they are seeing for the first time. The dry crumbling dirt cliffs, the pungent wind blowing from the burned forest, the dry ashes, the unpleasant eyes and cries that can be felt from somewhere. Ugh, this is the first time I've ever been in such a bad weather. It has become more barren than when I came last year. You want me to stay here for a month? 8-year-olds cried. The 9-year-olds were pretending to be indifferent, but their expressions are not good, perhaps because of bad memories from last year. In fact, this test is a battle between 8-year-olds who want to keep the badge and 9-year-olds who want to steal it. For today's 8-year-olds who will turn 9 next year, this experience will be very important. And in this situation, 8-year-old Vakir stood still waiting for the bell to signal the start of his exam. Nearby 9-year-old children aiming for Vakir's badge were laughing sinisterly. Is that him? He took a 7-minute dive in the river Styx. Does that make sense? Well, rumor has it that he strangled 2 poisonous snakes while he was in the cradle. You say that the guy with the perfect writing score, let's see if he can do well. A buzzing sound all around. But there is one strange thing. The 3 strongest and fiercest 9-year-olds in the class, Mivero and Levero, are somehow silent. The other 9-year-olds just tilted their heads, as they were always eager to show Vakir a lesson. Soon some of the children who were noticing came forward and began to quarrel with Vakir. You cheeky bastard, as soon as the practical evaluation begins I will beat you to death. A guy who isn't so great gets smug. You're going to feel like hell here for the next month. Then Vakir finally responded. I don't think I'm great. Unexpected humility makes 9-year-old children look puzzled. However, Vakir's words soon made the guys' faces frown. You guys are just too weak. Immediately after that, fresh curse words flew in and stuck. You am the real best here. Come to the place where the old tree is later in the evening, you son of a bitch. Get out of the way, I'll beat that bastard, even if he dies I won't stop. The children of the Baskervilles are easily drawn into even low-level provocations. Onady puppies that hadn't even seen death were baring their fangs that weren't ripe yet. As an old dog who has gone through all of the deadly battles, he didn't even smile. Right then, ding. Pavlov van Baskerville, a guardian knight and instructor in charge of the head hound, rang the bell. The practical test has begun. In the Baskervilles, practical tests are frequent several times a day. Most of the brothers fight each other to determine superiority in strength. But most of the start of the fight is announced with this species. Ding. The young hounds of the Baskervilles, who were nervous in the unfamiliar environment, immediately came to their senses at the sound of a familiar bell. And as it has been learned in the meantime, it was an instinct. A young Baskerville from the 9-year-old class quickly ran across the wasteland. He was the guy who benefited quite a bit last year by occupying the advantageous terrain first. But he was intelligent enough to remember last year's points, but he was not intelligent enough to keep his eyes on him. The quick-witted 8-year-olds chased after him. They didn't know what it was, but they planned to stop him from doing what he wanted. Smarter kids pretended that they knew something and lure others into dangerous pits or swamps and get rid of annoying flying flies all at once. The triplets Mivero and Levero were such cunning guys. Go there. Don't tell me what to do. I telling you because you can't do shit on your own. 9-year-olds who are already showing their prominence by the way these guys used a similar methods last year to eliminate a lot of upperclassmen. Within hours of the bell ringing, dropouts began to appear one after another. From shock and fainting from rolling down a steep slope or from falling into a swamp from being stabbed or cut. The reasons were varied, but the root cause was one. It was at the hands of other brothers. Gang. You can also hear the sound of metal pieces colliding with each other throughout the forest. As soon as the competition began, the children of the Baskervilles were fighting each other with blunt swords were given to them. A dull knife so that it cannot be used to kill. Killing opponents is not encouraged in this tournament. It is not prohibited, but it stops at a level that is not recommended. If you kill someone, points are deducted. This score range was quite large, so the children did their best not to kill the other person by hand, if possible. Of course, it doesn't matter if your skills are good enough to take a deduction and you have accumulated enough points, or if you can kill your opponent secretly enough to be unnoticed by the leader dogs. Well, even though the guardian knights who act as guide dogs keep their eyes open 24 hours a day, mysterious deaths and accidental deaths occur frequently during the practical evaluation, so this opportunity may be used to eliminate a rival or a guy you hated. But there was no Vikir in this fierce competition. Vikir acted like he had no interest in scoring from the start. All he did was, as soon as the bell struck, to move swiftly out of the reservation and settle down in the wasteland outside the boundary bordering the bordering zone. Was it here? Vikir was reminiscing about his days as a student before returning and his days as an instructor. If you go straight this way, there is a wasteland that is narrowly inside the border area. There an old dead tree stood tall, but the roots that extend deep into the ground were soft and rotten, so the whole ground is soft. Before long Vikir found the land he was aiming for. Unlike other places, the soil there is exceptionally reddish. Vikir broke a branch and began digging and poking the ground. While the other brothers fought in the distance, winning and losing points, Vikir silently dug the ground. The guide dog guardians kept observing Vikir while hiding in a secret place. However, even after several days, Vikir continued to be seen digging a pit. Looks like he's just hiding there to kill time. It's a little disappointing. There's no need to keep watching, since he was a Vikir who had been prominent since his childhood. The guardian knights had high hopes for him, but this was quite disappointing. Digging and hiding in pits was typical behavior of cowards, low-ranking and insignificant children. In the end, the guardian knights who couldn't keep an eye on him began to take their eyes off Vikir one by one. But one still didn't pay attention to the fights between the children. Just how deep the 8-year-old Vikir digs the pit and what he does in it. This place is still like a cradle. Vikir. He was sitting at the bottom of the pit and having a good time. Le Rogue Mountain was such a comfortable and cozy place for him. Outside, the guardian knights stood guard instead, and competitors did not come to check on him. When he was thirsty, he would collect dew that formed overnight on a large leaf hanging in the pit, and if he was hungry, he would catch a passing snake or mole and roast it. Rather, they were much better than the food that comes out as a school lunch. Even the bed that he made myself was better. The beds for kids were made of monster skins or thorns, so they were very hard and rough. But here in the pit, well-dried straw, sawdust, and burnt ashes are softly laid out, so it's very warm and comfortable. Vikir closed his eyes for a moment while roasting a rat he had caught the night before. The rat Norvegicus, hazard class F, size 50 centimeters, found in all continents. A mouse that has been stricken with demonic energy. A adult Norvegicus has the intelligence and size of a small dog, so it is an object of disgust for women and girls. After cleaning, it is surprisingly edible if you cook it well over a fire or boil it well in water. When it comes to information about monsters, no matter how low they are, Vikir clearly memorized them all. It was thanks to the monster encyclopedia that he had before returning. Of course, Vikir wasn't the only one who memorized all the monster books in the world before returning. In the Age of Destruction, everyone was a hunter. But now I'm the only hunter alive. Maybe it's a situation closer to the hounds than the hunters. But that would only make the hunter more miserable. What could be more ironic than a hunter who dies from being bitten on the neck by his dog? Suddenly I recall the conversation I had with Hugo before returning. This happened shortly before being executed. When you train a dog, you have to risk dying. Usually 2 out of 3 die. Do you think it's heartless? No. Of course not, because the owner also trains with the preparedness to die. From being bitten by a dog, owners should always be trained. You never know when you'll die from being bitten by blind teeth. It was a fact that Hugo himself was aware of. Maybe that's why Hugo didn't trust anyone in this world, even himself. Vikir shook his head to clear his thoughts. Then he took one of his peas from a sack hanging from his waist. Blood bean, dark red bean with a huge coca concentration. Vikir tossed a pea into the fire. The stinky and other odors are removed from the plump fat rat meat and replaced with the faint scent of coca. Cacao beans, especially bloody beans, are the best for removing odor. It was a recipe he learned from a late sergeant in the same platoon when he was drafted into the war against the demons. Camping makes me think a lot about the past. Vikir looked around him. All the eyes that had been watching him were now gone. Perhaps the guide dogs who found his behavior uninteresting moved elsewhere. If so, now is the time. Vikir reached out to the pile of firewood. Then he took out a dagger from his waistband and started cutting down trees. Wooden spear. Vikir began planting these pointed wooden spears upside down all over the pit floor, the tips trying to pierce the sky. Dozens or hundreds of them are embedded in the bottom of the pit, like the lower jaw of a beast. Even Vikir himself hadn't thought about what these teeth would bite into. Outside the boundary between the Lu Rogue Mountains in the Forbidden Zone, there are monsters that are so big and powerful that people in this world couldn't even imagine. Well, most of them were familiar to Vikir, who had passed through the age of destruction. Vikir had cut all the wood that he needed, but it wasn't enough to sharpen a wooden spear or toss it into a bonfire. Vikir moved his body out of the pit to fetch the wood. The gaze of the Guardian Knights had also disappeared, so now you can cross over to the Forbidden Land and cut down trees. Before long, Vikir crossed the border with a stealthy spirit and entered the Forbidden Zone. The sea of blackened trees is incredibly dense. The stems and roots that grew into a huge labyrinth. If you looked around the dark caves poking through the roots of trees that had been burned by the forest fire, you might doubt that they are passages leading to hell. Any normal young hound of the Baskervilles would avoid this gloomy place, but Vikir rather walked in on his own feet. Let's see, I guess this was the rough habitat. Vikir wandered through the forest for a long time. When he was an instructor or skirmisher, he roamed around this place as if he were eating, so his eyes were clear, as if he was going in and out of his house. Yet, Vikir found something. Sizzle, sizzle. It's the sound of an ember burning in the ashes. After following the smell of something burning, he finally found what he was looking for. It was a pile of shit. A fire that has not yet been extinguished burns in the blackened pile of dung. As far as Vikir knew, there is only one monster that was like this. He lifted his head and walked a little further through the trees, and before long he saw the owner of the dung. A large body, sharp teeth and claws, and two eyes that glowed yellow. Hellhound. Grade B. Size 3M. Discovery location: Lu Rogue Mountains Part 2 Ridge. Ka the dog from hell. It is a being that unconditionally brings a terrible disaster to those it encounters, and if it is bitten once, it can never survive. The brimstone fire spewing out from the eyes and mouth comes from the embers of the depths of the hell and does not go out until the life used as fuel is completely burned away. Even in the encyclopedia there was not much information about this dangerous monster. However, Vikir has faced quite a few monsters of this type through the age of destruction. Finally found you. The reason he came to Lu Rogue Mountain is to meet these guys. Vikir turned quickly. As soon as the hellhound saw Vikir, it rushed at him. Kong, kong, kong. The roar of a hound pursuing closely behind. As soon as he got out of the way, he threw himself to the side of the hellhound, ran past. Chowa. Hellhound took several steps, unable to stop. As expected, you're an idiot who only knows how to go straight. Most beings who have climbed up from hell can do nothing but go straight. Even elite monsters like Hellhound show weakness.
Grrrr.
The Hellhound turned around and started pursuing him. Vikir prepared the following pattern. Chowa. Drinking water made by collecting 2 days of dew was sprayed and drew a long line on the floor. Flinch. Hellhound came to a sudden stop with the same momentum as it was running. This hellhound species unusually did not cross water, no matter how thin and shallow the water is, since it is a monster that is not good at anything other than running in a straight line. It is a hellhound had to run around water spots scattered on the ground. It is a fact known to all hunters who have passed through the era of destruction, but it is a habit that is not well known in this world yet due to lack of research. Well, it will inevitably come to light later when the Pandemonium Gate opens, and hellhounds swarm all over the continent. Vikir faced the hellhound. Although the speed of the hellhound running had decreased, it is still terrifying. Hey, the hellhound is a monster that even knights of expert intermediate level or higher have a hard time with. 11. Vikir before returning is also a monster so powerful that he was able to catch it alone only when he was 18 years old. But Vikir did not come all this way without taking any measures. Canine monsters always open their mouths when running. Like a seasoned hunter who has lived through the era of destruction, he brought out a secret weapon prepared for this situation. The most effective weapon for catching canine monsters. Fing. The sound of beans hitting each other in his hands. Bloody beans. It was chocolate. Vikir recalled. It was just a few days ago. Something similar to the award Hugo Baskerville gave in the name of getting first place in the written exam. Do you have any snacks you want to eat? Chocolate. Go to the food storage and take out as much as you want, but don't be too greedy, just what you can carry. At that time Vikir had been handed over the key to the food warehouse. In the cellar following Barrymore, Vikir obtained a bag of chocolate beans. In the past, the Lord personally led knights to subjugate the savages on the Western Front and reclaimed the vast jungles of the area as farmland. It is said that 1 grain of bloody bean can make 100 liters of chocolate. Bloody bean, a magical bean that boasts a rich flavor that 1 bean can make 100 liters of chocolate. Vikir took out a single bloody bean from the sack he was wearing around his waist, and he looked at the hellhound, which had been very slow while going around the water and was now rushing towards him. The way it was rushing towards him with its mouth wide open is as if asking for something to be thrown into its mouth. In the eyes of Vikir it looked like that. Feek. Vikir flicked with a bean into the hellhound's mouth, and the effects were immediate. Yelp. A hellhound swallowed something that flew into its mouth. The guy started to stagger. Kahang crack yep. Its mouth started frothing and sticky mucus vomit trickled down. It started convulsing. Its heartbeat quickened as if it were going to burst, and it started bleeding from the eyes. As expected, Vikir nodded his head. It was a fact known to all hunters who had gone through the era of destruction. That is the fact that canine monsters are weak to chocolate. The substances like chocolate beans are like poison to dogs. Even if it was a hound from hell, this was similar. Let's see: vomiting of mucus, difficulty breathing, incontinence, diarrhea, increased body temperature, increased heart rate, loss of appetite, convulsions, seizures, severe agitation, and then death. Vikir grabbed a blunt short sword. Then he walked after the hellhound as it staggered away into the depths of the forest. The blow to the stomach and heart must have come first, the liver is next. However, a hellhound's stomach, heart, and liver were protected by ribs that are harder than steel, and Vikir couldn't squeeze through the gaps with the blunt short sword he currently had. In that case, it is best to aim for a place that is slightly off the ribs and still weakened by the chocolate. The answer is height. The lower abdomen, which the hellhound's ribs can't cover, and the kidneys, which are overworked by the toxin from the chocolate. Vikir laid his short sword and stabbed it hard. His blade was blunt, so he couldn't cut or penetrate, but it was enough to damage the muscle and kidneys beneath. Gang. The more the shock comes to the kidney, the weaker the kidney and the stronger the toxins. The hellhound dropped on the floor, slowly died. Vikir cut off the last breath of the hellhound, which had become irresistible. Hellhounds are monsters of the canine family, and at the same time they are monsters of the hell who roam around with the hellfire swallowed in their stomachs. If you don't kill it, you won't know when it will become a threat again, like an ember reviving from the ashes. They'll have to take care of it. Vikir raised his short sword and completely extinguished the hellhound's last spark of life. Puck, 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 wow. With his blunt short sword, there was no answer other than to beat it. Yet, an amazing thing happened. Tsu. When the hellhound died, an intangible aura escaped from its corpse and settled into Vikir's body. What many people call experience, effort, or karma. When this mysterious and magical energy obtained by killing monsters accumulates in the body, it leads to strengthening of the body. Vikir single-handedly defeated a high-ranking monster that children of her age could not dare imagine, and as a result his body became even more powerful. In addition to the blessing of the Styx River, the experience gained from killing a hellhound was added. Vikir's body is now impervious to any amount of poison, magic, or other
Physical force.
Are my bones thicker now? I also seem to have grown taller. The short sword in my hand became much lighter than before. Since the weight of the sword could not suddenly decrease, it must be said that the strength of the grip has increased. Boom boom. No other 89-year-olds handle the knife as if wielding it with one hand, which is difficult to wield even with both hands. However, there is still a long way to go before he regains his former strength. At this pace, I'll be able to recover all my strength before the coming off age ceremony. Vikir is only 8 years old now. The level is advanced sword expert. The other Baskerville would only reach it after the Kamingafij ceremony. After the next 7 years, he was more than confident enough to regain the power of his previous life. Right now, if I get first place in the practical test, since there's a reward. Vikir looked down at the hellhound's corpse with a satisfied expression. If the corpse of this monster, which is still hot, is brought to the family, it is a matter of course that it won first place in the practical evaluation. Going out of the boundary area could be a bit of a problem, but it's a rebuke to the guardian knights in charge and rather praise from the examinee's point of view. An 8-year-old kid went out of the border area that even knights struggle with, and went to the forbidden zone to catch a dangerous grade B monster, and that alone. He could already picture Hugo's expression. Vikir grabbed the hellhound by the tail and began to drag it away. The corpse of a monster is subject to gravity and different laws from the human world because its soul is held in the demon realm. Because of that, hellhound's corpse was much heavier than it seemed, but Vikir's strength was different from that of a normal 8-year-old, so it didn't matter. Vikir continued to move forward. It was an uphill road back. Now to go back and submit hellhound's corpse to the guardian knights. And when he thought of the reward, a smile formed on Vikir's lips. Vikir was waiting for a huge reward that he would never have dared to dream of. In his lifetime, a treasure that no one even knows the real value of in this day and age. At that time, Vikir stopped looking around.
Grrrr.
The cries that flowed from the depths of the sea behind them. The howl coming from deep in the throat is getting closer. Vikir put down the hellhound's corpse for a moment. I forgot. Hellhounds are monsters that live in packs. Yet, fires began to burn in the darkness of the sea of trees. 11 hellhounds came and surrounded Vikir. However, Vikir just grinned unfazed in the slightest. Rather, the hellhounds who faced that smile just shrank their bodies low and growled as if they were anxious. Do they recognize the danger? It seems that even those who passed through the era of destruction and passed through another round of reincarnation could not wash away the smell of blood. That was deeply embedded in their souls. Just like Bloody Mamba, the venomous snake who froze at the sight of Vikir in the cradle, it seems that the enemy and the hellhounds of Black Mountain did not dare to act carelessly in front of Vikir, who reveals his life in earnest. Before long, Vikir opened his mouth. Come on guys, there are still a lot of beans left. Bloody beans rattle at the waist. Considering the body that became stronger after catching one hellhound, the growth rate when he could kill the hellhounds gathered here, he couldn't even guess. When the Vikir and the hellhounds were in such a tense confrontation. I'm sorry. The ferocious hellhounds suddenly curled their tails between their crotches and began to withdraw. Vikir was a little surprised. A hellhound that once bares its teeth will never show its back. But now the hellhounds were running away in fear. No matter how heinous the killing intent that Vikir spewed out was, he still had the body of an 8-year-old child, so it wasn't enough to deal with all of them. What then? What external factors could cause these hellhounds to run away with their tails down? Eventually, Vikir soon learned what it was.
Grrrr.
The sound of spit and brimstone boiling. The owner of this growl who made all hellhounds scared. 6 eyes burning in the dark. 3 heads poking out of the root hole of the sea. Did something like this live here. A top-notch monster that makes even surprised him. Cerberus. Risk level A. Size 7M. Discovery location Red and Black Mountains 7th Ridge. Aka Hell's guard dog. It was not interested in the ghosts who went to hell but the ghosts who wanted to get out of hell are immediately torn to pieces by it. It lives deep in hell where all the evil ghosts finally head and leads to the ultimate of monsters of the canine species. The three-headed dog, which symbolizes hell itself, appeared. An unpleasant growl that might be heard when metal pieces rub against each other. Cerberus. Risk level A. Size 7M. Discovery location Red and Black Mountains 7th Ridge. Aka Hell's guard dog. It is not interested in the ghosts who want to enter hell, but the ghosts who wanted to get out of hell are immediately torn to pieces and made into rags. It lives in the depths of hell where all the ghosts finally head and leads to the ultimate of monsters of the canine species. This monster that spewed gas oil and flames from deep inside its three throats is Cerberus, the guardian dog of hell. Even for a seasoned hunter, Vakir was a super elite monster that he had only seen once from a distance before returning. One day the gate to the demon world suddenly opened and demons would explode from all over the place. On the day that announced the beginning of a long disaster, warriors selected from the family died by more than 3 digits to this Cerberus, who was rampaging at the forefront. Because it was the beginning of the war when everyone was clumsy, the damage was even more severe. The damage would have been out of control had it not been for the youngest female head of the House of Morgue at the time, Empress Dowager Morgue Camus. And now that same Cerberus appeared before Vakir's eyes. Even in the face of this mighty monster, which would be useless even if 100 hellhounds attacked at once, Vakir remained calm. Right, has Cerberus already crossed over? Why did a guy who only lived around the 7th Ridge come all the way here? As the saying goes, the area where Cerberus was first discovered was the highlands of the Red and Black Mountains. But now Cerberus is down to the lowlands of the first part of the ridge here. I don't know what brought him here. Krurung. It was a pretty embarrassing situation for Vakir. Can't help it. Vakir decided to flip all of his hidden paddles. There is no room to hide his pre-return skills. Fortunately, I had crossed the border quite a bit, so I didn't feel any stares around me. He doesn't even have young dog guardian knights, so he doesn't even have to fight while hiding his skills. Flash. Vakir took out his short sword and blew mana into it. At the tip of his sword, a gaseous aura that can only be created by those who have reached the advanced level of sword expert overflows. Low expert wizard circle 1. Expert intermediate wizard 2nd circle. Advanced expert mage 3rd circle. Lower greater wizard 4th circle. Graduate intermediate wizard 5th circle. Advanced graduate wizard circle 6. Sword master wizard 7th circle. This is the general martial law formula. What burns at the tip of 8-year-old Vakir's sword is a dense gaseous aura that seems to turn into liquid at any moment. It symbolizes an expert advanced level, and it is a skill that corresponds to a whopping 3rd class in terms of magicians. Before he returned, he was about 20 years old. Vakir raised his mana and quickly moved his hand. The short sword moves while drawing strange scars in the air. A trajectory shaped like a sharp tooth. It looked as if 3 teeth had been summoned in the air. Baskerville Type 3, a swordsmanship in which 3 teeth are drawn with a sword and driven into the opponent's neck. Vakir in his previous life had mastered this Baskerville formula up to the 4th formula and was originally able to create 4 teeth. On top of that, he had even the mana and aura of a high-level duder, so if you compare then and now, the level is shabby. But Vakir has another weapon. His small body and quick mobility, as well as his body hardened by the blessing of the river Styx, are just that. The pros are clear and the cons are clear. Vakir swung his sword and created 3 teeth. The child's hands and arms were small and short, so he couldn't create the 4th tooth, which was an organ in his previous life, but nevertheless the gaseous aura and 3 teeth clearly extending from the tip of his sword were able to block Cerberus' claws well. Vakir felt something strange. It is Cerberus that was too daunting even with the strength before the return. But is it possible to be an opponent with the body of an infant who is far behind the inaction at that time? This means that something is wrong on the Cerberus side as well. Indeed, Vakir's keen eye caught something. If you look closely at the inside of Cerberus' side, you can see a dent. His movements were a little unnatural, so it was clear that he had several broken ribs. Even in the area where the fur was torn off, clear arrowhead marks were engraved. Who caught it? Vikir laughed incredulously. Come to think of it, barbarians live on the other side of the red and black mountains. In the meantime, the barbaric tribes that the iron-blooded swordsman, Baskerville, and the prestigious mage have been harassing Morg. If he was driven to this place by the backslidings of barbarians, it seems that Cerberus' situation is not very good. Earth Dang Kong. Vikir gathered the aura that was scattered like a gas and continued to block Cerberus' claws and teeth. Every time the sword and teeth clashed, there was a sound of iron and bronze clashing, and sparks flew.
Kreren Kongdam.
Cerberus tries to bite Vikir by moving his 3 heads but fails every time. I'm kind of used to fighting triplets. Not that it isn't. It is true that the 3 twins Hivero, Middlebro, and Lowbro's swordsmanship and trident tactics were inspired by Cerberus' fighting style. I'm used to it because I was terribly bullied by the triplets during numerous performance evaluations in my previous life. Most of the numerous anomalous patterns were familiar. The triplets in the previous life were skilled and smart, so they learned Cerberus attack patterns as if they were born with them, and Vikir is reminiscing about those days and dealing with Cerberus. Buang. Baskerville type 1 sharp teeth bounce off Cerberus teeth. Kong. Baskerville type 2 second tooth half lodged in Cerberus neck. Fuwuk. Baskerville type 3 the third tooth strikes the second, driving it even deeper into Cerberus neck. Vikir's Baskerville ceremony was clearly similar to the normal Baskerville ceremony but was subtly different. The swordsmen who have passed through the Age of Destruction have something that the swordsmen of the previous era cannot copy. Existing swordsmanship theories of the peaceful era were completely reinterpreted through the era of destruction, and unnecessary flab fat and grease were drained to the limit. A sword that only moves to kill its opponent. Here, extreme practical experience was added. To put it in an analogy, the swordsmanship of the general world is like beef. With good marbling, the swordsmanship of the Baskerville family is tough chicken breast, and the current swordsmanship of Vikir is like dried beef jerky. The essence of the extreme that is the intention to kill the other person. Vikir's sword has a clear sense of purpose. Fuck. The short sword hit Cerberus' side. The gas-like aura exploded and Cerberus let out a scream. However, Cerberus, the guard dog of hell, does not faint at this level. The guy stabbed his claw into the empty part just below the trajectory the short sword had drawn. Knock. Since I took the bones of my opponent, it is natural for me to sacrifice my own flesh. Vikir's back snapped. But surprisingly, his body, which was almost pickled in the river Styx, withstood Cerberus' claws. But twice would be impossible. Vikir frowned. No gut burst, but several of his ribs were definitely broken. Besides, to make matters worse, Pecan, the short sword that couldn't withstand Vikir's aura, eventually broke. This difficulty, but a seasoned hunter always finds the best route even under these circumstances. That is a series of 36 lines. 36 strategies devised by the head of the Leviathan family, who is the most knowledgeable in the art of war among the 7 families. Among them, the 36th is the circumstance Sangchik. Hodak. Vikir quickly turned around and kicked the ground as hard as he could. Then Cerberus, who seized the victory, goes after such a Vikir. Krurung. Cerberus, who attacked in an instant, would have been caught right away if it hadn't been for the huge wounds carved on his side. Vikir escaped the floodwaters, deeply grateful to the nameless savage tribe beyond the mountains. Yet you can see the boundary that Vikir has crossed. Unfortunately or fortunately, there were no guide dogs around. Vikir jumped over the barbed wire marking the border and ran. Cerberus smashed the barbed wire and stake right in front of his eyes and smashed them, then thrust 3 of his heads into Vikir's back.
Kong Kong Keong.
What could be more powerful than a hound chasing its prey? Cerberus opens his mouth in triumph. The distance now narrowed right in front of him. Soon you will be able to chew the flesh and bite the bones of your prey. Thump. If only it hadn't been for the floor that suddenly went down. Pook! Suddenly the floor collapsed. Cerberus threw himself into a pit covered with dry straw to make it indistinguishable from the plane. Falling into the trap, Cerberus lost his balance, but he landed on the ground and tried to jump back over the pit. But that was impossible. Fu-fu-fu-fu. This is because numerous wooden spears stuck upside down on the floor stabbed her body. Sweet! A tearing scream erupted from each of Cerberus' 3 heads. At the bottom of the pit Vakir had dug there were countless wooden spears, protruding. Of course most of the wooden spears could not pierce Cerberus' hard skin and broke, but some wooden spears penetrated Cerberus' body and left fatal wounds. It was the lower abdomen on the inside of the side where the arrowhead-shaped wound had been deeply dug. Welcome to the cradle of the sword. Vakir briefly congratulated himself. Originally this trap was made in preparation for being chased by other monsters such as hellhounds. They were installed just to impede movement or a little. Now I'm making quite an unexpected income. But that's it. Bubbly. Cerberus snapped and broke the wooden spears stuck in his side and mouth, and his whole body trembled violently. A mad rage, but it was something else that made Cerberus' body tremble before that. Blood bean. Vakir boiled the blood beans and soaked the wooden spear in the water so that the energy soaked into the tip of the spear. Cerberus is also a canine monster. A large amount of chocolate energy permeates directly into the body through the blood of the wound. However, like a high-ranking monster, he did not fall down at once. Foam at the mouth, burning excrement dripping from the anus, and the thick smell of chocolate coffee. But even so, the 3 heads stand upright and stare at Vakir. Vakir shook his sack and took out all the bloody beans. Tick, tick, tick. Sudden beans fly towards Cerberus' 3 gaping jaws. Most of the beans thrown by Vakir landed in Cerberus' mouth, which was slowed down by his spear. As a result, Cerberus' movement gradually slows down. Duduk pop. Eventually Cerberus broke several wooden spears stuck in his body and drove Vakir to the corner of his pit. It was around the time the sack of blood beans was empty. Cerberus has become a wreck, but he still has the strength to bite his prey by the neck with a final leap. Knowing that Vakir, who had been driven to a dead end, looked extremely prudent. Before long, Cerberus moved. Vakir also lunges forward, clutching one of his wooden spears. Pot! The wooden spear thrown by the hunter flew through the air and grazed Cerberus' body. The wooden spear, which seemed to be slightly stuck in the wound on the side, was pulled out helplessly. If it wasn't for the original arrow mark, it would have bounced off at all. Cerberus bared his teeth at Vakir. Cerberus' 6 eyes burned even more intensely at the thought that he would soon see the end of his prey that had been so annoying. But Breedle. Cerberus, who was running, staggered his body for an instant. Cerberus, who suddenly lost his balance, panicked but calmly took a step forward again. Stagger. However, the second step was also slightly out of focus. The same goes for the 3rd step. In the 4th step, it even nearly fell over, with its legs bent in a strange direction, and in the 5th step fell. And in the 6th step, he dragged his body forward once, and in the 7th step he fell flat on the floor without even crawling. Only 7 times. The number of steps Cerberus took while approaching Vakir. That was his last. Cheeky. The 3 heads, foam bubbling at the corners of their mouths, fell down and never moved again. Only then did Vakir sit down, leaning against the cliff. There is something worth hiding. The hunter's gaze is directed at the wooden spear he threw earlier. A wooden spear that just grazed Cerberus. However, the wooden spear is a little different from other wooden spears. Attached to the tip of the spear were 2 small but sharp spikes. At the end of this dry thorn you can see that there is a dark aura. A snake's venom that makes it difficult to even walk. The bloody mamba's poison was still flowing through it. Droopy Cerberus. Greasy vomit flowed out of his mouth at the same time. Tsutsitsu. Immediately after Cerberus' death, the spirit from his body got absorbed. Vakir's body. This mysterious energy called karma experience etc. makes the body and spirit of those who defeat monsters even more noble. It must be difficult to carry this. Vikir tried to move Cerberus' corpse but gave up. And he decided to just leave Cerberus' body here. Anyway, the cause of death was clear and there were many guide dogs who saw Vikir shaving a wooden spear in this hideout, so there were many people who could prove it. So all he did was to remove a few important parts and entrails and bury them in a secret place. More than anything. It's not important right now. Vikir peered beyond Cerberus' corpse into the deeper forest he had come from. Cerberus is basically a gatekeeper-type monster born with the habit of defending his territory, regardless of whether he had been pushed all the way here by the barbarians. It was clear that there was probably a dungeon guarded by Cerberus nearby. A dungeon is a cave-like place where treasures were usually present, but most of them are also the habitat of powerful high-ranking monsters. Cerberus is dead, so it's likely no other monster is there. In general, monsters are attracted to strong demonic energy, so there is a high possibility that relics with strong demonic energy existed in the dungeon where Cerberus was. To be honest, Cerberus is not a monster that just lived anywhere. Vikir searched the outside of the borders, keenly alerted to the usual spirit of Baskerville's hounds. Hellhound and quite a few monsters fled far away just by the smell of Cerberus. Vikir's eyes trace back the footprints and marks of Cerberus buried in the withered soil, rotting leaves, damp roots, and dismal darkness. As I walked through the withered thorns, burned roots, and decayed old trees, the depths of the flood were soon revealed. Dungeon. It was a lowly crypt between large mounds of earth. From above it looked inconspicuous. It was not made by Cerberus, and it is assumed that it has been there for quite some time. Of course, this place was also a place in Vikir's memory. It will be discovered in the next 10 years or so. But I think it was an empty back then. But now it is different. The smell of demons hidden behind the rotten smell. An inexperienced hunter might miss it, but Vikir managed to sense it. Clattering. Vikir broke the parched mound and slipped down into the crypt. Eventually you will see a dungeon made of reddish soil and rocks. A vein of ruby protruded out of the mound as if it was connected to the Lu Rogue Mountain, a tributary of the Lu Rogue Mountains. As he entered the darkness of the cave, he saw a deep winding passageway. A place so dark and deep that you have to feel it with your hands. But surprisingly, the inside of the dungeon was wide and bright. There was a fairly spacious stone chamber, and a ruby stone the size of a fist protruded around it, emitting a red light. A stone chamber stained red like blood by the ruby light. Vikir looked at his own shadow that was cast on the wall of the stone chamber. Is it a dungeon with nothing? The stone chamber was just empty. No, it wasn't quite empty. At the end of the place where Vikir's long shadow reached, two skeletons were scattered. A skeleton with cuts all over its body, cut and broken as if it had been stabbed by a knife. Looking closely, the inside of the ruby-colored had marks of a fight. Judging by the marks, it must have been a very long time. Yet Vikir found a page of handwriting written on the side of the skeleton. First of all, it's okay if you don't know my name, just call me Gain. Do I really need to stain this paper with my name? After thinking about it several times, I write down a few characters for the purpose of preventing future generations from making the same mistake as me. It was an unusual diary from the start. Vikir continued to read the text, relying on the red light. After some time, Vikir noticed that these letters were written in an old script. Descended from the Baskerville family. Is he the ancestors of Baskerville? It was a reasonable inference. This stone chamber is an ancient dungeon that has been talked about as a legend within the family. My brother and I found this place by chance, went through countless trials to explore it, and eventually reached this room. It turns out that this dungeon once had a fairly tough difficulty level, although now it remains only as an empty and lonely crypt. And it is presumed that the person who wrote this memoir and the skeleton scattered here must have been twin brothers. My brother and I killed countless monsters and arrived at this place. However, the last task we received in this stone chamber kept our brothers on their feet for a whopping 3 years. Vikir raised his head. What is the task they are talking about? The question was soon resolved. It was because I could see the writings engraved on the stone wall in the direction where the skeleton's skull was facing. One comes in, two come in, and one goes out. It was a strange riddle. Vikir looked at the notes again. My brother and I pondered over this gloomy phrase for a long time. However, considering that this dungeon has been passed down as a legend in the Baskerville family, the meaning is clear. We don't know what it means, only one of us can achieve what he wants from this dungeon. We brothers who entered the dungeon. They were originally one when they were conceived in their mother's womb, but split into two when they came out into the world. And to get what they want out of this dungeon, they must become one again. Realistically, the bodies of the twins could not be joined as one, so they had to kill each other to remain as one. It is the custom of the Baskerville family to instigate rivalry between siblings. The two brothers started fighting each other for a long time, and the match ended with the death of the younger brother. Then does the younger brother here become Abel? Cain and Abel, the older brother who had to kill his younger brother in order to be chosen. Vikir thought as he looked at the skeletons scattered on the floor. A skeleton that was almost weathered even in a windless stone chamber, no matter how long it had been dead. However, the content of the manuscript was quite unexpected. I killed my brother after a fierce battle. Now I am the only one left in this stone chamber. However, despite this, there was no change in the stone chamber. A handwriting that gradually becomes colored with madness. The handwriting also became more and more crooked, and in the end Vikir had to understand the meaning of the letters at an almost decipherable level. Even though it was obviously 2-1, I didn't get anything. You can't get out without getting anything. Nothing. However, as for the last handwriting, it was returned in a neat handwriting. Probably written after a long time had passed. They'll stop wasting time. If there are brave descendants who will visit this place in the distant future, I would like you to give up. Get out of here right now. It is said that nothing can be obtained in this devil's den, which only deceives and mocks people. In the end, what he wanted to say was clear. He passed through all the barriers and came here, but it was dog hair. And latecomers are also encouraged to go back the way they came from without losing their strength. But Vikir thought differently. I'm not a twin. Despite the fact that Vikir is not a twin, the content of the assignment is still valid. That means that Cain and Abel, who were here, misinterpreted the contents of the text. When I came in, I was one, but when you came in, there were two, so when you go out, you have to become one again. Baskerville looked at the cave behind him. It was a jet black without a single strand of light. And in front of it was a stone chamber where there was light. Before long, Vikir turned his head to look at the skull. What hangs over the end of the skull is its own shadow. Right? Vikir raised his fist. Then he smashed the large ruby that lit up the stone chamber red with his fist and shattered it. Clink. When the ruby shatters, the faint magic within it also disappears. The inside of the stone chamber was plunged into darkness for an instant. Kugaguggaquack. A strange thing happened. The stone wall on one side of the stone chamber had collapsed. The wall was so thick that the thickness alone could reach tens of meters. It is so large that you would never think of it as a door. Vikir nodded. The answer to the riddle was simple: shadow. When you enter, you are completely alone in the passage of darkness, but the moment you enter the stone chamber illuminated by ruby light, the shadows separate. And when the ruby is removed and complete darkness comes, the shadow returns to the body. When they become one, the final stage of the stone chamber will be opened. Vikir cautiously reached out in front of him. Fortunately, the space beyond the stone wall was a flat single road, and there were no traps. Cain and Abel would have sorted out the swarming monsters long ago, so all that remains is to check the dungeon's rewards. Before long, something cold touched Vikir's fingertips. It's the handle of a sword. The sword was firmly stuck vertically into the rock, and an inscription was inscribed in front of it. Vikir fumbled with his fingertips and read the words. Only the blood of the Baskervilles is this will I be able to pull out. The text mentions the last name Baskerville and Carl's first name. And the moment he learned the name of the knife, a shock like a thunderbolt Hit Vakir. Was this an artifact that found here? Only the lineage of the Baskervilles will be able to select this Beelzebub. The text mentions the last name of Baskerville and Devil's first name. Was this an artifact found here? Vakir traced the shape of the sword with extremely fine beams of light from broken ruby shards. A black awl with an elongated snout protruding from a 3-bead-shaped knife. Stand round and reddish like a ruby. The rugged handle area is glistening green and looks like a large fly. Vakir knew the identity of this artifact. As a child in his previous life, he clearly remembers seeing it in an illustration on a page in a myth book. Beelzebub the gluttonous fly. It is long to explain the origin of this sword. To summarize briefly, in the mythology of the distant past there were demonic constellations called the 7 disasters, unprecedented demonic beasts that invaded this continent, and all humans on the entire continent joined forces to defeat these demonic constellations. And the remains of these 7 demonic constellations were left in this world, in any form whether material or notional, and despite being in a position where they could no longer interfere with the law of cause and effect, they retained some of the power they had in life. One of them was this sword Beelzebub. The heads of 7 families, including the first head of the Baskerville family, each defeated 1 demon constellation. For this reason, the remains of Beelzebub were kept in the Baskerville family's estate, and the strong demonic energy emitted by this artifact drew powerful monsters nearby. It is an old legend that few people believe in now. But the legend was true, and later this sword would fall into the hands of the demons. This forgotten artifact suddenly appeared on the battlefield one day and drove countless humans to their deaths. Even among the demons, the owner of this sword continued to change, and perhaps the number of demons far exceeded the number of people killed by this sword. But now the situation is a little different. Beelzebub's artifact came into Vakir's hands. In my previous life I was robbed by demons and didn't even know it was stolen, but that won't be the case now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword began to resonate with the mana emitted by Vakir. The sound of the wings of a fly is loud in my ears. Vakir stretched out his hand and caressed it, and the sword Beelzebub began to be absorbed into the palm of his hand as if it were part of Vakir's body. But as Vakir stretches out his hand for strength, black cracks from the artery side of his wrist. Beelzebub would thus hide quietly inside Vakir's body, and when he wanted it, would spring out and serve as a spare sword. However, Beelzebub is a strange sword made from the corpse of a demon constellation. This is not the end of this supernatural ability. Growl. As soon as Beelzebub settled inside Vakir's, suddenly felt very weak. What is this? Vakir was a little taken aback. In my previous life he was used to starving for a week and eating everything in one meal. When he went out into the field, he often stayed in hiding, drinking only water. For a month. A warrior that has been trained so harshly can endure things like this easily. Even in a body of a child, there was no way he would be this weak. Growl. Once more his stomach twists as if in a fit of rage. Vakir realized that this extreme hunger was not normal. Are you asking for something? That's right. Beelzebub agitated Vakir with the buzz of wings. Sniff. Perhaps his sense of smell has also become sensitive and he smells delicious. Somewhere. It's the smell of demons, an appetizing smell wafted from outside the dungeon. Vakir crawled out of the dungeon and walked into the forest. As he approached the border area and returns to where he came from, his smell grew stronger. The first thing he encountered was the corpse of a hellhound. Beelzebub didn't even call, but he stuck out first. As it should be, a hound that exposes its teeth without being ordered by its owner must be punished. But Vakir made an exception this time, because the hunger he shared with it was so intense. Looks like he's starved for a long time. The corpse on which Beelzebub was embedded and the soil around it were very dry and twisted. No, perhaps it is because of Beelzebub's mad hunger that the entire Lurogue mountains are made up of dead trees and parched soil. Then how much food did he need to supply to appease this in the future? Vakir shook his head and brushed away his thoughts. Beelzebub's power was enough to bear the price. Yet, the Beelzebub that Vikir knew began to reveal its power. Gulp, 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 gulp. The hellhound's corpse Beelzebub stuck in the neck began to suck blood at an astounding rate. Blood and gut juices enter Vikir through Beelzebub's all pipe. The hungry was filled. Sparkle. Vikir noticed that one of Beelzebub's 3 eyeballs glowed exceptionally red. I got the skill. Yes, Vikir's intuition is correct. Beelzebub, a gluttonous fly, had the power to steal the other person's unique characteristics or specialties while alive. The width of absorption was close to infinity, and countless people were deprived of all the achievements they had made throughout their lives to Beelzebub and turned into incompetent people. Unfortunately, this is harmful, so there is no such ripple effect. Only 3 skills can be stolen from the opponent. Vikir's Beelzebub gained a skill by sucking the blood of a hellhound. Beelzebub, a gluttonous fly.
1 slot bleeding hellhound B.
2 slot none. 3 slot none. An ability that is only manifested by Vikir's will. Whoever is stung by this all will feel the full mortal power of the hounds of hell. In general, even shallow and minor wounds that do not bleed will always draw blood over time, and bleeding lasts much longer than normal wounds. Meanwhile, jagged. Beelzebub sucked the hellhound's corpse until it was almost mummified before it fell. The skill was taken away right away, but it seemed that he was simply hungry. Vikir also felt his hunger subside somewhat. Growl. But even so, he was still hungry. The delicious smell that passed my nose was still wafting from far away. Vikir hurriedly got out of the forest. Eventually, a familiar boundary line appears. Cradle. You can see the space where the children of the Baskervilles take their exams. When he crossed the border, he saw a hole he had dug under a rock in the distance. Fortunately, it seems that the supervision of the guide dogs has not come yet. Well, no matter how cradle it is, the area is quite large. The supervision of the guide dogs would not have reached all parts of the test site. Furthermore, since he was just sitting in the pit for a long time, it is clear that Vikir was already classified as a safe surveillance target, and his surveillance was neglected. Vikir crossed the boundary and went down to the hideout and removed all the soil and fallen leaves that had been lightly covered. Before long, an appetizing piece of meat appears. Cerberus, it was spread out as it was when it died. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beelzebub, who smells the fat meat, is very fond of it and dies. The sound of the wings of a fly grew louder. Soon after, Beelzebub set his fangs into Cerberus' corpse and began to gorge himself on meat and organs. But Vikir stopped Beelzebub. Whoa, this is proof of practical evaluation. If you damage it too much, it will be difficult to explain when you do an autopsy later. Still, Beelzebub doesn't care and pushes in from the snout. Vikir's expression turned grim. No, match. Vikir hit the back of his hand violently. He hit the back of his own hand. King. Beelzebub finally noticed and removed the fangs from Cerberus' corpse. Vikir saw new blood and abilities running through the arteries on the back of his hand. Beelzebub, a gluttonous fly, all. 1 slot burn fire Cerberus A.
2 slot bleeding hellhound B.
Slot 3 high-speed regeneration Norbegicus the rat F. Is it because Cerberus is a more powerful monster? 1 slot was occupied by the blood of Cerberus. Hellhound pushed to 2 slots. And absurdly, the 3rd slot had the blood of a rat. Perhaps under Cerberus' corpse the bones and hides of a rat that had been eaten were strewn about. Looks like I can delete the previous skill if I catch a stronger monster. Vikir laughed as he saw that among the 3 arteries that pulsated on his wrist, the artery where the rat's blood flowed had shrunk in particular. For now, Vikir decided to leave it alone, as it would be better to have something rather than leave it empty. Above all, it was a great harvest to obtain the burn skill of Cerberus, the guardian of hell. Now the person stabbed by this will be burned that never heals naturally by the flames of the oil world possessed by the hell watcher Cerberus. Once you get stabbed, you have to live with the burning pain until you die. Considering that one of the worst pains that humans can feel is burning pain, it must have been much worse than the bleeding skill that a hellhound possessed. Now I have everything I can get on this mountain. There's not much to do now. Just relax like this until the end of the practical evaluation. Submit the body of Cerberus to the guide dogs and receive first place evaluation, and that's it. And perhaps Vikir will be rewarded for this. Vikir closed his eyes and checked his body. As a wizard he had already accumulated 4 mana circles. The number of Baskerville teeth that can be drawn with his sword is 3. No. Maybe 4 now. This is the stage of looking at the beginning of a graduate from the highest level of sword expert. If it is evaluated lightly, it is the highest level of expert, and if it is evaluated generously, it is a beginner level graduate. In practice, it is right to see it as an expert because it is half lower than my ability. In his last life, no matter how much mana he accumulated and how skilled he was in combat, he couldn't draw more than 4 teeth because of the limitations of the swordsmanship he had learned. For reference, the current Hugo has 7 teeth, and the Hugo before returning knew a swordsmanship that could draw 9 teeth. Baskerville Type 9. This is a swordsmanship that only extends to the family head and his direct descendant, the eldest son who will succeed the family, and the bastard son who will assist him. It was a noble and sophisticated swordsmanship that was on a different level from the 4th formula that Vikir had learned. But now it's different. 10 meals. Baskerville Type 10 teeth. The ultimate state that no Baskerville in this world could reach. A legendary swordsmanship textbook that contained the teachings of the first head of the family who were said to have subdued the demonic constellation belonging to the 7 disasters in the distant past. Vikir knew where the treasure was. I don't have to go far. Unexpectedly, it is rotting in a very close place among miscellaneous books that are so common and close that anyone can easily read them. Who will give it to you? Hugo Lou Baskerville's the head of the Baskerville family. He will hand it over to Vikir himself. He couldn't even imagine how much the value of the job book he handed over was. Practical evaluation was over. As the hounds came back, usually hounds receive the monster corpse as a spoil. The same was true of the children of the Baskervilles. They acquired shields, swords, necklaces, etc. made from the parts of the corpses of the monsters. Through this opportunity, the young hounds would grow stronger. The exam that had been tense until the written test was over disappeared as if it had been washed after the ranks were set. Perhaps because of the experience of rolling together in extreme conditions. For a long time, an unknown and strange brotherly love was emerging throughout the class. Of course, despite this, there were still some siblings who didn't get along well, but most of them solved their problems during the practical exam or died so unexpectedly. Infighting rarely occurred in the class. In this way, for a few days a year, a relaxed atmosphere pervaded the Baskervilles after the practical exam. Hugo Baskerville, head of the Baskerville family, was receiving a report from Butler Barrymore, who caught what it is almost unheard of for a superhuman who has risen to the level of a sword master to doubt his own body. But at this moment Hugo was clearly doubting his ears. Deacon Barrymore read the report again in a clear, excited voice. Vikir van Baskerville in the class of 8 crossed the boundary line and entered the forbidden zone during practical evaluation, successfully hunted down Cerberus, a monster of danger grade A, that is all. It's the second time he talking about, but it still sounded ridiculous. An 8-year-old child went out to the forbidden area and came back alive. Actually, this alone is great enough. Just being able to draw a map or listen to testimonies that help them guess the topography and ecosystem outside the unsealed zone is a tremendous achievement. However, this unprecedented 8-year-old child went into hell and returned to life unharmed, and even brought back Cerberus, the guard dog of hell. Cerberus is a high-ranking monster that even the family guardian knights feel burdened to deal with. Hugo stroked his beard with a puzzled expression. However, the detailed report that followed was even more absurd. Hugo reread the report once and put down his reading glasses. He lured Cerberus into a trap and stabbed him with his throat spear. Do you think this makes sense? Originally, it was an object that was injured by barbarians, and there is also information that poison was applied to the throat lord. No matter how injured it is the same. What poison was strong enough to Send Cerberus away. Where else did he say? That is, nothing else was recorded in the hunting log. I was going to ask the young master, but he said he was tired and went right back to the dorm. At Barrymore's words, Hugo put on a dazed expression for a moment, then chuckled. The young man is already puzzled, but information is power, and power is value. Self-worth is what you have to raise and protect. Hugo turned his gaze back to the report. It is admirable that Vakir did not immediately reveal the poison that caught Cerberus, but it is also admirable that he did not take Cerberus' corpse directly to the guide dogs, but covered it with soil and concealed it until the practical evaluation was over. Deacon Barrymore admired. His patience is truly amazing. When I was an 80-year-old, I would do anything to be praised by adults and respected by my siblings. If I had caught Cerberus at the age of 8, I would have turned it over to the Guardian Knights right away to get praise and attention. If I did, I would end up looking like old Santiago. Hugo, referring to a fisherman from a legend of the distant past. He went out to sea and caught a huge monster fish, but while he was tying the fish to a boat and dragging it, he met a group of sharks, took all his flesh, and returned home with only a huge bone. If Vakir had caught Cerberus and started dragging that huge corpse around, he would have been the target of many brothers. He could have been killed if it wasn't enough that he was deprived of all his achievements. After hearing Hugo's words, Barrymore felt a chill running down his spine at the bloody family customs of the Baskervilles. To be honest, I was very surprised it is not a middle name of Lou or La, but a talented person like this is born among the youngsters who have a middle name of Van. Indifferent from the previous family head's bloodline should not be considered important when raising hounds. There are ugly dogs of good blood, and there are good dogs of poor blood. I don't care if it's a son from an imperial woman or a son from a street prostitute, as long as you have enough talent and courage. Hugo's eyes, muttering in a low voice, are looking out the window at the distant spire. His second son. Barrymore noticed what Hugo was thinking when he looked at the spire, who was in training at the top of the spire. It is said that even among dogs of good blood there are ugly ones. Will you understand? I'm sorry. Hugo waved his hand. If I am the only one who loses, if I have to be upset because of my stupid son, I just need a diversion. His gaze fell out of the window, this time to the report. Barrymore nodded his head when he realized his master's intentions. They'll call the master Vakir. It was several hours later that Vakir stood in front of Hugo. Hugo still did not beat around the bush. He just asked it. How did you catch Cerberus? I put chocolate on his throat. It was the same with Vakir. Single sentence and an immediate answer. There was no flab or grease in Hugo's conversation with Vakir. Hugo's eyes widened. Is it chocolate? Chocolate is poison to canine monsters. Is that why you asked for chocolate the other day? Yes. Vakir gave a short answer. After thinking for a while, Hugo opened his mouth again. If true, the value of the information is quite great. It will be useful when subjugating canine monsters. There will be many advantages in trade with the Information Guild when raising dispatch results. I think so too. The corner of Hugo's mouth went up slightly at Vakir's nonchalant reply. Hugo asked in a presumably cold voice. He said, I heard that when the butler asked, he did not answer properly about hunting Cerberus. You're right, because he is not my master. Then who is your master? To Hugo's question, Vakir answered again calmly. I belong to a family, so wouldn't the owner of the family be you? At that, Hugo finally nodded his head and smiled contentedly. You learned well. As a reward, the carcass of the monster you caught will belong to you in its entirety. Cerberus, a monster of danger grade A, its corpse was worth the cost. Teeth and claws were used as weapons, organs and flesh as health food, and bones and hide as armor. There is nothing to throw away from the corpses of high-ranking monsters. It was a great reward to receive all of this in its entirety. Furthermore, Hugo gave Vakir another prize. Since you ranked first in both writing and practical skills, the expectations of your family are high. If there is anything you want, tell me. Didn't you already hand over the corpse of Cerberus? That is my idea. I want to hear what you want. Vakir opened his eyes a little wide. Hugo's words were somewhat surprising. This is because he never had a history of asking his children for their thoughts. He just give orders who would ask a dogs what they thought. But these variables are always welcome. Thinking it would make things easier, Vakir voiced his opinion. I want to go into the inner library. At those words, Hugo's eyes narrowed. The inner library is a huge library located deep inside the fortress of the Baskerville family, and it is large enough to rival the largest library in the world, the House of Morgue. Hugo put his chin on his chin and pondered for a moment. It's rare for him. Go all the way. It is a place that only those of the pure blood can enter. Did you know? And ask. At those words, Vakir widened his eyes. A look that he didn't know at all. I didn't know about it because I didn't have anything to go into the library. In my previous life, culture, swordsmanship, and other knowledge were enough to be provided in classes within the family. He lived content with the reality and did not show any desire to learn more. That was the dog's virtue and was tamed that way. I didn't know if it doesn't work, it'll just do it another way. Vakir quickly bit his foot. Well, it doesn't matter, it's enough to sneak in under cover of night. But things turned out easier than expected. You may go. Hugo's judgment was quick. Before Vakir could put on a dazed expression, Hugo continued. I can't give you too much time. Will 10 days be enough? All it takes is 1 day. There is no need. Alert Hugo by staying in the library for a long time. Hugo looked down at Vakir with a faint smile. What book do you want to read in just 1 day? I learned about family history during a liberal arts class and just wanted to know more about it. He just mentioned any book in moderation. But Hugo must have liked Vakir's answer quite a bit. Family history feels so good. It's good to be proud by studying the honorable history of your family. If you see him talking about pride that he didn't even mention. Hugo even recommended a book for Vakir to read. The Depths of the Inner Library. If you look in the middle row of the library in the 6th control area, there is a swordsmanship manual called Baskerville 6th Form. Read it. Vakir couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. The world's Hugo recommends a swordsmanship textbook for forms, which is the limit that Van's surname can go up to how many 6 meals. Baskerville sword forms. This swordsmanship, which allowed him to draw 6 teeth, could only be mastered by the elite among executives and direct descendants within the family. Hugo has now allowed it to Vakir, even if it's a very brief reading. Considering that the current Hugo had 7 teeth and the Hugo before the return knew how to produce 9 teeth, Hugo's current treatment was truly unconventional. Compared to the 4 forms Vakir had learned before returning 6th, was a powerful swordsmanship that was on a different level. But Vakir was aiming for something else, would not be very impressed. It's just meat. A foolish idea that would make others faint if they heard it. But I'm not stupid enough to go out of the way to show it off. Thank you, I will definitely read it and live up to your expectations. Vakir bowed his head and thanked Hugo. He was a very humble and polite greeting, seemingly impeccable. Of course, if he had known what kind of evil lurked inside him, Hugo would have stopped Vakir even if he had to burn the library. Thinking that he has finished all his business, Hugo just indifferently turned his head away. Having obtained access to the inner library, Vakir greeted politely until the end and then turned around and left the room. And he set out on his way to the most precious treasure in all of the Baskervilles. Inner library. It is a large library located deep in the Baskerville family's main castle, and its size rivals the ranking within the empire. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've come in and seen it myself. Vakir passed through the entrance guarded by several knights and entered the restricted area. When he had presented the pass signed by Hugo himself, no one dared to stop him. Some knights even gave a salute with a light smile. Before long, Vakir stood in front of the passage leading to the depths of the universe. This library, made by directly drilling a hole in the rock wall, was comparable to the mouth of a giant monster. Books were piled up all over the place. Looking down at Vakir. They'll have to hurry up a bit. Vakir looked at his library, thinking about the time left. His heart was in a hurry, but his steps and gaze moved slowly. The unique feeling of old books, the smell of ink and dust. But he didn't feel particularly cozy. Books discussing techniques for dealing with weapons, calculation methods for killing enemies with the shortest route and efficient and logical killing theories, and the library where they are tightly packed together. Numerous swordsmen from previous generations who existed in the history of the Baskervilles are engaged in a silent war of words, remaining only in theory. Is that why? Rather than stepping into a library, it felt like walking through the corridors of a prison where ruthless and cold homicidal maniacs were imprisoned. Vikir felt a stabbing gaze from the swordsmanship textbooks, and Vikir soon got used to all of this. Tack tack tack. The sound of footsteps sinking into the abyss of the corridor. The deeper you go into the library, the older books you can see. Cutting front teeth swordsmanship, mincing molars swordsmanship, piercing fangs swordsmanship, double bite double tooth swordsmanship, hidden tooth swordsmanship. Familiar swordsmanship textbooks he wanted to learn so much in his previous life, and swordsmanship textbooks that were so powerful that he had never dared to dream were lined up neatly like teeth. The locks to prevent theft or thieves' access were firmly locked. Usually collateral and illegitimate children, no matter how much mana they have and how much experience they have in practice, it is difficult for them to learn more than 4 types of swordsmanship. Direct descendants learn at least 5-level swordsmanship. Elites among direct descendants learn 6-level swordsmanship, and elders learn 7th level swordsmanship. Hugo Baskerville has now mastered the 7th Baskerville, and the 7 teeth he draws have made him one of the most powerful figures on the continent and a sword master, as it is a rivalry with the head of the House of Morgue known as the Great Wizard of the 7th Circle. The inaction must be similar to some extent. Vikir paused his steps. In the vast library there are a sea of books that you can't tell which book is in which place. In one of them he could see the book Hugo gave him, a bookshelf with several layers of locks on it befitting a valuable collection. When he matched the key Hugo gave him, the book hidden inside was revealed. Baskerville Carnivore Twice Stuck Tooth. A book that contains noble swordsmanship that Vikir would never have dreamed of in his previous life. Vikir picked it up and looked it over. According to the shape of the teeth drawn by the trajectory of the knife, the methods of cutting, stabbing, blocking, crushing, cutting, and mincing are described, and this swordsmanship manual was discussing how to draw a total of 6 teeth. Naturally, Hugo must have thought it would be unreasonable for 8-year-old Vikir to memorize them in one day. So with a certain amount of goodwill and a certain amount of belittling, he would have allowed Vikir to read the book on meat-eating swordsmanship. However, Vikir was a skilled swordsman who has lived 40 years and was an elite Baskerville among Baskervilles who survived even after going through the age of
destruction.
Of course, he had mastered the theories of swordsmanship 1 to 4, to the extent that he already guessed and established the theory of the 5th Fong, which he had not formally learned. The time when he was stagnant because he did not know the right way. The formula for rising one's status that one longed for with a burning thirst. Right after drawing the 4th tooth, I had to break the flow of mana once. That's why I couldn't create a 5th tooth. Vikir finally felt his thoughts clear up. It took only about 3 hours to understand and memorize the knowledge he had gained. Of course, it was thanks to the experience accumulated over and over while staying on 4 fangs for almost 20 years. Having memorized the entire book, Vikir soon closed it. It's good that he figured out the way to go over to 4th Fong and go to 5th and 6th Fong, but in fact that's not the real purpose of being here today. Vikir returned to the very beginning of the inner library. It was a space that even knights who stood guard and servants who cleaned the library could pass through. What, young master, why did you come out again? What have you forgotten? We will bring it to you. If you are hungry, shall we bring you a meal? Servants come to talk kindly. Judging from the subtle respect and fear imbued in his gaze, it seems that the rumors of this practical skills evaluation have already spread. But Vikir shook his head. I'm done with my errands. The servants were also surprised by those words, and even the guardian knights, who were standing guard, were surprised. Already? Watch a little more and then come out. Do you still have a lot of time left? Everyone didn't say anything, but they looked very sorry. It must be so. To refuse the swordsmanship textbooks that were like treasures stored deep in the inner library and to leave them out in a matter of hours. It is understandable that they feel sorry for them, as these are valuable collections that are worth reading even at the risk of their lives. Even if it was Vikir before the return, it would have been the same. But Vikir was unconcerned. Before I leave, I plan to read other books as well, so stop worrying and do what you have to do. At the same time, Vikir headed to the shallowest floor of the inner library, where miscellaneous books were collected. Some of the knights who were shining a watchful eye whispered while watching such a Vikir. If it were me, I would have read the swordsmanship textbooks in the depths. I must have memorized it like crazy. He is still young and doesn't know its full value. He would regret it for the rest of your life when you get older. I have to tell the others not to worry. It's because he is reading insignificant miscellaneous books like that. However, if they had seen Vikir's expression back to them, they wouldn't have thoughtlessly talked like that. Vikir was rummaging through the books with a zeal. Nobody cared about these books, and they were a jumbled mess on this dusty bookshelf. Vikir searched slowly and painstakingly, and he was able to find what he was looking for within a few hours. The edge of the library, a place that everyone could see but everyone passed by without thinking. There was an old book stuck there. It seems that there is no preservation magic applied because it is quite dusty. Vikir stood for a long while staring at the title of the book. Lurking Ambush. A basic book of type 1 that even the children of the Baskervilles did not care to read. An old book classified as a swordsmanship textbook. But who in this world knew the value of this book? Only Vikir, who had lived through the age of destruction, knew. This book is the Baskerville's greatest treasure. Vikir pulled out the book. It seemed to have been on the bookshelf for a very long time, and at first it did not come out well. It wasn't until after I pulled out and put away a few books that were blocking my way that it was pulled out and revealed to the world. A lurking ambush. Having succeeded in extracting the book, Vikir carefully swiped it with his hand, and he turned the page. Pararak. He quickly turned through the pages. And soon the reason why this book was classified as a miscellaneous book was revealed. A torn page can be seen in the middle of the book. A sparse book, as if a few pages had been knocked out. Torn marks are evident on every important page. Of course, the contents were cut off and not connected. Because of this, no one could understand the contents of this book, and as a result, it must have been classified as such an insignificant miscellaneous book. But I know. Vikir, he memorized what was written on the torn pages of this book, because the memories of participating in the operation to recapture torn pages or operation to restore missing teeth were still clear in his head. At that time, the Hound that crossed countless lines and collected all the pages that had been torn and lost was Vikir van Baskerville. It all started by accident. Before the regression, Vikir's hunting party, the Hound group, was raiding the dungeons that straddled the border between the enemy and Black Mountain when they found a strange artifact. It was a fragment of a sword's manual. It was a single torn page. Realizing that what was written on it was strange, Vikir memorized it in his mind. When he handed in the page in question, Hugo immediately realized that it contained something out of the ordinary. Hugo searched through his entire library to find a book that matched this page. What he eventually found was a swordsmanship book titled The Lurking Ambush. It was an ancient book found deep in the shallow shelves of miscellaneous books, not in the restricted area where the higher martial arts were concentrated. The sudden discovery of this sword technique buried in an unknown location had set the entire Baskerville street on fire. This sword art is the essence of our Baskerville. Hugo raves. At first glance, the sword technique was insignificant, but with the addition of the missing pages, the system was completely redefined. A sword that would seemingly defend itself against an enemy's attack, then suddenly leap out and bite down on the point of death with the sole purpose of inflicting pain on the enemy. This sword art, which must have been written long ago by some ancestor named Baskerville, describes how to draw 10 teeth. The Baskerville 10th form. Hugo, who had achieved the rank of sword master with only 7 techniques, couldn't help but be intrigued. But even with Vikir's discovery of the missing first half, the book was still incomplete. There were more missing pages in the second half. The torn pages totaled 7. Except for the one that Vikir found, the other 6 were lost. Hugo spent the next several years collecting the torn pages of this lurking ambush. The Baskervilles were relentless in their pursuit. After investing vast amounts of time and money, Hugo realized that the torn pages of the swordsmanship book were hidden deep within the estates of each of the 7 families that supported the empire. Naturally, Hugo set out to retrieve them one by one. It was a project he called Operation Reclaim the Torn Pages, or Operation Restore the Missing Teeth. Vikir shook his head from side to side as he recalled the memory. He could still smell the blood at the end of his nose. It was a long, drawn-out operation. Hugo unleashed the dogs to retrieve the page. Whether they knew about the torn pages or not, the resistance from the other families was fierce. For them, it was a matter of course. No one would look good with someone else's hounds bursting into their courtyard. The Baskervilles practically declared war on all the other houses. Countless Baskerville hounds perished under the weight of it. The number of siblings and companions I had grown up playing with had shrunk at an unbelievable rate. The familiar faces of yesterday are nowhere to be seen in the dining hall. The gaps left by the missing teeth were filled with new ones which fell out just as quickly. The one permanent tooth that didn't fall out through all that gnashing of teeth was Vikir's. Vikir became a vicious right-handed black dog, fighting and fighting and fighting. Eventually he gathered the 7 missing pages and brought them to his master. A few fingers and toes, a pair of ears, ugly burns and cuts covering his entire body and his lost brothers. The reward for all this was simple and straightforward. Well done. A single word of praise from Hugo's mouth. Why did he think it was enough at the time? It was a stupid life. Vikir gritted his teeth. Before the regression, Hugo had used all the things that Vikir and the hounds had asked for to provide for himself and his 2 sons. Hugo's cultivation had risen beyond the 7th degree to the 9th, and the honor of Ironblade Baskerville had soared. The blood of the hounds and the flesh of the dead lay beneath him. That will not happen in this life. Vikir closed his eyes and recalled the pages in his mind. Everything that had been written on those lost pages was in his mind. Nevertheless, the reason why the pre-regression Vikir couldn't go beyond the 4th teeth was because he didn't know the original. The pages he remembered were sparse, only 7 pages at most. Without the original, they were useless. But not now. In Vikir's hands now was the original copy of the lurking ambush sword technique. Though 7 pages had been torn out, the missing information was still perfectly clear in Vikir's mind. The experience of fighting through multiple layers of siege, sometimes with no way to keep the pages themselves intact, and carrying them in his mind shines through. Soon Vikir began to read the book. 10. The first step of a decadal eclipse corresponds to a solar eclipse. The moment a sword is drawn and shows aggression in its first trajectory, all swordplay from then on has an innate limitation. Indeed, if an ignorant person were to read this book, it would be treated as a bunch of nonsense. What's the point of having 10 formulas? But as soon as the torn pages are reconstructed and the blanks are filled in, what was once a bunch of bluster and rhetoric becomes the puzzle pieces that make up a masterpiece. Vikir notices that the gaze of his surroundings has completely disappeared, and he moves his body accordingly. For teeth honed to the limit before his regression. After that, the story begins in earnest. The book explained how to reveal the 5th tooth, how to make the 6th tooth, how dangerous the 7th tooth was, when to reveal the 8th tooth if the 9th tooth actually existed, and what the 10th tooth was. Even though he didn't have enough mana and his body was immature for an 8-year-old, he would surely be able to recreate all of these things someday. 15 years old, within it, he regains all of his pre-regression powers. Of course, it doesn't end there. After that, you will go beyond the 5th degree to the 6th and 7th degrees, which were unattainable before the regression. The stain of the past, the time when you were pushed aside, beaten, and ignored by your superiors because you didn't have the aura of a graduate yet. Didn't have the swordsmanship to match, will never have to happen again. He'll start by memorizing the contents of the book. As soon as the memorization is finished, the book will disappear from the world forever. Then Hugo won't find it and he won't have to make 9 teeth. Pretty sweet revenge for an 80-year-old, don't you think? Vikir laughed, though dryly. He still had more than 12 hours to go in the Mansang library, no matter how little time he took. For the children of Baskerville Street, it would not be too difficult to memorize a small book in that time. Half a day from now. Unaware of what she would become afterward, Vikir read the book. And then, at exactly 11 hours and 50 minutes from now, boom! A small fire broke out in the shallowest part of the great library, in the section where the janitors were gathered. No injuries, no fatalities. Damage was minimal, with 1 tome burned to the ground. It was a small enough incident that even the servants shrugged it off. And then, at exactly 11 hours and 50 minutes from now, boom! A small fire broke out in the shallowest part of the great library, in the section where the janitors were gathered. No injuries, no fatalities. Damage was minimal, with 1 tome burned to the ground. It was a small enough incident that even the servants shrugged it off. That's it. Vikir closed the book. He had memorized the entire book word for word. He had memorized it so intensely that he could recite it with his eyes closed, even backwards. And the results were soon visible. Vikir drew a sword in the air just as he had learned in the book. The first tooth was drawn sharply. Then the second, then the third. So far so good for an 80-year-old. Kirik. Then the 4th tooth appeared. It was the Baskerville 4th, my specialty. Before regression. But. Vikir's hand drew one more sharp trajectory beyond the Baskerville 4th. The 5th tooth, it was a little smaller and blunt, but it was definitely a 5th tooth. Baskerville 5th. And there it was in Vikir's hands, unsteadily recreated. In the world. Vikir repeated the gesture he had just made several times. The result, success. The trajectory of the sword was not quite right given the child's small hands and short arms, but it was there nonetheless. The 5th tooth was growing. Where's the knife? If I had a knife right now, I would have tried to aura it. But it's unlikely there's a knife in the library. But that doesn't mean I can't unleash Beelzebub from his slumber in the artery of my wrist. Well, whatever. I was so happy it almost brought tears to my eyes. Something burning in my chest rising to the top of my lungs. Vikir desperately tried to calm this overwhelming feeling. Now, as long as I have the mana to support me, I can definitely ascend to the level of my previous life. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he had already mastered something much stronger and more refined than his previous life. His swordsmanship was not limited to the 5th level but could be enhanced to the 10th level, so his future possibilities were endless. Vikir closed his eyes and checked the mana in his body. The mana hall that had been enlarged by the Styx River was still slowly accumulating mana. Although it was impossible to determine the exact level of his cultivation, it was clear that his cultivation had risen to the next level. Graduator. Vikir jumped from sword expert to graduator, with the ability to create a liquid aura at the tip of their blades. Graduators are a step up from sword expert. Instead of just the tip, graduator can envelop the entire blade in an aura that is liquid dense and quite malleable in shape. When the liquid aura blade of a graduator collides with the gaseous aura blade of a sword expert, the result is as clear as water vapor colliding with water. Graduators are combatants whose physical prowess exceeds human limits. Their strength is the measure of a house's prestige and by implication the empire's military might. Vikir reached this level at the age of 30 before his regression. After the regression, Vikir is now only 8 years old. That's a huge step up from where he was before. A level that most swordsmen can only dream of reaching in their lifetime. As a mage, he's probably on par with a 4th circle master. Perhaps in the entirety of the Baskerville family's nearly 100 years of existence, there would be no one else of his age who had achieved this. level of accomplishment. Moreover, the atmosphere of swordplay has definitely changed. The sword technique that Vikir had been using before was the stabbing fang sword technique, which was basically what the hounds of the Baskervilles were trained in. Stabbing fang sword technique, 4 of them. Vikir had pierced through countless defenses with his 4 fangs piercing the enemy's heart like an awl. Still, the stabbing fang swordsmanship was risky. While you can quickly become strong enough to be useful in combat, there are clear limits to your growth. In exchange for the certainty of killing your opponent, you also took a lot of risks. It is the stabbing fang swordsmanship that is best taught to hounds for use as a discard card. However, there is something different about the swordsmanship Vikir has learned this time. It's called the lurking ambush, and it's sinister and painful, moving slowly, and without revealing its power or aggression. The melody of the sword seems graceful and dignified, as if nothing is going on. But underneath it all lies a malicious intent to inflict the worst pain on the opponent. Once you've succeeded in stabbing, you'll be met with an unrelenting barrage of brutal combo attacks that will make you feel like you'd be better off dead. A frenzied onslaught while still being able to protect yourself is the perfect swordsmanship of this whole style, the lurking ambush. Perfect for hiding power. Vikir muttered quietly. At first glance, the lurking ambush strike bore a striking resemblance to a stabbing fang, so it shouldn't be too difficult to hide their swordsmanship. After all, it's called ambush in the first place. Vikir glanced around, making sure that no one was watching. His heart was pounding with the exhilaration of reaching a higher level. Buzzing. The sound of a fly's wings in his ears. I glance down at my wrist and see Beelzebub pointing the tip of a black awl at me. Get in there. Vikir scolded, not daring to show his teeth. On the other hand, he was coldly calculating how much this Beelzebub would affect his current performance.
Vikir van Baskerville.
Age 8. A swordsmanship that can reliably reveal 4 teeth and an aura that has materialized to the level of a thin substance could be said to be at the beginning of the graduator. Combine that with the experience of a lifetime of battle of 5th tooth that can be drawn unsteadily, and the power of the magic sword Beelzebub, which can absorb the skills of monsters, and you've got yourself a force to be reckoned with. If I put my mind to it, I should be able to take on an intermediate graduator. Somehow. A 100 chance of assassination, a 50 chance of hand-to-hand combat. The question is, how far do you reveal your skills? Who's going to believe you when you say you're a graduator at just 8 years old? It would be foolish to show off your skills. In the real world, you're supposed to keep 30 of your power hidden. Vikir paused for a moment to consider the appropriate behavior for an 8-year-old child. It didn't take him long to come up with an answer. Just enough to build up Hugo's anticipation, but not so much as to put his enemies on edge. You don't have to hide your power and live in fear. Rather, it's the right amount of power that gives you a chance to slip under Hugo's radar. A provincial assignment, for example, or a place at the academy. As soon as Vikir leaves the library, he will have to report his findings to Hugo. And he's already done the calculations on how he's going to pose on the proof table. And now, Vikir took a pair of reading magnifiers from his pocket and stared at the window for a long time. Suts. The cover of the lurking ambush swordsmanship manual gradually turned black under the harsh light of the magnifying glass. Crackle. Soon embers. Vikir stares down at the burning book. With that, the sword book that contained the 10 Baskerville formulas was gone from this world forever. It remained only in Vikir's mind. In the distance, he heard servants scurrying about. What is that smell? Sniff, sniff, grab and go. It's not even under a preservation spell, ugh. The servants rushed over with buckets of water and were met by an apologetic Vikir. Sorry, I left my magnifying glass everywhere. If it's something that must be reported, I'll be sure to tell the butler. The servants waved their hands in dismissal. Well, that's not something for the master to apologize for. It's our fault for not keeping you straight. At least it's a good thing you're in a place with a bunch of janitors, hee. The servants seemed to take note of the "if it must be reported" part of Vikir's words. Vikir looked at the ashes on the floor. Well, it wasn't worth much, so I suppose it's better to pretend it never happened, and as you all know, the butler is quite busy these days with the ruby mine dispute with the Morgue family, so who has time for such a trivial matter? The servants nodded eagerly at that. Ah, yes, that's what I thought. Well, we lowlifes always want to make our masters feel comfortable. As long as you look the other way, we're fine. Even they are glad to be spared the annoying report. I see. I'm afraid I'm going to have a lot of work to do cleaning up the library, but I'll make sure the burned books are filled with appropriate transcriptions since I remember the contents. Vikir made sure to finish and turned away. You are a good man. You've thought of the servants, and I'm sure others will enjoy this tale. Ha, hey, you're supposed to tell them about the book. Just praise him. He's nice and impressive. My hearing has become more acute as I've gotten better. I could hear the servants chattering softly behind me, but I didn't pay much attention. He needed to rehearse how he would respond to Hugo's summons as soon as he left the library. So did you have a bad day?
Hugo les Baskerville.
He summoned Vikir to his office as he emerged from his study. He had cleared his schedule to the point of waiting for Vikir's arrival, and he was obviously looking forward to it. Aside from his first and second sons, Vikir had never seen him care so much about his children. But that's no reason to get carried away or panic. The old Vikir had been almost as old as Hugo now. A little bit. Ho ho. Hugo's eyes light up. He's only been in the library for a day, and he can't possibly have gained anything. Most of the other Baskervilles his age are just getting their feet wet with mana and haven't even had a chance to play a real game yet. Under such circumstances, what could a child of only 8 years of age possibly get out of seeing a high-level sword book? But Hugo looked at the son in front of him, whose birth he didn't even know, with an unexplained sense of anticipation that even he didn't know the source of. What did you feel and understand in the library? It was warm and pointy and sharp and squishy, something like that. Hugo ran a hand through his hair for a moment. A child's answer is always hard to understand. But could it be the intuition of a master? Hugo suddenly understood something in Vikir's string of words. No way. Hugo shook his head weakly, even as he muttered to himself. Aura. A sign that one had truly entered the world of swords. A realm that no ordinary swordsman could enter, not even in death. A level that even the prodigies of Ironblade Baskerville could only reach at the age of 15 by training non-stop. That is the realm of the sword expert beginner. Hugo frowned once more. A child of only 8 years old, what was he expecting now? And yet, Hugo couldn't take his eyes off his son's magical face in front of him. What if? The anticipation of what might be made Hugo impatient and forced him to open his mouth. Can you show this father what it is? All humans in Baskerville are reluctant to reveal their true prowess to one another. It's almost instinctive even among parents and siblings. That's why Hugo chooses a cautious tone even when dealing with his 8-year-old son. But Hugo's worries are dispersed so easily by Biker's cheerful answer. Of course. Baskerville Street's Performance Hall. A small child stands alone in the center of this wide-open plain, surrounded by a crowd of people. Vikir's eyes are closed as he holds a short sword long enough to match his size. When Hugo decides to test Vikir's level, a crowd of people flock to the stage to watch the spectacle. Did he say he was underwater for 8 minutes in the Styx? Well, he strangled 2 venomous snakes in their cradles. And for this practical, he's captured a Cerberus. Surprisingly, Hugo didn't deter the onlookers. He just stares at Vikir in the center of the stage. Butler Barrymore, standing beside Hugo, asked, "My lord, how do you plan to test the master's skills?" "I plan to pit him against a proper monster." Hugo was cold to the core. To unleash a monster against a mere 80-year-old. Next, Vikir's opponent arrived. The creature brought by the Guardian Knights was a large green-skinned monster. Orc.
Danger rating C.
Size 2 meters. Found in enemies and the Black Mountains Valley. A species designated as a pseudo-humanoid due to its human-like appearance and intelligence. Due to their strong bodies, low intelligence, and excellent fertility, they live in groups and are no less dangerous than barbarians. Orc, a demonic creature with combat strength comparable to that of 4 or 5 unarmed adult men. Their entire bodies are made up of lean muscle and they are naturally strong, immune and resilient. Captured alive by Baskerville, this orc was ready to hate and rage against the entire world, as he had once been a member of a warlike tribe. The people around him began to murmur. To say the least, an orc is a bit for an 8-year-old. If it's an orc, you'd have to be at least 15 years old to deal with it. Well, if there's still time, the Guardian Knights will step in. Even if they were iron-blooded Baskervillians, most of them didn't understand this matchup. But Hugo didn't say anything and the match went ahead. And then, clang. The orc was freed from his restraints and released into the center of the arena. Pushed back by the spears and swords of the Guardian Knights, the orc made his way to the center, drooling teeth and gums bared. There stood Vikir, sword in hand. The orc lunged at Vikir with both hands open. An 80-year-old child, an easy kill, and it caught him off guard. But Vikir ducks low and avoids the orc's 2 hands. It was a skillful move, exploiting the difference in weight and height. Hugo's eyes widen in amusement. The other Baskerville's gazes were similarly amused. But before the surprise could sink in, Vikir connected with his next move. Bam! He spun around, sword in hand. He may be an 8-year-old child, but he weighs a lot. Vikir's full weight was on the blade and it sliced right through the orc's wrist. Jarrrrrrrr. The orc didn't realize what had happened for a moment. It's understandable, as the opponent in front of him suddenly disappeared and his wrist was sliced off. But before he could realize it, the next reality hit him hard. After slicing off the orc's wrist and slipping out from under his groin, Vikir proceeded to cut off his ankle as well. Thud. By the time the orc realizes that his wrists have been cut off, his ankles have been sliced off and he's fallen to the ground. A silence falls around them. Everyone in Baskerville stared wide-eyed. He's 8 years old. How is that guy physically strong? He looks like an old man. I can't believe he can do that without raising his mana. What was I doing at that age? The number of people surrounding the performance hall grows by the moment. Even the Guardian Knights and servants have come to watch. But Hugo is the only one who remains speechless. Of course, Vikir understood Hugo's reaction. You haven't shown me what you've uncovered in the library yet, I suppose. What you just did to the orc's wrists and ankles was really just physical. I haven't even shown you what I learned in the library yet. And now, Vikir took a deep breath and flicked his sword lightly. It's a fairly heavy short sword for a child, but in Vikir's hands it swings like a puppy dog. As if that weren't amazing enough, Vikir pulled off another astonishing move. Pow! The tip of the blade glows faintly. Everyone in Baskerville, realizing the identity of the light, gasped in unison.
Aura Sword.
The gaseous aura that symbolized the sword expert. It was emanating from the tip of Vikir's sword like a ghostly fire. The aura crackled as if blood was being burned for firewood. An emblem of the Baskervilles, a concentration of life force. The orc instinctively recoils in fear and backs away. He tries to heal the wounds on his wrists and ankles with the orc's unique
skill, Rapid Regeneration.
Binge Fly Beelzebub all. 1 slot Burn Cerberus A.
2 slot Bleed Hellhound B.
Slot 3 Fast Regeneration Norvegicus F.
Unfortunately, due to the power of Beelzebub within Vikir's body, this was not possible. The Hellhound's bleed skill overpowered the orc's rapid regeneration skill. Now the orc would feel the full mortal force of the Hellhound's teeth. Shallow minor wounds that would normally not bleed will surely draw blood in time and will bleed for much longer than normal. If you slit your wrist or ankle, it's a guarantee. Gulp, 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 gulp. The blood on the short sword slowly disappears. The short sword, imbued with the power of Beelzebub, lusted after the orc's blood like a greedy monkfish, and the orc was forced to offer it up as tribute. Over and over again, unable to resist. And in that situation, boom! Vikir's sword swung. And all those gathered in the ballroom saw a single ghastly fong emerging from thin air. The first ceremony of Baskerville. A single stabbing fong appeared and sank deep into the nape of the orcs. neck. Naturally, the orc's breathing was instantly cut off. With the agony of burning in hell, Vikir displayed the kind of innocence one might expect from a 15-year-old in Baskerville. Naturally, words were spoken around him. Crazy, I didn't even feel mana when I was 8. I could barely form a ball of mana in the palm of my hand. That kid looks like a perfect expert beginner. Holy SHT, is that even possible? 8 years old when the youngest sword expert ever was 14. This was unheard of even in Baskerville, a place of sword geniuses. Butler Barrymore said with a mixture of shock and amusement. Congratulations, my lord, a rare genius has emerged, a blessing for the family. Hugo nodded expressionless. But Barrymore looked. The corner of Hugo's mouth, hidden beneath his mustache, twitched upward. He could never get enough of his child's praise, so he chimed in a little more. An orc who can fight 4 or 5 full-grown men and not be overpowered, my God, an 80-year-old killing an orc like that with such ease, no family in the Empire will ever have such a genius again. Enough, Butler. Hugo interrupted Barrymore as if he were a stranger. Then he opened his mouth with an uncomfortable expression. Apparently the orcs are a little strange. What? Orcs are characterized by great regenerative powers, but that guy just lost a lot of blood. A sudden loss of blood in large quantities inevitably dulls them. Was that Vikir guy's sword poisoned or something? That's unlikely. It's just an ordinary sword that was checked and handed over by the Guardian Knights. Then the orc must have been weakened a lot. The man was never one to take compliments lightly. Barrymore smiled faintly and shrugged. Whatever, it was true that Baskerville had a rare genius on its hands. A young warrior who at the tender age of 8 had become a perfect sword expert beginner. When everyone, including Hugo, was quite surprised by this accomplishment. Wait a minute. Vikir caught everyone's attention. Hugo started to turn away but stopped and looked at Vikir. Their gazes locked together. Vikir spoke in a low voice. Is there anything bigger than an orc? He asks and doubles back. A rare prodigy in Baskerville. A young warrior who became a perfect sword expert beginner at the age of only. Is there anything bigger than an orc? Vikir's words caused the training center to heat up. The members of House Baskerville are basically a cold people who don't care about other people except for one thing: when it comes to battle, they're always interested. That was true even for the cold-blooded Hugo. Hugo began to think. Watching him, Vikir thought to himself, it's better to show power in moderation. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. If anything, it would be less alarming for Hugo to see his achievements at a very young age. Showing promise at a young age would also give him an excuse to stay off Hugo's radar, such as being sent to the backcountry or studying in the imperial capital, or perhaps admission to the academy. The third hand was an unwelcome one, so he put it on hold, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. It was time to focus on the here and now. Hugo, meanwhile, was done thinking. Biker has a point. You're at the age where you need to get your hands dirty. It wasn't the right thing to say to an 80-year-old, but it made sense at least within Baskerville. Hugo continued. It seems that the orcs from far away are not good enough for my son's castle. Are there higher beasts in your family's foraging grounds? You'd think they'd find a better bug in the bug bowl. But in the Baskerville's collection, every single one of them is an abomination. They're no match for an 80-year-old. Knowing this, no one, including Deacon Barrymore, speaks easily. Hugo, unable to bear the silence, spoke first. Come to think of it, isn't there an object that you captured as an experiment when you were exterminating the barbarians? Yes, there is only one left. Deacon Barrymore answered matter-of-factly. Hugo smirked. It must be weak from not being fed for so long. But they'll be just as fierce, I'm afraid, and not much of an opponent. For one who's just turned 8 years old. Well, if he does, the Guardian Knights will stop him, and that's the least of the butler's worries. Hugo waved his hand dismissively at Deacon Barrymore's concern. His deliberation was brief, his decision even shorter. Soon the Guardian Knights were pulling Vikir's opponent from the depths of the cellar. Thump, 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 thump. The earth shook faintly. Then a gigantic creature began to emerge wearing a variety of heavy cuffs and restraints. It had a short neck, 2 arms, and legs grotesquely twisted teeth weighed over 400 kilograms and stood 4 meters tall. Troll. Danger rating C. Size 4 meters. Found in Red and Black Mountains Ridge 2. A cannibal with a massive physique and a vicious mind, they are mostly responsible for the disappearance of Huajian people who enter the mountains. Possessing inscrutable regenerative powers, they do not understand the concept of mortal wounds and never die unless their throats are completely severed. A green-skinned giant goblin. Sticky saliva oozes from its severed gums, torn lips, and protruding fangs. The troll rattled the chains and heavy lead weights around his neck, wrists, and ankles. It looked like it had been starving for a very long time. Vikir squinted at the troll in front of him. Then, as soon as the troll stepped out into the center of the smokescreen, the hunt was on. The pot. Vikir lunged at its short sword at the ready. Hugo and several of the older Baskervilles looked on in amazement as he showed no sign of fear. And then, boom, the troll's arm flailed. Vikir ducked low, dodging the troll's fist and digging into the blind spot in his side. Time to deliver the killing blow. But, wham! Vikir didn't actually stab the troll in the side. He simply walked past him and reset his stance. Hugo smirked. Good call. Zagoro trolls are highly regenerative, able to heal from wounds to their flanks and stomachs. It's a waste of energy unless you're trying to hit them where it's going to hurt, which is why Vikir didn't bother trying to pick their holes. Thud, 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 thud. The troll continued to attack Vikir. They pounded the ground with their fists and stomped their feet. Normally, an 8-year-old Baskerville would have been overwhelmed by the sight of these attacks and would have made a series of mistakes, but Vikir was different. The slow, so there's no tension. An old soldier who had spent the last 40 years on the battlefield. There's no way he could lose his composure under this kind of pressure. It's harder to hold back a yawn. Vikir had been dodging the troll's attacks with a relaxed demeanor. In fact, it was the trolls who were losing health with each rampage. The seasoned Baskervilles watched in amazement. You're trying to drain the troll's strength? That's amazing. Is he really 8 years old? I can't believe it. Hehehe, I never thought I'd see such an ahe in my family live long. And see, Vikir's judgment is always spot on and he follows the best route. The troll grows increasingly unruly as he struggles with the heavy restraints. But he is rapidly losing his reserves of health. Its attacks became less accurate and its speed even slower. The patterns were becoming simpler and simpler. Vikir watched the troll's self-destructive demeanor, waiting for the one moment that would decide the game. And then, the troll began to lunge at him, throwing his whole body at him. Victor realized it was time to move out of the way and quickly jumped forward. The body of an 80-year-old child can dodge a troll's attacks, but it can't kill a troll. Not even a genius. That was common knowledge, and Vikir knew it well. If he unleashed his hidden powers, he might be able to kill a troll, but that would complicate matters greatly. So Vikir had been waiting for this moment to kill the troll, to make it as easy as possible. Quack, quack, quack. The troll lunges and Vikir uses the momentum to his advantage. Vikir uses the momentum of the troll's heavy body to thrust his blade in from the opposite direction, cutting through the tough layers of leather and muscle, and severing the nerve bundles in its neck. And then, whoosh, a faint gaseous aura emanates from the tip of Vikir's blade. It's the same one that wowed everyone in the orc battle earlier. Kiririk. Vikir's aura formed a distinctive tooth-like shape and flew straight for the troll's throat. Pow! One sharp fang sank deep into the troll's neck. In the next instant, Vikir twisted his body and slipped through the gap between the troll's sides, instantly blasting a gaping hole in the troll's neck. Oh! Everyone watching gasped in amazement. Biker's seasoned battlefield experience was disguised as genius here. But, jarrrrrrr! The troll was not dead. He jammed his fist into the hole in his neck and grunted as he tended to the wound. A faint sigh escaped from the onlookers. Oh no, I guess one Baskerville isn't enough for a troll. It's definitely a little harder with a gaseous aura. It's a shame, but it's still a monumental feat for an 80-year-old to have gotten this far. Baskerville, one meal you can't catch a troll with one tooth. Vikir knew that already. True, with Beelzebub's ability to bleed, the troll would die a natural death in time, but there was no point in winning that way. That's enough. Any more could be dangerous, so let's stop here. Hugo raised his hand to stop the fight. Restraints. Vikir opened his mouth. Release the restraints. At those words, the faces of all the Baskervilles stiffened. Unshackling a troll at this point. All eyes turned to Vikir and Hugo. Even the mighty Hugo was dumbfounded. Then slowly his mouth opened. My son, you have already proven your worth. It is the mark of a swordsman to walk away when he is satisfied. The tone was stern. All of the Baskervilles were surprised by Hugo's demeanor, something they had never seen before. But the surprise was short-lived as Vikir's words drew everyone's attention. Back to him. We're almost there, and if I don't kill you on the next strike, I'll end it cleanly. A declaration of war. Vikir's words startled all the Baskervilles, including Hugo. How on earth were they going to take down this troll whose tenacity was unmatched? Hugo fell silent, the signal to resume the battle. Caw, caw, caw. The trolls rampaged. Several of the Guardian Knights stepped out of the way of the troll's rampage, removed the cuffs and chains, and led him back out into the open. Then the troll, now completely free, pushed himself to his feet. His eyes red and bloodshot, no longer even pupils. Heh! With a guttural roar, the troll lunged at Vikir with all its might. But Vikir could only stare coldly at the troll. How far should I show my power? The question had already been answered earlier in the evening. Pow! The tip of Vikir's short sword glows a little brighter than before. Some of the veterans recognized it immediately. The density of Vikir's aura had changed. But there was no time to wonder about it as Vikir continued with his next move. Kirik Karak. The tip of the blade flashed towards the charging troll, fangs clearly visible. The troll breaking free of its restraints, running even faster, and the force of the reaction even stronger. And then, poof! The troll is faster and stronger than before, and the tip of the blade is thrust back into his body faster and stronger than before. And then, there were two teeth sinking into the troll's neck this time. The first tooth ripped a hole in the troll's neck, and a second tooth, smaller and fainter but clearly visible, biting ferociously into the side of the troll's neck. Baskerville 2/3. And sword expert intermediate. All the Baskervilles, including Hugo, stand in place with their mouths agape. Thud. The troll behemoth, decapitated, fell to his knees on the ground. 10 men have 10 lives, 100 men have 100 lives. A person's life is unique and cannot be measured by a single formula. But in Baskerville, the Ironborn, a person's life can be schematized and organized like a formula. A typical formula is as follows. Sword expert junior 1 mage circle. Sword expert intermediate 2 mage circles. Sword expert advanced mage 3 circles. Graduator low mage 4 circles. Graduator intermediate mage 5 circles. Graduator advanced mage 6 circles. Swordmaster wizard 7th circle. Sword mastery has been replaced by magical mastery. In addition, the young hounds of Baskerville are not allowed to eat at an age when others would. Their training is grueling, with every moment a firing squad. In the process of digesting them, they usually go through a series of schematic growth spurts. To reformulate it, it goes like this. Sword expert lower 15 years old. Sword expert intermediate 18 years old. Sword expert advanced 20 years old. Gradient lower 30. Gradient intermediate 35. Graduator advanced 40. Swordmaster. Most young hounds of House Baskerville progress according to the following formula. Children of House Baskerville typically first become in touch with mana around the age of 7 or 8, at which point they can at best concentrate it in their hands and feel its warmth. It's not until around age 15 that they can truly channel mana into a sword and
Émis en aura.
This is called the lower level of sword expert. Most members of the Baskerville family learn a sword technique called the Baskerville style, which is divided into 3 levels: first, second, and third. It starts with Baskerville 1, which is the level where you can draw a single tooth with the trajectory of the blade tip, then Baskerville 2 where you can draw 2 teeth, and then 3, 4, and 5 where you can draw 3 teeth. Considering that most 15-year-old Baskervilles who reach the rank of sword expert are trained in Baskerville 1 swordplay, the following formula is established. Sword expert low 1 Baskerville 1 tooth. Sword expert intermediate Baskerville 2 teeth. Sword expert advanced 3 Baskerville 3 teeth. Gradator low 4 Baskerville 4 teeth. Gradient intermediate 5 Baskerville 5 teeth. Gradator ADV 6 Baskerville 6 teeth. Swordmaster 7 Th Baskerville 7 teeth. However, the elite of the elite are those who can master more than 5 styles of swordsmanship. That is only the true heirs of the house. It is no secret that the current patriarch Hugo Les Baskervilles can draw the 7 teeth. It is also no secret that his eldest son, now away on assignment in the far reaches of the country, can draw 5 teeth, and his second son, now in training, can draw 4. On the other hand, those with Van surnames such as bastards and illegitimate children who are not recognized as legitimate cannot learn more than 5 sword techniques, no matter how much mana they have accumulated or how old they are. As a result, there is a definite limit to the number of teeth they can draw, even when they become a gradient. But no one is complaining about this. No one, none. For the swordsmanship of the Baskervilles was so great, and the mastery of the 4 styles was enough to make the world tremble. But there is, even within the great Baskervilles, there are irregulars who occasionally deviate from the formula. The bad ones are the hounds that don't follow the formalized progression and fall through the cracks. These were nothing special really, they were disposed of on the spot. Those who die in training and disappear into the experience of their brothers. Those who die or go missing on a mission and become nothing more than numbers on a damage report, those who are assassinated for family interests, and those who are rarely soldiers. The casualties of the Baskervilles are many, but they become fewer with each passing year. The older they get, the more seasoned they become. However, there are few, if any, irregulars who deviate from the formula in a somewhat different way. Even within the Baskervilles, a family of geniuses, there are those who are recognized as geniuses. Such was the case with Osiris Les Baskervilles, Hugo Les Baskerville's eldest son and head of household. A little sunshine who will lead the Baskervilles in the future, a genius by all accounts. Until now, Osiris has been the greatest genius in the family. But lately a rumor has been spreading. A mother-of-pearl cloud floating in the infant star, a tiny sun that floated beneath the sun. Rumors circulated within the family that another genius had emerged to succeed Osiris Baskerville. Vicaire van Baskerville, 8 years old. A prodigy who, according to the patriarch himself, Hugo Le Baskerville, recently reached the rank of sword expert intermediate. A swordsmanship that could draw 2 teeth and a mana that would be 2 circles. In mage terms, he has perfected at the tender age of 8 what his siblings would have to wait until they were 18 to accomplish. So much so that whenever 3 or more of them got together, even the most disinterested of Baskervilles, they were talking about Vicaire. Yes, you mean there's such a kid. Where's he from? Is it the Van surname? So we don't even know where it came from. Well, it's worth keeping, if not then early. He listened with interest or indifference, sometimes weighing his own interests, and with that Vicaire had already bared his sharp fangs. Meanwhile, stupid people. Vicaire himself, the subject of the rumor, was not concerned with the gaze or reputation of those around him. He already knew where the family's power struggles and dirty tricks were headed. How could he not? He had spent the last few decades as a dog dealer, bouncing from one line to the next. Chulpaduk. Vicaire thought as he watched the haggis fall to the table. I was only going to show 2 teeth anyway. I've had enough of this. Now that we've clearly exposed the true colors, we may be able to utilize some of the house's infrastructure on our own. As I've said before, it's good to be recognized in moderation if you want to. Make sure you stay off Hugo's radar. Vicaire sat in the far corner of the dining room and began to nibble at his haggis. As the salty fishy gruel slides down his throat, he thinks about many things. First, about her true skill set. Currently my official skills are Baskerville 2nd class and sword expert. Intermediate. However, Vikir's true strength is already at the level of a graduator low and, in terms of swordsmanship, a 4th teeth Baskerville. With his profound cultivation in the Great Library, he is on the verge of reaching intermediate graduator. If he continues on this path, he should be able to break through to the 5th level of swordsmanship without difficulty. He'll reach the upper graduator before I turn 17. By then my swordsmanship will be able to reach the 6th form, unlike before. The regression when you were stuck at just 4. What's more, wiggle. The spoon that was unwrapping the haggis suddenly flinched. Beelzebub lurking in the artery of his right wrist had moved. Binge fly Beelzebub all. 1 slot burn Cerberus A.
2 slot bleed Hellhound B. Slot 3 super régénération Troll C.
Beelzebub removes the rats from slot 3 and fills the void by taking the skills of the recently killed troll. His opponent was bleeding, he was regenerating, it was a terrible combination. Add this ability to the mix and he'd probably be even more formidable than the average graduator. Vikir thought to himself as he continued to devour his haggis. It was his 6th serving already and he felt that his appetite had only grown stronger since absorbing Beelzebub. Then, hey, a voice called out from behind him and Vikir turned his head. Unexpected figures stood behind him. The triplets highbrow less Baskervilles, midbrow less Baskervilles and lowbrow.
Les Baskerville.
The trio that would come to be known as the Trident of Baskerville stood behind Vikir. Vikir's brow furrowed. Look at these as holes. Why bother asking, the harsh words come right out. Vikir narrowed his eyes and the triplets instinctively reacted with fear. Is there anything in the world easier to handle than a frightened dog? Vikir clutched the spoon he was using to scoop up the haggis and the triplets immediately waved it away. Oh no, not that one. We just want that. Catching the troll and Cerberus was cool. Victor frowned, not realizing what was going on. Is this a two-faced tactic or some kind of trick? But looking at the trio in front of me, I don't see any signs of advanced psychological warfare. As I stare at them, I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Boom! Vikir had just finished preparing to send a spoon flying toward the foreheads of the 3 puppies. Master! Another voice came from beside him. He turned to see Butler Barrymore standing at attention. He had appeared out of nowhere and addressed Vikir in his usual polite tone. My lord seeks you.
Hugo les Baskerville.
He was now seated on a couch by the window in a state of great irritation. Is the butler here yet? The maid inclined her head groggily at Hugo's question in search of Barrymore. I looked under the window and it looked like they were just coming into the lobby on the 1st floor with Master Vikir. They should be coming up any minute now. Hugo nodded, then shifted his gaze to the side of the couch. On the couch next to it sat a middle-aged man with a handsome mustache.
Mark Adolf.
A delegate from House Morgue, a martial family known as the rival house of Ironblood Baskerville. The younger brother of Morgue Respain, the head of House Morgue. He is a key figure in House Morgue, always present as the acting head of the house whenever there is an outside event. Adolphe lifted the teacup in front of him and drank. Then he looked directly at Hugo with a wry smile. I hope this year's annual event goes off without a hitch. The annual event Adolphe was referring to was the friendly tournament between Baskerville and Morgue. The Morgue and the Baskervilles train together once a year in accordance with a decree from the previous emperor, who said that magic and swords are complementary. Though it was only for children between the ages of 8 and 15, it was a show of force for the imperial family. Even then the atmosphere was frosty, with Hugo, the current lord of Baskerville, and Lespain, the current lord of Morgue, at odds over the ownership of a newly discovered ruby mine in the middle of their territory. It was in this atmosphere that Adolphe, the younger brother of the Morgue family, came to visit. The purpose of the visit is said to be to socialize through an annual event, but it remains to be seen if that is really the case. Hugo shrugged it off. It's just a joint exercise, it's always been that way. Heh, didn't we have 2 children seriously injured last year, one from Baskerville and one from Morgue? They survived and were treated in time, how can you call that a loss? Hugo's nonchalant words brought a line of blood to Adolphe's forehead. After a moment's grimace, he coughed a few times and changed the subject. So let's talk about this joint exercise, shall we? Oh, by the way. Just as he was about to cut to the chase, Adolphe had a sudden thought. I heard that there's a supernova over Baskerville and I'd really like to see it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm just calling it up now anyway. Hugo replied, feigning nonchalance. But the observant Adolphe didn't miss the slightest twitch of the corners of Hugo's mouth. That lizard man responds to his child's praise, that's unusual. It is a surprise in its own way. Adolphe thought for a moment that he should go back and report to his lord, but then he continued. It is a great blessing for the empire to have a once-in-a-100-year genius in Baskerville. I would not go so far as to say that. Hugo bowed, at least formally. However, Adolphe's next words were quite provocative. Well, it's a double whammy actually, because we have a once-in-a-100-year genius in the Morgue family. Hugo's eyebrows shot up at that. Adolphe smiled politely, then motioned toward the door to the parlor off to one side of the room. Come in, little Camus, he said, and say hello to the head of house Baskerville. Then, as if by magic, the door opened of its own accord. In walked a small girl trailed by servants. Her hair flaming red, her eyes sparkling like rubies. A fair face with a small nose, full lips and white, even teeth. Morgue Camus. The girl, who had just turned 8 years old, walked over and stood beside Adolphe without a trace of embarrassment. Hugo's brow furrowed slightly. A supernova of the Morgue family, born only once every 100 years or so. A girl who could hear the sound of genius even within the prestigious Morgue, where only magical geniuses gathered. Morgue Camus. The sight of her clutching at the hem of her uncle's cloak, her eyes shining brightly, made even the mighty Hugo soften his expression a little. But cuteness aside, Adolphe's statement was quite provocative. We also have an 8-year-old genius. Let's see your level of 80-year-old genius. The Morgue family had come to play. Hey, you're not worthy of such a flirtatious provocation. Hugo tried to turn his head away as if he wasn't worth the trouble. The Morgue Camus bombshell pinned his head back. Are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? Camus dropped a bombshell. Are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? The 8-year-old girl's bold question instantly froze the room. First, the servants of the 2 families stiffened on the spot. Even the mighty Morgue Adolphe stiffened in confusion. Hugo too remained silent, looking somewhat dazed. What did I just hear is a thought that peeks through his poker face. The Baskervilles' family room is silent, as if no living thing exists. The silence is broken once more by the camouflage. Give it back, ruby mine. The camouflaged creature strides forward and holds out a white palm in front of you. Hugo, meanwhile, was still dumbfounded by the glare. Had never heard anyone say that to his face before, and even more so when it came from an 80-year-old. Then Adolphe was the first to realize. Hey kid, what's with the sudden rudeness? I told you earlier, uncle, that this man stole our ruby mine. Hey, rascal, when did I? Before you got out of the carriage. Starting this month, the number of research rubies paid to me will be reduced, and it's all because of that stupid old mustache thief. This rascal me. When? If you're asking when, about an hour and 42 minutes ago. Come on, I heard it clearly. The Camus gets a little sour. At this point, Adolphe felt a cold sweat break out. He didn't have to look away to realize it. The temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. An unfortunate mustached old man and a thief. A cold voice came from the front. Hugo turned to look at it, narrowing his eyes. Adolphe pulled out his handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I'll be sure to clear that up later. What does a puppy know? There is no need to explain to me the problem of the house education in the Morgue. Hugo's words were barbed, but he seemed to have already lost his temper. Adolphe turned to the Camus, thinking it was an accusation. Camus, what a rude thing to say to an elderly member of a friendly neighborhood family. But what my uncle said. Even if the servants around you said something bad, you shouldn't pass it on. There are many things in the rumor mill that are inflated. Well, there are many things that are diminished. Adolphe and the Camus turned to face each other. Suddenly Hugo was starting to get annoyed with the whole situation. His mind flashed back to Butler Barrymore's report the other day. First report about the bloodshed with House Morgue at the ruby mines on Red Mountain. We'll have a chance to discuss that soon enough. The morgue will come to me. First, the ruby mines were actually an old dispute. On the border between Baskerville and Morgue, the so-called joint security zone, there is a mine that pumps out high-quality rubies. The problem is that the mine's entrance is above ground on Morgue's territory, while the underground vein runs beneath Baskerville's territory. Due to the angle of the vein, there is only one mining route that can be accessed from the surface, and that is from the mine on Morgue's estate. However, mining along this vein will inevitably lead to digging beneath the Baskerville estate. Imaginary view of Camus mine. As a result, the Morgue have been trying to find a way around this. The most tried and true is to secretly dig a tunnel and mine rubies. However, the Baskerville's hounds, with their keen sense of smell, picked up on the signs like ghosts and raided the Morgue's mines. There was bloodshed on several occasions, but nothing was ever reported in public, so relations between the two families remained good on the surface, even though it was boiling over on the inside. And so it was that Morgue Adolphe, who had come to discuss the friendly competition today, was actually here to talk about the ruby mines and the bloodshed. So Hugo was prepared for that too. I want my rubies back. I can't do my research because I don't have enough rubies. Little did he know that an 8-year-old girl would be so insistent. Hugo put his hand to his forehead at her demand. Look at you, Adolphe. Governor, what kind of disgrace is this on an official visit? I apologize for this, my lord, but am afraid I'm at a loss for words, unless she's saying something very wrong again. What? It's the right thing to say, isn't it, though it's crude coming from a child's mouth. Hugo and Adolphe's gazes met in unison. Hugo tried to channel the swordmaster's superhuman aura to pressure his intestines, but he was distracted by the Camus that had stepped directly in front of. He tries to slow his momentum down enough to make the Camus back off. What do you think you're doing to a child, the sword star of the empire? Persecuting an 80-year-old girl. That's when Adolphe's Pinzon comes in. Adolphe wrapped Camus in a cloak, and Hugo with a scowl on his face. It's embarrassing for an adult to argue with an 8-year-old, but this Adolphe guy keeps trying to exploit her innocence for political purposes. It was very annoying for Hugo. Should we reignite the ruby mine issue, which we've been silent about? For Baskerville it's a matter of pride, and for Morgue it's a matter of business. In the first place, rubies are more important to the Morgue than to Baskerville, as they are used as a key ingredient in magical experiments. Hugo is a closed-minded man who doesn't like to interact with other families, so he just wants to keep his mind off the ruby veins. Training hounds and navigating the Black Mountains with enemies was enough to give him a headache, and he didn't want to get into trouble with a bunch of kids who wanted to play magic with a red stone that was only used for women's jewelry. Give me back my ruby mine. Without the rubies from there, it's hard for me to continue my studies. Camus, you're talking about grown-ups. I can't even stand to listen to the conversation between the girl named Camus and the guy named Adolphe. No matter how you look at it, this is a political performance. But since the other party is a child, I can't say anything, and I can only boil inside. Even if the iron-blooded swordsman, who is in a position to recognize things, asks me to stop. Right then, a voice made Hugo's ears perk up. Don't they teach you not to covet what belongs to others in Morgue? A voice as cheerful and innocent as an 8-year-old camel. It was 8-year-old Vikir. I guess the Morgue don't teach you not to envy what belongs to others. Vikir's words as he entered the chamber changed the mood once again. Adolphe's expression, which had been subtly amused, hardened. Camus also glares at Vikir with an angry expression. Hugo, on the other hand, wore the same subtle expression that Adolphe had been wearing all this time. A showdown between two self-respecting geniuses. The Encenhundrediers supernovae of the two sides stare at each other in the center of the room. Vikir studied Morgue Camus in front of him. Red hair, sparkling ruby eyes, a sharp nose, chubby cheeks, a few freckles. And an innocent expression. Is this the Morgue Camus I know? Her childhood face and her adult face overlap. If you take away the baby chub from that face, take away the haggardness, and add a few more years to it, you'll see a face that Vikir knows. The Iron Blood Empress of House Morgue. She was known as the undisputed genius of Morgue, a magical family that has produced many of the greatest mages in history. In addition to her magical prowess, she also possessed a stunning beauty that captivated the hearts of every man in her social circle, and she was skilled at using her beauty to her advantage. With a figure that could go in one place and come out another, Camus could wrap even the highest-ranking royalty in a skirt, making her the embodiment of power. He did not hesitate to marry for convenience several times, and each time the prestige of the House of Morgue greatly increased. In her prime, when she ruled as the Lord Chancellor, she slaughtered countless demons and barbarians in the Red and Black Mountains, skewering them and burning them with fire to establish a border of blood and ashes. In her later years, she was referred to by the enormous title of Heavenly Empress. Dude, what did you just say? But that's in the distant future. For now, he's just an 80-year-old kid. The Camus asked Vikir in an angry voice. Why is the ruby mine yours? It's ours. Adolphe laughed and Hugo frowned at the sight. But Vikir dismissed Camus' protests with a single word. You must have traveled a long way to smoke this. Hugo laughed and Adolphe frowned at the sight. Meanwhile, the Camus gritted his teeth, realizing that his weapon of choice was a child. So he changed his demeanor and reverted to his logical self. Sa. A chill ran through the girl's body. Dropping her innocent expression, she spoke in a cold voice. Since you seem to dislike talking, let me logically explain why this ruby mine belongs to Morgue. Camus took out a map and analyzed the mine's topography. The only surface mines that can produce rubies are within our family, which means that the Baskervilles can't mine them on their own anyway, and it makes good business sense for the Baskervilles to give us the mining rights to the ruby or beneath the estate in exchange for a percentage of the estate's rent. She is the only child of a prominent mage family who has never been overcome by logic before. Her logic would make even grown men flinch, much less people her own age. But Camus' pride was soon challenged. The mineral ruby is commonly used in magic. There is no reason for Baskerville to mine them, and it would be a great tragedy for House Morgue to have a fool in our midst who would open up our lands for rent. Camus stared blankly at Vikir's argument. For the first time in his life, he had met someone whose logic didn't make sense to him, and it was someone his own age. Weren't most men his age dull and stupid? Camus couldn't help but feel a little confused. Meanwhile, Camus and Vikir's arguments were not those of mere 80-year-olds. Both had a firm grasp on the logic of the Morgues and Baskervilles and Adolphe. And Hugo could not help but watch with interest. Camus narrowed his eyes. Well, that's curious. I've never met anyone like you before. I don't know anyone my age who can talk to me. I go outside a lot. Excuse me, I've been outside a lot already. If you mean inspecting the estate, what makes you think you know anything about my life? Actually, I have no interest in your life. The problem is ruby. If you want to change the subject, do it alone. Vikir's stoic demeanor is replaced by a glint in Camus' eye. You're the first guy I've ever met who's been this indifferent to me, is the classic cliched yet timeless sentiment. I just did that. She's a direct descendant of House Morgue, and she's been the recipient of countless favors. Where else would she go to receive such a blatant pat on the back from someone her own age? Moreover, this is a stage he cannot afford to lose, an argument he cannot afford to lose. My pride has never been diminished. Camus asked pointedly. The mine is in Morgue territory, so the mining rights belong to Morgue. The vein runs beneath Baskerville's territory, so the mining rights belong to Baskerville. I thought Baskerville was not interested in rubies. That's right, they only care about their territory, which is why they don't want you to come in. Is that hard to understand? Morgue is interested in the ruby and Baskerville is interested in the territory. There's no way they can agree on anything. The adults standing behind the children didn't see eye to eye with them, so the dispute was far from resolved. Then, Camus' ruby eyes sparkled. Very well, I'll make sure you know where the ruby or belongs. The Camus picked up a brush and ink from his desk. He began to draw on the floor. A large circle centered on Vikir and a larger circle centered on Camus. The two circles touched each other. Then Camus made a big wall of paper to separate the two circles. The wall of paper was so large that two servants had to hold it up on each side. Then Camus on the other side of the paper wall said, "This is your land and this is my land."
Vikir made no reply.
Only Hugo and Adolphe watched with interest as the two 80-year-olds argued. Then, boom, the wall of paper was torn apart. Camus tore through the paper wall and stuck his arm through. A white chubby arm broke through the paper wall and entered Vikir's land. The camel asked Vikir, "Now whose arm is this?" Adolphe's face lit up when he heard the answer. Hugo's face crumpled. The camel's analogy was clear. Even though his arm had crossed the boundary, he still owned it, and so did the ruby vein. It was the wisdom of his ancestors who long ago, when the persimmons on their persimmon tree grew over their neighbor's fence, went to claim them. But, who does this arm belong to? Vikir is not a very likable character. Chin. A strong grip that doesn't look like it belongs to an 80-year-old grabs a white chubby forearm. Before Camus can squeal, Vikir is the first to speak. "He's mine now." Instantly an immense sense of power radiates from Vikir. It wasn't the kind of power that comes from drawing on mana, but the kind of power that comes from existence itself. It was an overwhelming force that only seasoned hunters from the age of destruction could exude. It was enough to make even Adolphe and Hugo cringe for a moment. Not to mention Camus, who was only 8 years old. What? Camus tried to swat his hand away, but to no avail. Boom! The wall of paper ripped open and Vikir yanked on Camus' arm. The distance between them was now close enough for their noses to touch. For a moment Camus' gaze wavered. It's the first time he's ever seen another child this close, not of the same gender but of the opposite one. On the other side of the wall, the face of the first boy outside of his clan was incredibly familiar and yet strange at the same time. Dark hair, dark eyes, white skin, and a body odor unlike any head ever smelled before, and a breath that was almost too quiet to be heard. For a moment Camus felt a jolt that seemed to knock the wind out of him. It was a very foreign experience for the 80-year-old who hadn't had much experience wandering outside of the clan. He looks cute, Camus thought momentarily, forgetting the gravity of the situation. Is that why he made the mistake of blushing and backing away from an important meeting? My why am I yours? Woo, you're hilarious. It's hard to tell if the attack landed because he's looking down at the floor. Adolphe and Hugo watched the scene with subtle expressions. Humph. Hum. Important diplomatic matters mixed with the tender sensibilities of 8-year-olds made for a very awkward atmosphere that was neither theirs nor mine. Just then, Vikir's words broke the ice. Who says you're mine? At the same time Vikir's grip tightened. Camus was pulled firmly back towards Vikir. Before she could scream in surprise, Vikir's other hand moved. Your arm is mine. As he spoke, Vikir plucked something from his waistband like lightning. It was a sharpened dagger. It was a shocking sight that made Camus, Adolphe, and even the usually poker-faced Hugo hiccup. What a shocking sight. Hiccups. Even Hugo Les Baskervilles, the patriarch of the Ironblade family, had hiccups. Vikir's actions were just as sudden. Camus closed his eyes and screamed. No wonder his arm was about to be cut off. She was screaming and crying at a crisis she had never faced before. Even his uncle Adolphe had never seen her cry like this before. That stop. Adolphe unconsciously raised his mana. The mana of a sixth circle master surged out, pressuring Vikir. But, Sasek. As if he had anticipated it, Vikir immediately let go of Camus' arm and fell backwards. Ah, uncle, he's got my arm. Camus cried, running to bury his face in the hem of Adolphe's cloak. Adolphe stared at Vikir in disbelief, not even angry, before turning his attention to Hugo. Go away, what are you doing? Hugo ignored Adolphe's protests. He simply tilted his head at an angle and looked down at Vikir.
Son.
Son, he said, and Vikir answered politely. Yes, father. Your prank just now was a bit too much, I'm afraid. I apologize, it is a common prank among the brothers of the family. After speaking, Vikir took the tip of the dagger in his hand and bent it. The knife bent so easily it's a fake sword made of rubber. When Adolphe saw it, he exclaimed in disbelief. No, what kind of a toy is this? You've never seen a boy play with a toy sword before, and we Baskervillians play with them from the time they're a year old. It was only at Hugo's words, which seemed to surprise him, that Adolphe opened his eyes and saw the sword in Vikir's hand. It was a crude rubber knife, obviously a fake, the sort of thing that even the average child in the world would play with. My mistake was that I didn't recognize the quality of the knife in Vikir's momentary burst of strength. Seeing Adolphe, who was known for his meticulousness and composure, stumble in surprise gave Hugo a bit of satisfaction. He quickly forgot his own surprise. Now I've thought of something about the ruby mine maybe the morgue will like. So let's just get this friendly competition over with. Hugo's blatant attempt to sell out. Adolphe, looking dumbfounded, tried to protest in Moorish. Blah blah, kying that bastard, I'm not gonna let him get away with it, you'll see. Unfortunately, he didn't have time for that, as he was busy petting Camus, who was blowing his nose against his cloak and whimpering. Thus, an important meeting between the two families was ridiculously interrupted by an 80-year-old child's argument. Magic and the sword are at odds with each other in normal times, but in times of crisis they are a good complement to each other and save the country. In keeping with the former emperor's beliefs, Morgue, the Mage, and Baskerville, the Iron Blade, hold an annual friendly tournament. Children from the ages of 8 to 15 gather to test their skills against one another. By tradition, it is the 15-year-olds who compete in the most intense and spectacular battles with swords and magic, as opposed to the 8-year-olds who compete in theory and mana sensitivity. But for this year's friendly competition, all eyes were elsewhere. The 8-year-old class usually gets little attention. The two youngsters standing there were the main protagonists of the day. Vikir van Baskerville of the iron-blooded House Baskerville. Morgue Camus of House Morgue, a master mage. At the Morgue's initiative, the 8-year-olds were moved to the side of the field next to the 15-year-old class, where the real action was taking place. They would be fighting just like the 15-year-olds. The contrast between the nonchalant Vikir and the venomous Camus was quite striking. Brace yourself, boy. You're not going to get any breaks once you're in the ring. Say something. Vikir could only yawn. The more he does so, the more he stomps his foot in frustration. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the start of the real competition. And with that, the match began. Yawa! A loud cheer rang out. Camus immediately drew up his mana and charged at Vikir. A performance that draws all of its power from the start. It's a great way to get a quick start, but in the long run it's not a good strategy because it reveals all of your cards. However, Camus' talent was indeed impressive. Quadra casting. He casts 4 spells at the same time when most people can't even cast 2 in a row. Even though they were one-circle spells, Fireball, Ice Sphere, Thunder Ring, and Mud Wall, each one of them would be difficult for a 15-year-old in Morgue's household. To perform 4 of them simultaneously is a talent beyond imagination. It was indeed a genius that could only be found once in 100 years, even in the prestigious Morgue. Boom! Fireballs, ice balls, and lightning bolts the size of a child's fist hit the ground. They actually hurt a little, but only slightly, and Vikir ducked just enough to avoid them. It's pretty spectacular, but I think you'd be better off focusing on just one spell for now. What business is it of yours, you magical ignoramus? Camus was chasing after Vikir, diligently controlling his 3 offensive magics. There was a hint of determination to feed him a shot no matter what. But, hook! Vikir dodged a barrage more like 3 child's fists of spells and instead moved closer to the Camus. And then, puck! Vikir kicked the mud wall that was protecting Camus and shattered it. Camus swallowed hard. It was too close to call in its offensive magic. The base of the mud wall collapsed and Vikir's face came into view. Camus felt his heart pounding in his chest. We're down. Camus' eyes rolled back in his head as Vikir's flying palm blocked his vision. Then a searing pain shot across his forehead. Crack. Bam! Camus pulled back, wiping the tears from his eyes, and looked up. Her forehead burned, but that was all. Vikir didn't do anything, just flicked his finger and made a small bump on Camus' forehead. You bastard, are you kidding me? Go. Camus cancelled one of the 3 offensive spells he had cast earlier. Woodshed. Mud wall. A wall of mud was created in 2 layers covering Camus. Haha, now there's a double wall, you can't get through this. The problem is, with the double wall, Camus herself can't see out of it. But, Puck, the 2 layers of mud are as easy to break through as a sheet of paper. It was Vikir's hand that broke through the wall and stretched out in front of Camus' face. Who does this hand belong to? The hand that broke through Camus' wall and into her space. Vikir's fingers moved quickly while Camus was stunned and unable to find the words to answer. The answer is turn off the stronger one. Another snap. Another tear leaked from Camus' eye. He was hit again. Swat after swat hit the exact same spot, creating a second smaller bump. To make matters worse, Vikir's hand slipped away immediately after the second blow. It wasn't like he was delivering a killer blow, it was just a quick slap. Who does this thing dare to play with Miaowawea? 8 years old, a genius girl who spent her entire life growing up like a forbidden jade leaf. Camus screamed at the top of her lungs, unable to contain her rising tantrum. With that, she cancelled all of her offensive spells and formed 4 walls of mud to surround herself. Now how about this? No one can break through this, not even you, haha. Camus didn't seem to mind that his vision had gone completely dark. In fact, he was glad that he didn't have to show his hands rubbing his forehead and his sullen expression. He paused for a moment, wondering if that little bastard Vikir couldn't break through the 4 walls. Camus smiled victoriously. Ho, loser, they say you can't even penetrate walls because you're a dwarf dung bag. Come all the way here, you idiot. But still no answer. Some time passed. Trapped in the mud dome, Camus rubbed his forehead and thought to herself, but this won't let me get out, will it? What should I do? My vision is completely blocked and I can't see what's going on outside. I can't even try to do something different because I'm stuck with 4 layers of mud. I thought, maybe I can cut a hole and peek out. With a little effort, Camus cut a small hole in the mud wall. He stuck his face through the hole to look out. Bam! Biker's hand swooped in like a ghost and delivered a 3rd blow to the Camus forehead. Kaha! 3 lumps. With 3 small lumps on the same spot on her forehead, Camus writhed in pain and anger. She lifted her burning eyes and quickly cancelled all 4 layers of mud walls. As the mud wall collapsed, she could see the face of the insignificant bastard. In the distance. I'm gonna kill him, aha! Camus cried. He was too angry and frustrated to think about his dignity. So he threw away all his defensive spells and cast 4 offensive spells at the same time. A firepower that would have been impossible for a 15-year-old to pull off. Meanwhile, Vikir faced the Camus fury and thought, what should I do? If you want to kill her, you can snap her neck in 0.1 seconds, but that's not the problem right now. Dealing with children is painful. You don't know where to stop and where to start. This is especially true for Vikir, who has spent his entire life on the battlefield. He was too young to be appeased by the younger members of House Morgue. Eventually, Vikir made a judgment call. Morgue's problems are Morgue's problems. It's always cleaner to do things without getting your hands dirty. Boom! A quick glance to the side reveals an intense battle in progress. A nameless 15-year-old Baskerville and a 15-year-old Morgue were engaged in a fierce battle of swordsmanship and magic. Both are so focused that they don't realize that someone is approaching them. The 15-year-old Morgue seems to be practicing a powerful fire explosion spell. And a loud explosion is emanating from the arena. Swoosh! Vikir ducked back and stood as close as he could to the border of the neighboring arena. A very angry Camus followed closely behind him. Well, if there's any more, the arbiters will step in. Vikir shifted slightly and Camus followed him relentlessly, not wanting to let go. And then, boom! An explosion and gasps. Ouch, it's Camus. Oh my God, Ms. Camus. No, it's... Vikir began to see the picture he wanted. Camus summoned fire and ice, lightning and boulders and began pounding the ground. Vikir narrowly avoided all of them, gradually moving closer and closer to the border with the other side of the performance hall. You bastard, don't run away, stick to me. Camus shouted, trembling. It seemed to regain some of the confidence it had lost when it was forced to close the distance. However, the 3 bumps on his forehead made her look anything but cute to others. Vikir raised his palm and tapped his forehead 3 times as he moved to avoid the magic. The smirk on Vikir's face was enough to make Camus lose his cool. I'm not going to let you off easy, you little bastard, not even if you beg. As Camus took his final leap, Vikir stopped running. And that's when Vikir's clever calculations paid off. Boom! The 15-year-old Baskerville and Morgue, who had been fighting in the next room, clashed fiercely. Swords broke and magic burst, sending shards flying in all directions. The 15-year-old Morgue used a massive fire spell that shredded and scattered flames in all directions. Even Vikir and Camus were caught in its path. Boom! An explosion and cries of horror. Ouch, it's Camus. Oh my God, Camus. No, it's... The mages watching the tournament from the sidelines were stunned. But even if it was an accident, it was a fairly minor one. The flames from the nearby training grounds didn't pose much of a threat. However, Camus screamed as he looked down to see that most of the hem of his clothes had been burned away. As she hastily stripped off her still sizzling clothes, she became an underwear breeze in the middle of the training grounds. Luckily, the flames, smoke, and dust around her hadn't yet revealed her nakedness to others, but was sure a gust of wind would do it in a few seconds. Thinking the damage was minor, the guardians outside didn't barge in. Only a few worried voices could be heard. Oh no, not at this rate. The teary, snotty face is not enough, even the underwear-like body is exposed. In front of everyone, what an embarrassment. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? If I show this kind of behavior, I will lose my dignity in the family. I had once been kicked out of the house naked for talking back to my mother. So the trauma was even more intense. Can someone come? Camus crouched down, covering his bare skin with his hands as best he could, worried about the terrible humiliation that would come in a few seconds. But then, just then, flutter. Camus felt the fabric wrapped around his entire body. It was heavy but soft fabric. Raising his head, he saw a black blood-red robe covering his entire body. Where that? Vikir said. He stood in a blur of underwear in front of Camus. Camus stuttered. At that, Vikir shrugged. It's a privilege of children to be naked for all to see and not have their honor tarnished. The idea that it's a disgrace to show what's underneath the clothes is rampant among both genders, but those are the stories of adults. Little kids running around naked is not a big deal or an emotional issue or a flaw. Kids can be kids. Of course, the child may have a different opinion, but at least that's what Vikir thought. After helping Camus, Vikir got up from his spot. Then, Camus pointed at Vikir's face and stuttered. You are bleeding, you are bleeding. Vikir raised his hand and wiped the blood from his forehead. Apparently, when the magic had been dispersed, the shards of the sword had been dispersed as well. It wasn't a fatal wound, but it was blood anyway, and in a fight between 80-year-olds, blood is the difference between victory and defeat. And now, whirring. A gust of wind blows in, sweeping away the dust and smoke from the stage. It reveals a dazed Camus covered in Baskerville's training clothes and a bleeding, naked Vikir. It's unclear what happened in the dirt, but everyone could tell that the mood between them was no longer one for fighting. The look in Camus' eyes in particular tells everyone that the battle is completely over. That dazed gaze was like a blank slate. Meanwhile, the other Baskervilles looked at the naked youngster who stood tall and proud. Ho, did you lose to the Morgue woman or did you win? I can't tell. By the way, the young one is very good. He must have been favored by the river Styx. Of course, all those lean muscles all over his body, you must be keeping up with your training schedule. The fight between the 80-year-olds, which had been impressive in many ways, ended somewhat sourly with the loss of Camus. After the friendly competition was over, Hugo pulled Vikir aside in the corner of the arena. As they walked to the chamber, Hugo turned to Vikir and asked, "How was the battle with the young lady from Morgue?" "It was interesting. It reminded me of the purpose of the event. A battle with a wizard is quite different from a battle between swordsmen. They'll keep learning." Hugo and Vikir chatting away. If anyone else in the family had seen this, they would have been quite surprised. Hugo wasn't the type to talk to his children like this. And Vikir was also feeling quite out of place in this moment. What is this? Was he always like this? I don't actually remember much of Hugo as a child. He was always cold, strict, and cruel. Rumor has it that the reason he was so screwed up was due to the bitter loss of his first wife and eldest daughter. Well, that's none of my business now. While Vikir mulled this over in his mind, Hugo asked his next question in a blunt tone. "What do you think of the ruby mine?" Hugo's core question, a continuation of the argument from before the friendly competition. At the time, Camus' logic had been, we can't mine the rubies in Baskerville. Anyway, so we'll take the mining rights for pennies on the dollar, which was also Morgue's demand. Baskerville then has no choice but to give a realistic answer. Turning to Hugo, who was looking at him with some anticipation, Vikir replied, "I think it's better to give it away." Hugo's eyes widened slightly at that. "You're giving away the mining rights to the ruby mine?" "Yes." "On what basis?" Hugo asked again, and Vikir answered without hesitation. "The Red and Black Mountains through which the ruby mines flow are downstream of the Red and Black Mountains, a little further up. Powerful demons and barbarians abound, and I know this because I recently crossed the border into the Forbidden Zone on a practical assessment," Vikir said, remembering the arrow marks in Cerberus' side. Meanwhile, Hugo's expression was brightening, albeit subtly. So. And the Baskervilles have made it a point to expand their borders by opening up those backwoods. If we can use the Morgue to our advantage, we can minimize the damage to the Baskervilles' frontier. Hugo's eyes glowed blue at that. That's the answer. He understood Vikir's point. If the ruby mining rights were given away, the Morgue would put a significant number of men downstream in the Red and Black Mountains. Baskerville would then be able to open up the wilderness next to them and drive any demons or barbarians that lived there back to Morgue. When you take territory from demons or barbarians, you must dry up their seeds, so that the natives will never seek revenge. Cutting root. I must kill all the demons and barbarians in the land, as well as chase down and kill all those who escape, and then I can take full possession of the land. Return to the land. This is because it prevents the departed from gaining strength and returning to take revenge. But it's a long and painful process to completely exterminate fleeing prey. So Hugo decided to clear the land and drive all the fleeing demons and barbarians to Morgue's ruby mines. The rubies will be even redder with Morgue's blood. You will regret entering our territory, child of Respain. Hugo was pleased with Vikir's answer. The Morgue had gotten the ruby, Baskerville had gotten the territory, and the meeting had ended cordially. "Very well done, a ploy that fits my plan perfectly," Hugo said, stroking Vikir's head. Vikir thought, "Of course it was the plan came from your head in the first place." Vikir knew this well, for before the regression he had served as a hound to drive demons and barbarians toward the Morgue. For now, however, he must simply lower his eyes and answer politely. "Still, I think we should carefully monitor the movements of any Morgue who have entered our territory, just in case. There is no need to worry about that. I have been slowly increasing the number of hounds I have sent there for some time now." Hugo's answer came as a surprise, not that the plan was surprising, but that had bothered to tell Vikir about it. Vikir was stunned to realize that Hugo's gaze had softened to the color of tanned leather. Just as they were about to enter the chamber, "My lord," a voice called out to Hugo from behind, where he turned. Morgue Adolphe stood, and beside him he saw Camus, whose eyes were still red. The way it was clutching at the hem of his uncle's cloak, staring at him, seemed oddly familiar. Hugo narrowed his eyes. "Acting Lord Morgue, what is it, and do you still have business?" "I have one very important business to attend to." "Well, let's go inside and finish it." Hugo opened the door and stepped into the chamber. Adolphe followed him in and sat down on the couch. Camus still didn't say anything. He merely glanced at Vikir before entering, then dropped his gaze to the floor and walked away. He still wore the blood robe Vikir had given him after the duel, wrapped tightly around his body. Adolphe said to Hugo, "The truth is Morgue has been putting a lot of thought into resolving the ruby mine issue amicably, and the rent for the manor is just one of many issues. So what the price of me opening up the lands? What about the marriage pact?" Hugo's brow furrowed slightly at Adolphe's offhand remark. But it wasn't a frown. Hugo leaned forward and asked, "Marriage pact?" "Yes, a marriage between a man and a woman from Morgue and Baskerville. Opening up the lands to another family for money might not look good, so let's paint a good picture by creating a marriage relationship. But a marriage between Morgue and Baskerville, known for their long-standing rivalry, is an awkward and outrageous proposition." Hugo chuckled at the suggestion, which he hadn't even considered. "I see, and who does it link to whom? How about this one's eldest daughter and that one's eldest son?" Adolphe turned his head to look at Camus. Just then Camus' head snapped up in surprise. "It's a sign of the times. He's my nephew," he said, "but he's a great kid. Beauty for beauty, intelligence for intelligence, strength for strength. Nothing is missing, and I think she would make a good companion for the little sunshine of Baskerville." But Hugo didn't care about any of that. "Humph, my firstborn is 20 this year. I thought there was quite a difference in age." 8 and 20, it's only a 17-year difference, isn't it? That's easily overcome. Adolphe was 40 years old this year, wasn't he? Do you think he could meet a 17-year-old? Adolphe suddenly became very quiet. Hugo threw up his hands. "Besides, my eldest son is already engaged to be married." "Is that so, and when?" "It's a prenatal marriage, you don't even know." Hugo's answer gave Adolphe a troubled look. Just then, suddenly Camus raised his head and shouted, "I will not marry anyone weaker than my mother." Her tone was quite confident. Adolphe and Hugo's gazes turned to her. They hadn't even asked for the child's wishes. Adolphe smiled gently and stroked the camel's head. "My dear, if you refuse to marry someone weaker than your mother, you will be a virgin for most of your life, or you'll have to find a man with a huge age gap. I'm looking at possibilities, and I don't want a huge age gap. I like people my own age or younger, and there were a lot of people my age in the audience earlier." Adolphe shrugged at Camus' comment as if he had nothing to say. Then Hugo looked at Camus with a hint of irritation. "Kid, this isn't a buffet. I know, and I'm not interested in picking and choosing." With that, Camus looks up and stares off into the distance. There, standing in the distance, was Vikir. Hugo is stroking his chin with his hand when he realizes where Camus' gaze is headed. "Know you?" Adolphe jumped up and covered the Camus' eyes. "He has the surname of Van, not less, and you're a dragon from the creek after all." Adolphe whispers in Camus' ear, but Hugo, who is now a superhuman, can't help but hear the whispers. That's true, but it's kind of pissing me off." Hugo mumbles a little to himself. Then he turns to Vikir, who is standing next to him. "Well, when it comes to marriage, it's what you think that counts. What about you, my son?" Without hesitation, Vikir answered. "If you say so, I will obey." It was a loyal answer. Hugo laughed heartily at that, and Adolphe's face contorted in bewilderment. "If you ask me to do it, marriage is not a timely process." What a disrespectful way to treat Morgue's only child. Hugo was even openly scratching Adolphe's insides. In Baskerville, there's no such thing as direct lineage. Inferior things come from the family name of less, and superior things come from the family name of fum. Is that what the Lord would say, my friend? Adolphe looked down at Vikir with a smile on his face. But the smile was cold and hard. "I didn't get a good look at you in the training grounds earlier. Do you mind if I take a good look at you?" Vikir finally managed to look up at Adolphe, who stood before him. 6th Circle Master, a powerhouse at the very top of the Mage House Morgue. A delegate to the Great House and a master of words who is often the go-to person for diplomatic and political matters. And known as a terrible nephew fool. Vikir is alone mulling over the pre-regression character data. Adolphe leaned closer and whispered in Biker's ear. Child, I don't mean for you to hear this, but to be the husband of our Camus. You must be of a certain age, it's just a matter of opinion within the family, and personally I don't think you're even close to being the right man for Baskerville. The words were spoken with a hint of bravado. As is characteristic of politicians, Hugo's temper is quite high for a man who had just taken a jab at Camus. But under Adolphe's pressure, Vikir doesn't move an inch, just stands there with an expressionless face. In fact, Adolphe's brow furrows. Why don't you answer me? Are you listening to me? Finally, Vikir's mouth opened. You said it wasn't for me to hear, so I didn't listen. You said it wasn't for me to hear, so I didn't listen after that. At those words, Hugo hastily covered the corner of his mouth with his hand. Though expressionless from the hand up, it was a gesture that hid a smile from anyone who saw it. Camus also stares at him with wide eyes. Hoo. Only Adolphe's forehead is covered in blood. He straightened his bent back to meet Vikir's eye and looked back at Hugo. My lord, will you allow me to speak with this child for a few moments? It was highly unusual for a delegate of House Morgue, much less a top member of the power, to take such an undue interest in a mere 80-year-old. And Hugo didn't have much to say in response to his opponent's overreaction. What are you doing with that kid? Is the mad star of the empire persecuting an 80-year-old boy? Hugo hadn't forgotten what had heard before, and he was returning the favor. But Adolphe was stubborn. Isn't this a child who may one day be my niece's husband, and I'm asking you this as an uncle, not as the head of Morgue's delegation. Oh uncle, it's not like that. Leave my nephew alone, this uncle will take care of it, we all have to see this once in a while. Adolphe says with a stern look on his face as Camus speaks up. He nudges Hugo with a sly glance, a nuanced way of asking him to save face. Hugo threw up his hands, thinking that it had been a long time since he'd had to deal with the Morgue. Do as you please. Vikir readily accepted Adolphe's request. Morgue Adolphe was an absolute powerhouse who had been difficult to deal with even before his regression at the age of 40. He is already the acting head of the family at official events. The chance to experience a little bit of Adolphe's power was a good one. I'm sure Hugo thought so too, which is why he allowed me to attend. After the annual ceremony, everyone cleared out of the ballroom. Vikir and Adolphe stood facing each other in a large field. The observers were Hugo Les Baskerville and Morgue Camus. They stood at a distance from each other, looking at the two men in the center of the arena. Adolphe said, Child of Baskerville, I am about to test your qualities, so show me all that you are. Vikir nodded and thought of something else. If I show you all of me, you'll faint. What would happen if I faced him at his pre-regression peak? 50% in ambush and assassination, 10% in hand-to-hand combat. But I don't have all of my pre-regression strength back, and I don't have to fight to the best of my ability. I just need to fulfill Adolphe's expectations in moderation. Let's see what confidence can do. It's said that masters can tell each other's skill by shaking hands. Vikir thought he'd take this opportunity to see how Morgue stacks up against the top players. Then Adolphe said, Child, I give you a handicap. He raised his hand and swung it toward the ground. Boom! Mud rose up from the ground and swirled around to form the shape of a jar. Boom! The flames from Adolphe's hand solidified the clay. Next, the jar began to fill with water spontaneously. A seemingly simple combination of earth, fire, and water, three magical elements all at once. Just right. Adolphe snapped his fingers and the jar of water slowly rose into the air and landed on top of Adolphe's head. Carrying the jar of water, Adolphe looked down at Vikir and said, I will fight you with this jar full of water on my head if you can get even. One drop of water to flow from the jar on my head, you win. In other words, go for it. Vikir gripped his short sword and took up his stance. Adolphe crossed his arms and stared at Vikir. And then, Tadak. Vikir made the first move. Seeing Vikir charging straight at him, Camus cried out in alarm. You can't run straight at my uncle. Hearing this, Adolphe looks back at Camus with a very regretful expression. Nephew, I don't want you to tell him that. At the same time, a transparent barrier forms in front of Adolphe's eyes. Pow! Vikir is knocked back against the wall as he charges. Shield magic is best when dealing with swordsmen. Even an aura sword will be hard-pressed to stop them. Adolph's words were true. Adolph in particular was a master of shield magic, able to create shields of various sizes, thicknesses, and shapes to suit the time and place. Earlier he had created a shield just the right size to cover Vikir's torso to minimize the waste of mana. However, Vikir is no slouch either. Tada! Vikir used the backward bouncing momentum to close the distance, then immediately turned and moved to the side. At the same time, bam bam, Vikir kicked a few cobblestones in the opposite direction of his travels. The stones flew straight toward the water jar. It's not a good idea to aim for the jug. Without even looking in the direction the rocks were coming from, Adolph used his hands to create a shield. He summoned another smaller shield for the incoming Vikir. Vikir bounced back from another blow. Adolph opened his mouth. From now on I will attack as well. Before he can finish his sentence, fire spears are summoned. Fire bolts descend rapidly through the air, each one powerful enough to pierce the solid soil of the smoke field and create a deep pit. Seeing this, Camus cried out, "Uncle, that's not fair. You didn't even use that kind of magic against me. You are my nephew. Whose side are you on now?" Adolph looked bitterly disappointed. But Vikir was frantically dodging the flying fire spears. That's it. Vikir's familiarity with Adolph's power hadn't changed much since then. This level was already familiar. I see how to deal with him. The seasoned battle experience before the regression and the innocent face of a child afterward. The combination of the two can catch your opponent off guard and lead to unexpected results. Or kill him. A ghastly thought crossed my mind, but I didn't need to make a big deal out of it. Hugo's eyes were on me and I needed to get this right. Vikir moved as if chased by flames. Vikir quickly drew his sword and swung at Adolph. But not a chance. Adolph's shield blocks Vikir's blade. Bong 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 bong. Vikir swung his sword again, but it too was blocked by the shield. Adolph grumbled. Same thing 100 times, your sword can't pierce the shield. But Vikir did not give up. Boom. The sword swings. Boom. And it hits the shield. Vikir kept repeating the same move and Adolph kept blocking the sword with the same shield. Boom 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 boom. The sword was hitting the same place over and over again without missing a beat. Vikir's sword flew with machine-like precision, the same trajectory repeated countless times. At this point, even Adolph realized that something was wrong. Oh. Vikir's blade was hitting the same spot on the shield over and over again. The shield was getting worn down by the blade, especially since it was constantly hitting only one part. The magical fatigue level of that part was already quite high. Ha 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 ha, you're trying to pierce the shield by hitting the same spot over and over again. What a bold idea. I can't help but praise your concentration and swordsmanship for being able to target the same spot over and over again, without missing a beat. However, Adolph's eyes immediately turned cold. But that's like trying to hit a boulder with an egg, and you're trying to do that against the durability of my shield and the durability of your sword. He was right. Bam bam. Vikir's sword struck Adolph's shield for the 10th time. Pow. Vikir's sword finally shatters and breaks. Vikir was forced to retrieve his broken sword and step back. Hugo stroked his chin and remained speechless while Camus looked disappointed. Adolph turned to Vikir, who had retreated into the distance. I admire your stubbornness and willingness to stick to one position, but it's something you have to do while watching your opponent. You're a fine young man, but you're far from qualified to be my nephew's husband. Adolph was about to end the line with an admonition, but he immediately felt the top of his head grow damp and stopped speaking. What is it? When Adolph realized that something was wrong. Gurgling. A trickle of water dampened his hair and began to run down his face. Dazed, Adolph looks up and sees a jar of water leaking from his head. Boom. The shard of Vikir's sword that broke and bounced off earlier had stuck into the side of the jar, causing it to leak water. Adolph, soaked from the crown of his head to his chin and even to the nape of his neck, looked on in a daze. Thud 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 thud. Vikir walked up to him and said, "You're full to the brim." He was referring to the water in the jar, of course. The number of people being born in Baskerville was still high and the number of people dying was still high. The Styx River flowed, the current pushing back the tide. 7 years had passed since the day of the duel of the two 80-year-olds. This instructor can be an angel or a devil depending on what you do. A short-bearded young hound was shouting in a raspy voice. His name is Staffordshire Baskerville, 35 years old, he's a veteran. Knight of the graduator class. An outsider, a commoner, not even given the middle name of Van, let alone Law. But an upstanding man who had managed to cleanse his bloodline by taking the surname of Baskerville due to his outstanding qualities and straightforward heart. In particular, his stabbing fang swordsmanship is said to have reached the level of the 4-teeth Baskervilles. For teeth drawn to perfection. If he's this good, he should be able to lead and teach the younger Baskervilles right now. Now for the final exercise. Practice makes perfect, as I'm sure you're all well aware. Staffordshire glanced at the 15 and 16-year-old Baskervilles in front of him. All look tired and weary, but the chill and poison in their eyes is growing stronger and stronger. The young Baskervilles here, all 15 or 16 years old, are swordsmen who have mastered the sword expert junior class Baskerville one-tooth. Staffordshire checked the trainee's form, then turned his head again. In the center of the training grounds that surrounded them, a huge bear stood on 2 paws, weighing in at 800 kilograms and standing 3 meters tall. There was something else unusual about this giant bear. It has 2 sharply curved horns on top of its head. Oxbear. Danger rating A. Size 5 meters. Found in Ridge 7 Red and Black Mountains. A very large bear with 2 massive horns. A carnivorous bear, the strongest terrestrial predator and a perfect killing machine. It is considered the strongest and pinnacle of the Red and Black Mountains 7th Ridge ecosystem. A demonic creature with few natural enemies other than its own kind. The bear carries 2 massive curved buffalo horns on its head. Its entire body is covered in thick muscle fat and bristly fur. Growling. The beast, currently on the loose in the performance hall, appears to be a sub-adult, not yet fully grown. It's also been in a cage for a long time, so its nutrition is not very good. But that also means it's aggressive and nervous. Staffordshire swung his sword to intimidate Oxbear while encouraging the younger Baskervilles behind him. Now we just need to do what we've been practicing on the demon's corpse. Last time we practiced on Oxbear's corpse, you all know how tough his hide is, how tight his muscles are, and which parts of his body contain which entrails. The meek-looking Staffordshire was a different man when he stood before Oxbear. His eyes glowed with life, and the aura emanating from the tip of his sword was like a giant's grip. Staffordshire exuded such a terrifying aura that it overwhelmed Oxbear, but he never attacked, because it's not his place. Next. Grrr. Oxbear charged. He charged like a buffalo with his 2 horns. The young Baskervilles fight back, each according to their own preferences. Some scattered to the left and right to dodge, while others swung their swords. In front of them, bang! Those who dodge live, and those who meet Hedon fall. Staffordshire continued. If someone stronger than you is coming at you, Hedon, it's natural to dodge. But don't dodge by putting too much distance between you and them, but sneak around them to the side and get in a little attack. The young hound's advice continues. The young hound's eyes glowed, sucking them in like water. Don't be greedy and go for the kill right from the start. It's more likely to be countered. Instead, go for the center of gravity of the body, in this case the right hind leg, so that it's not as fast to move or react. The young hounds followed their handler's instructions and repeatedly attacked the bear's legs as it stood on its 2 feet. Continuing to attack only his hind legs, Oxbear was left with a widening wound that left him with little use of one leg. The menacing antler lunge was sealed. By this time the young Baskervilles had bared their teeth in earnest. They were now hunting dogs who could take care of themselves without the guidance of the Staffordshire. Baskerville one meal, more than 30 teeth bared, tearing at Oxbear's body. The most aggressive were the triplets highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. Quack, quack, quack. They hunted the bear as if they were the boss. They were the boss of the pack, physically shoving aside any cocky siblings who tried to get ahead of them or any dumb siblings who fell behind their peers. And then, thud, Oxbear fell to the ground. Well done. Staffordshire raised his sword and stepped toward Oxbear's body. Thwack. The bear's stomach split open, spilling guts and flesh. After 4 periods of training, lunchtime came naturally. Staffordshire impromptu distributed Oxbear's guts and flesh to the young hounds, steaming red chunks of meat. The young Baskervilles chewed and gulped down the raw, squeamish flesh. Staffordshire said to the trainees as they ate, "Now eat and listen. As of this hour, 3.5 years of basic training, 3.5 years of practical training are over. Congratulations on your graduation." 7 years of training had turned these snotty little boys into young warriors. Everyone here was now a young prodigy who could not only load a sword with mana but also draw a perfect set of teeth. But Staffordshire said they were just getting started. Practicing with captured demons is really just a tutorial that I wouldn't even call realistic, and now you have to create and build your own experience. The advice of an old hound who has seen it all is always worth heeding. The wild beasts of the Red and Black Mountains are not only fit and strong, but also cunning and calm in nature, unlike those that have been left in cages. For a long time even I can't compete with the stubborn and old individuals I sometimes see. That's true of the oxbear I just killed. Facing a full-grown wild oxbear's horns followed by a series of front paws and head bites is dangerous enough for any greater. Controlled variables, a safe environment and set rules, and a wild, unexplored place where you can't survive on your training alone. That's where these young hounds have to go from here. The young Baskervilles already knew that. Staffordshire gestured to the countless scars across his face. You'll have to go through the hell that lies ahead on your own, either overcome it with the blood you were born with or overcome it with your own experience. I have nothing more to say to you, that's all. With a brief Colossus salute, he relinquished his position as leader. The young Baskervilles put down the flesh and guts they'd been tearing up for a moment. Then they steeled themselves for the next 21 months of unexplored territory. Once Staffordshire was out of sight, they gathered in small groups and began to make small talk. Hey, where did you get your knighthood? First-degree Doberman, 2, a pit bull, and a Rottweiler. Oh, none of those overlap with me. I like the Knights of the Wolfhound then. The Shepherds and the Bull Mastiffs. The 7 Knights of Baskerville. Each order was created and operated for a different purpose: vigilance, search, protection, assassination, suppression, and all-out warfare. But the best of the bunch was the Order of the Wolfhound, which symbolized the power of the house. I want to join the Wolfhounds. But you can't just go there because you have to be kicked out. I'm going to be realistic and apply for the Dobermans. That's practically the only place you can get in besides the Wolfhounds. If I join the Doberman Knights, I'll have to watch the castle walls for the rest of my life, and I can't stand that. I'd rather be a pit bull knight. Always on the battlefield. The children murmured. And naturally their eyes slowly began to converge on a single point. But where is he going to go? That was the common question of all the kids here. Even the triplets, who had been the most active in this oxbear hunt, had put down their morsels of meat and were now watching.
Fikir van Baskerville.
A child from outside the family rumored to be Hugo's illegitimate son. He hadn't joined the oxbear hunt but sat alone and still in a remote part of the country. And at Vikir's feet a large oxbear lies dead. A much larger one than the one that had just been killed by the combined efforts of over 30 children. The young Baskervilles stare at Vikir, awe in their eyes. Is he really 15 years old like us? How does he catch an oxbear by himself? From what I've heard, he's already a sword expert. He's also drawn 3 teeth. Crazy, he can use the 3 Baskerville form that makes him almost like a leader hound. Worship of the powerful is common in any group, but it's even more pronounced in the Baskerville family. But the truth is Vikir doesn't pay much attention to the rumors. Advanced sword expert. Advanced sword expert means that the aura at the tip of a sword has become so dense that it can pass between gas and liquid. The children of Les Baskervilles usually reach this stage between the ages of 20 and 25, but Vikir is rumored to have achieved it by the age of 15. But Vikir's true hidden power was beyond that of a graduate or intermediate. It was a full 2 levels above sword expert and comparable to Staffordshire, who had been his leader Hound. Moreover, considering the protection of the Styx River and the power of the demonic sword Beelzebub, his actual combat power would be even stronger than this. If the world knew, it would be shaken to its core. Currently, I've mastered 5 Baskerville forms in terms of swordsmanship. Alone, he has already surpassed the level before the regression. He had never mastered a sword technique above the 4th level in his previous life. Because of this, it would take him a little longer than he had originally planned to become a perfect graduate or intermediate. Meanwhile, Vikir closed his eyes and recalled the oxbear he had just killed. It had been a close call, but the animal had been weakened by years in captivity and had been able to kill it with his hidden skills. Vikir's mind raced as he tried to figure out how good he was now and how much had lost in comparison to his pre-regression skills. He couldn't be bothered with the chatter of the Baskerville's day pups who were just getting their teeth. Then, a topic of conversation caught the attention of even Vikir, who was lost in thought. A young Baskerville had casually mentioned something. So in our line, he's going to the Academy Colossio, an imperial compulsory school where the 7 houses of the empire send their young heirs to be educated. Due to the Academy's capacity limitations, the number of students admitted is limited to a small number from each family. Naturally, only the most elite young people from each family are allowed to attend, which is something Vikir was interested in. Of course, he doesn't have the greed for fame or the desire for education that the other kids do. It's a chance to get away from Hugo and improve my skills. Of course, there's more to it than that, like paying back a debt from a previous life or gaining control of a hidden artifact. As Vikir ponders his next move, "Young master," a voice called to him from behind. An old voice, but still strong, a warm, gentle demeanor. Butler John Barrymore came to stand at Vikir's side. He was one of the few people Vikir had ever felt sorry for in his previous life, and Vikir had come to trust him. Then Butler Barrymore leaned closer to Vikir and whispered, "My lord wants to see you."
Hugo les Baskerville.
It was always unusual for him to seek out his children. At Vikir's puzzled look, Barrymore smirked and continued, "I believe he has decided on your position. It's been a long time since I've been in Hugo's office, and it still smells cold and dingy. Dust from old books, stale cigarette smoke, stale coffee, and a faint scent of blood. Like a seasoned hound, Vikir reads the atmosphere through scent." Then a middle-aged man sitting behind the desk in a swivel chair staring out the window turned and faced Vikir.
Hugo les Baskerville.
The iron-blooded patriarch of House Baskerville. His face bore a slight resemblance to the face of Hugo in Vikir's last memory. Before his regression, suddenly Vikir noticed a single relatively recent scar across the bridge of Hugo's nose. It had been there before the regression, but Vikir had no idea how it had come to be, and his eyes lit up. "Greetings, Hugo answered briefly, then nodded. Vikir continued his casual conversation in a nonchalant tone. When Vikir asked about the scar on the bridge of his nose, Hugo shrugged it off as nothing. "I was struck by an arrow while slaying the enemy and the barbarians of the Black Mountains." Vikir was a little surprised. The mighty Hugo Baskerville could be wounded by an arrow. There was no way a man of Hugo's stature as a swordmaster could have been struck by a blind arrow. There must have been a sniper targeting him. Hugo smirked. "There's a woman who can shoot a bow. Did you catch her?" "No, I didn't, but I did carve one of those same things into the fox thing's face." A swordsman of Hugo's caliber would have been able to scatter the aura of the blade's tip to intercept even the most distant foe. Hugo touched the bridge of his nose for a moment, feeling the scar across the bridge of his nose still throbbing. He paused for a moment, then spoke. "Anyway, congratulations on completing your training." "Thank you. From now on it's harder." At Hugo's words, Vikir nodded. As guardian knight, Staffordshire Baskerville had told her at the end of her training, the real work begins now. 3.5 years of basic training to learn the theory of warfare, build physical strength, and develop an eye for opposition. Another 3.5 years of practical training including combat. Training against real demons and humans and wilderness survival skills. But the enemies they're about to face and the deep waters of the Black Mountains are a hell that will negate everything they've learned about survival. You can only survive if you have a good bloodline or if you are willing to die for it. For the next 21 months we'll be working with the enemy to open up the Black Mountains. Vikir thought as he recalled his pre-regression memories. If things had gone according to plan, he would have become an apprentice. Knight of the Pitbull Knights at this point and been sent to the Red and Black Mountains, crossing countless lines of fire over the next 21 months. He would have been thrown into the fray like a hunting dog to be used a few times and then discarded. But Hugo has a rather unexpected proposal for Vikir. You should be a member of the House of Representatives. It was a surprise indeed. Hugo would train Vikir in the ways of the court. Of course the Baskervilles are a family of seasoned warriors, so being a bard doesn't mean you can't fight. However, it is not uncommon for younger Baskervillians, especially those who are particularly gifted and skilled, to take the path of an unaffiliated warrior after serving as an officer. Hugo's nemesis and second son were on the same path. A man must be strong as with the sword, so with power. Vikir nodded at Hugo's words. While the other expendables were dying on the battlefield, the elites were learning about politics and administration both within the family and outside. And when an elderly elite finally draws his sword and goes into battle, hell have the seasoned expendables to assist him. The elite may start out a bit late, but he or she will build up his or her skills and accomplishments and grow into an even bigger giant with the political and administrative experience he or she has learned. And only the elite can learn more than the Baskerville Five. This is why consumables are not taught higher-level swordsmanship beyond Baskerville 5. It's so that the elites who are late to the game can catch up to the expendable hounds with little effort. It's the same reason why the higher-ups in the country don't teach the people to write. As you say, Vikir bowed respectfully. Head meant to move away from Hugo's side, but instead head grown closer. It didn't matter much though, as he hadn't yet shown much in the way of hidden skills, and this was good for Vikir in more ways than one, as it allowed him to get closer to the center of power. Hugo explained Vikir's new position as an MP simply. The House of Representatives assists the Baskervilles in the executive, legislative and judicial branches of the House of Baskerville's territory, as well as attracting business for the House and running the affairs of the House. In short, successful House members are promoted to senator, which allows them to deal with matters outside of the House, which is not something Vikir is currently interested in. Drac. Hugo opened a drawer and pulled out a few papers. Deacon Barrymore quickly stood beside him with his seal and sigil. Your new position is Deputy Magistrate of the City of Underdog. Underdog City Vikir knew well. The busiest town in the vast territory ruled by the Baskervilles. No, it was more of a metropolis than a town. The Archon is the one who oversees the legislative and judicial affairs of the city, and the Deputy Archon is responsible for assisting the Archon in various ways. Vikir looked at his appointment letter and said, so it's about making and enforcing laws. Yes, and there are currently vacancies for both the Archon and Deputy Archon positions. There was a reason why the positions of one magistrate and several deputy magistrates were all vacant. Originally, Underdog City's ruler was Hugo's second son, and the second son's relatives who took the Baskerville surname were the deputy rulers. But now Hugo's second son was long gone, and the deputy magistrates who were supposed to take his place had been fired or suspended en masse for bribery. And Hugo intends to hand over all the powers and duties of those vacant posts to Vikir. It's a city that's become a state-free zone. Can you do a good job? Vikir nodded. Deputy magistracies are usually held by men in their 30s, but occasionally a prodigy, a genius among geniuses, will hold the position in their early 20s. And it was likely that these young elites would one day take on important positions representing their families. For example, they would be admitted to the academy and after 4 years of studying at the academy they would return to the family and immediately become a magistrate, an elite course for the elite. What Hugo proposed to Vikir was an equally unconventional appointment. I think you're giving me too much power, and a great deal of responsibility, Hugo said with a dry laugh. Your achievements are at least 10 years ahead of the children who are considered geniuses within the family, so I will treat you accordingly. Treatment includes both rights and duties. The greater the power, the heavier the duty. Or to put it another way, the heavier the task, the greater the power. I will endeavor to live up to my lord's expectations. Hugo nodded wordlessly. And then, the land. A piece of paper was stamped with Hugo's seal. With that, Vikir became the deputy magistrate, the de facto magistrate of a metropolitan underdog with a population of 500,000. This is good, Vikir thought. If I use the power of the deputy magistrate well, I can train my skills much more safely than if I go straight into the fray. His hidden teeth and claws would be sharpened. And then Vikir opened his mouth. My lord. Hugo looked up. There was a glimmer of warmth in his eyes that had been absent since the end of the mission. Vikir seized on the threadbare warmth. I'd like to tell you about the ruby mine in Morgawa. 7 years ago, an 80-year-old Vikir had done something daring against Morg's envoys that had made Hugo's stomach turn. Hugo had been so pleased that he had promised Vikir a reward, though he hadn't asked for exactly what it was. And now Vikir was asking for a reward for his behavior in a very clear way. I was wondering if I could borrow. Hugo looked a little troubled at that. Yes, I did, and I made it clear then that I would reward you, you said. You'd tell me if you wanted something. You don't have to listen if you don't want to. Hugo's thick eyebrows arched at that. It won't be difficult. He nodded, then pulled another piece of paper from a drawer and stamped it with his lordship's seal. I trust you won't do anything stupid, son. No matter how many times I hear him say son, I never get used to it. And in truth, Vikir was more surprised by Hugo's willingness to grant his request than by the title. I would never have dared to ask you for a favor before. Perhaps things will go more smoothly than I thought. Stepping out of the guest room, Vikir walked down the long hallway. Behind him, Deacon Barrymore smiled gently. Master. Yes. My lord is very fond of you. Vikir remained silent, not saying anything. Then Deacon Barrymore spoke. I can see that you're not going to put him in the field right away, but you're going to give him the position of de facto ruler. Isn't that the art of imperialism? You're going to use him big and heavy. Literally, if you're going to raise a hound to be used and discarded, you should send it out into the battlefield right now to die. While the hounds are seasoned by their encounters with death, their would-be masters are armed with ideas and knowledge from a safe place. And from this foothold the hounds leap to the heights of the untouchable. In the end, the lower life cannot overcome the higher, even if it dies and rebirths neither by words nor by martial arts. It's a bitter pill to swallow for Vikir, who is feeling it all over again. That's if I do a good job as deputy magistrate. I'm sure you'll do just fine, master, and if you do anything more than passably well there, you'll be the next one to enter the academy. Deacon Barrymore had noticed that Vikir was interested in the academy as well, although he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Meanwhile, Vikir's mind was racing with the policies and exploits of the famous bureaucrats he had seen and heard about before his regression. The letter of appointment to the position of deputy magistrate stamped with the seal of Hugo Le Baskerville, Lord of Iron-Blooded Baskerville, slipped deep into the pocket of Vikir's arm. You'll have to prove yourself quickly. There were many ways to prove oneself and move up the ranks in a short period of time. Vikir chose the quickest and most obvious one. Vikir made his way to the city hall in the center of Underdog City. He made his way across the buildings that housed the many employees and found his office at the far end. The new deputy magistrate is coming today, so make sure the place is clean. Who will he be? I don't care who it is, I just hope it's someone who's a little more hands on. Hey, what do you expect? I heard he's 15. Employees sweep, mop, and clean throughout the building. On a high wall hung a banner welcoming Vikir van Baskerville, the new deputy Archon and acting Archon. Vikir walked nonchalantly past the workers. He was supposed to start tomorrow, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Is this your kid? Did the staff bring him here? Honey, you're not supposed to be here. It's temporarily closed because the High King is coming tomorrow. You can go out there and play. There's a playground outside for the staff. Kids. A few employees blocked Vikir's path. Move over. When Vikir sees the letter of appointment in his hand, he ducks his head in. Confusion. You're early for work, Mr. President. The staff falls flat on their faces, looking as if they've seen a ghost. Vikir walks into the office and sits down in the overstuffed chair. His first order as soon as he assumed his position as de facto ruler was, Order number 1. Colonize the liquor and the women.
Baskerville, Chihuahua.
For 10 years now had been the clerk of the town hall here, and he felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. I can't believe I've been drinking since day one. And he's only 15 years old. After all of his predecessors were suspended for bribery, it's hard not to feel sick to the stomach when a new kid comes in and starts getting promiscuous. What an asshole, and in a sacred workplace too. Chihuahua Baskerville rubbed his forehead with his hand. He was from outside the clan and had been given the surname Baskerville in recognition of his administrative prowess. Although he had to settle for the title of secretary because he didn't have a middle name of Les or La or Van, he was working hard. Man, I've got a lot of work to do, and then some rascal comes rolling in and says at least I had some hope that Baskerville was from the inside. I hadn't gotten my hopes up when the 15-year-old kid said he was coming, but now they were dashed. Even now the sound of clinking glasses, giggling women, and singing clowns could be heard outside the window. Baskerville the Chihuahua twitched his goatee nervously and threw down his
Filin cabinet.
Yeah, damn it, it takes a damned underdog cigar to wake me up and just... But he couldn't get his complaint out. Creak. The door to his office opened, revealing a boy. Vikir van Baskerville, the new Archon. He was finally officially in the office. You're the head of the office. The Chihuahua Baskerville gave Vikir a mock polite look. Yes, sir, I'm Chihuahua Baskerville. You don't have a middle name. The Chihuahua's expression hardened slightly at Vikir's words. To not even have a middle name for a half-breed or illegitimate child was to be from outside the family. Usually those brought in from the outside were indentured servants within the Baskervilles for 3 years before being given the Baskerville surname and formally admitted into the family, which was exactly what Staffordshire and Chihuahua had done. Strictly speaking, they are not blood relatives but users. The new deputies would always use this as a way to discriminate against the newcomers, so Chihuahua had to put up with the bitterness of this atmosphere. But, good. Vikir's assessment came as a surprise. As the Chihuahua's eyes widened, Vikir recalled a memory from the past. Chihuahua Baskerville, yes, I recognize the name. He's a skinny guy and his goatee gives him the image of a lowly Ganshin, but he's surprisingly kind-hearted. And because he was an outsider, he faced a lot of discrimination, and his accomplishments were often labeled as those of a ruler or deputy ruler. This was something that Vikir identified with. Vikir also doesn't trust his own family members, and outsiders with proven credentials are much more trustworthy. I took a quick look at your bio on the way in. You're from Underdog City, right? Yes, I'm a native born and raised here. Then you know the lay of the land better than I, a newcomer to the city. That's right. The Chihuahua hesitated to answer, then realized he shouldn't have. He knew from experience that this would be followed by a string of, if you know so much, why don't you do it? If you're so good, why are you working for me? How dare you try to boss me around? Why don't you just do it? All and so on. But once again Vikir's answer was unexpected. I know the hard work of the people who actually run on the field, and I have no intention of interfering with their principals' customs or styles. The Chihuahua went blank at that. He hadn't expected to hear these words from someone from within the family. Naturally, he was expecting a sense of privilege and to tear down all the old customs as bad. Well, at least you don't seem to be a carcinogenic character. If it didn't do any good, at least it wouldn't do any harm. While the Chihuahua breathed a sigh of relief, Vikir flipped through the papers on his desk. Parallax. The sound of the papers being flipped, and the Chihuahua didn't expect Vikir to be looking at them. But to his surprise, Vikir was looking at all of them carefully. And then, closing the papers, Vikir said, "I don't see anything wrong with the legislative system, but there are a lot of oddities in the judicial system. What you've seen all that the bird?" Chihuahua asked in amazement. "The papers here are hundreds of pages long." But Vikir already knew a lot about the underdog city. It was one of the more prominent cities in the pre-reversion spy and planting operations. There are illegal gambling houses, brothels, slave auctions, and all sorts of private banking going on in the territory. The underground economy of Underdog City is probably quite substantial. The Chihuahua's eyes narrowed. Vikir continued, "Perhaps these are the factors that led to the departure of the previous deputy magistrates. It will not be easy to break the cycle without some sort of compromise." What do you think, you Underdog native?" Vikir asks outright, and the Chihuahua can only twitch his lips. Not only has Vikir grasped all these documents and gotten to the heart of Underdog City's core issues, but he's also consulted with her on the most important issues without looking down on her as a subordinate from the outside. And he came to me on his first day, even a day in advance. At this sudden turn of events which defied common sense, the Chihuahua could only stammer, unable to answer. Vikir smirks. "It's actually quite easy to take down an underground economy. You just have to get to the heart of the matter hidden amongst the dotty remnants of lawlessness." In a previous life, Vikir had a long history of battling illegal organizations in the Underdog City. As a result, he knew almost everything about who was committing what crimes and where they were hiding. He even knew the locations and identities of the bureaucrats who were taking bribes. "It's worth it," I thought, to look through the black books left over from the pre-regression busting of the illegal organizations. It's the job of a deputy magistrate to make and enforce laws. Vikir got right to work. "I honor all the laws that have come before. I'm just adding one new law to them." "A new law?" "Yes, it won't be very long, a few lines at most." Vikir's eyes lit up. "Within a week we will have dried up the seeds of Underdog City's underground economy." Short and bold, he finished and floated off to the academy. There was a war on crime to come, and some laws that would be necessary. And to create and enforce these laws we need a rationale. Hearing Vikir murmur, the Chihuahua felt herself slowly being drawn into the strange aura the boy exuded. She couldn't help but ask, "What's the point? Why do you want to fight lawlessness? I'm still young, and above all, am I not a rookie who will be joining the force tomorrow?" Vikir looked back at the Chihuahua and smirked. "Isn't the least you could do is give me a warning?" The Chihuahua shakes his head, unable to understand Vikir's words. But Vikir doesn't bother to explain further. Instead, he strokes his chin as he looks out the window of the ruler's office. And down at the bar, pour drink, the gathering to welcome the new deputy Archon Vikir is already large. In fact, the party was going strong even without him. And Vikir, who should be the center of attention, is sitting in the high council chambers right now planning tomorrow's events. "Yes, you got a shit to catch shit flies." Vikir's voice, muttering in a low voice, had an edge to it that didn't belong to a 15-year-old. And the Chihuahua thought, maybe this encounter with the boy in front of him would change his entire life. Dortmeyer Street, the main street of the metropolitan Underdog. A notice on a large banner hung in the center of the crowded street. It was unusual for the ruling government to post a notice here, but the content of the announcement itself was nothing new. Article 00 Section 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, law on the prohibition of illegal trafficking in persons. Penalty death. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, Article 00 Section 0. Law prohibiting illegal gambling, penalty wrist amputation. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, Article 00 Paragraph 0. Law on the prohibition of illegal private banking, penalty eyeball removal. Article 00 Paragraph 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, law on the prohibition of illegal brothels, criminalization. Facial tattooing. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Section 0. Law against illegal lobbying sentence deportation from the territory. All laws that were originally there. They are quite strict because they are the laws of a territory controlled by Iron Blood Baskerville. But few citizens trusted them to be upheld. Chet laws only favor those with power. It's all the same to the big guys. Isn't it a world where the law-abiding are the losers? The law is far away, the fist is closer. The citizens of Underdog City, which has an unusually high crime rate, scoff at the Manahan law. They've seen it all before, how the bureaucrats from Baskerville, the fat cats, and the second and third generations of Sadoga collude to get their way. The moneyed, the powerful, and the mighty make it work in their favor. Interpret it, enforce it, and if you're broke, poor, and powerless, there's nothing you can do about it. All they can do is cry, drink, blame themselves for their bad luck, or take out their anger on those less fortunate and weaker than them. Underdog citizens accustomed to this fate are naturally distrustful of the law. Well, at least the previous deputy magistrates were busted for bribery, so maybe it will make a difference. Of course not. The new deputy from Baskerville is 15 years old. What, 15 is the same age as my youngest daughter. What's a girl like that's supposed to do? That's what I'm saying. Pretty soon she'll be roasting in the lobby of the local lords. Public opinion was not very favorable to the new deputy. Some cite his age, some cite his unwritten laws, some cite his scattered gangs, and some cite the myriad temptations that await the novice bureaucrat. Just then, hey guys, come on down to the main square. Big news. The already bustling place became even more bustling. People rushed to the square to see what's going on. Thousands and thousands of people. And in the middle of it all, as if a meteorite had fallen, there is an empty spot. A circular space where no one has set foot. In the center of it all, a cold-faced boy stands with a stick. It was Vicaire Van Baskerville, the newest deputy magistrate, 15 years old. Vicaire held a stick in his hand. 70 centimeters long, a small stake weighing about 3 kilograms. People crowded around to see the new deputy magistrate, but they never got close. That's because of the mountainous energy emanating from the boy's tiny body. Behind this untouchable aura, several government officials stood nervously. They were employees of the executive office, including Chihuahua Baskerville. Oh my God, what is he going to do? He's been standing there since the crack of dawn, do you understand? There's a lot of people here, wow. The citizens and officials alike had no idea what Vicaire was trying to do here. Then, listen. Seeing that the audience was more or less gathered, Vicaire spoke. I am the new deputy magistrate. The murmurs around him grew louder. He's that young, he looks even younger in person, he's cute, what would a kid like that do, and other unserious comments. Ignoring the stares and voices, Vicaire continued. I'm sure you've all seen the notice on the north side of the square. For a moment the crowd's eyes shifted to the north. Sure enough, there it was, a law written on a large banner. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Section 0. Law against tax evasion, sentence kneecap removal. Article 00 Paragraph 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville. Law against smuggling, sentence waterboarding. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Paragraph 0. Law against illegal drugs, sentence tongue amputation. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Section 0. Law against embezzlement of munitions, punishment extermination of 3 legs. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Section 0. Law against adultery, sentence 600 lashes. Well, they're familiar laws that aren't followed. Laws that are only abstract to the weak who have no money, no power, and no strength. The number of commoners punished by these laws since their inception is unknown, and the number of nobles and noblemen punished is zero. A cold reality. The people's gaze shifted away from the banner and back to Vicaire. Vicaire continued. Those are the laws that have been in place since time immemorial, the very laws that have kept Baskerville's self-governance alive. A small chuckle escaped him. It was a clear mockery of laws that were not being followed, of a justice system that was not being followed except by the rich, powerful, and mighty. But Vikir did not seek out and punish the laughter. He simply scanned the public with an indifferent gaze. It was an attitude that lay somewhere between generosity and indifference. Vikir continued, his voice dry again. The laws of Baskerville still stand, and they will be upheld despite the change in vice-regent. When Vikir didn't respond to the audience's jeers, they got a little bolder. Of course, yeah. Yeah. The Chihuahua office manager, who couldn't believe what he was seeing, yelled from the back. You people, what kind of safety do you think you're talking about? This is a man from the Baskerville family. Will it take a blade to slice through his throat to get him to come to his senses? Chihuahua's director is a local official who is well liked by the citizens. So even the people who were booing him craned their necks in recognition. Chet, Mr. Chihuahua is talking over there, let's stop. Gee, I wonder how the director is more charismatic than the deputy director. I'd rather have Mr. Chihuahua be the deputy. Look at that little guy, he can't even respond to the boos without Mr.
Chihuahua.
The law is about to get even more fucked up. These are reactions that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances, but Vikir's youthfulness, youthful face, and indifference to the reactions around him allowed them to get away with it. This time Vikir didn't react at all. Even in this atmosphere of being compared to and devalued by his subordinate, Chihuahua Vikir simply stood there with an expressionless face. The city officials, including Chihuahua's Secretary General, blushed and didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, even the citizens who were booing at Vikir's unresponsive behavior were feeling drained. Maybe he's just a kid, but he can't handle these insults. How can a kid like him be expected to enforce the law? He's just going to let the criminals run rampant for a while. Gazes of abandonment and resignation, mockery and anger, pity and contempt were being directed at one Vikir. And then, Vikir raised the stick he was holding high. And then, poof, he drove it straight into the ground. 10 centimeters into the ground. It's pretty heavy, but it's only a small stake. A child could easily pull it out. When all the citizens are looking puzzled, Vikir, who had taken a few steps back, spoke up. I am hereby promulgating a new special law under the legislative authority of the Deputy Magistrate. Article 1, Section 1 of the Vikir Special Law. Whoever pulls this stake will be paid 100 million gold in cash. It was as simple as that. Vikir Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 1. The person who pulls this stake, hereinafter referred to as the stake, shall be paid 100 million gold immediately, as determined by Deputy Vikir van Baskerville. A law made and enforced by the young deputy magistrate at the age of 15. Upon his first appointment, no one in the legislature objected to this law being made. No one in the legislature objected to the law being enacted because they had no idea what it was for or what it was intended to do. The citizens looked dumbfounded. What, you're going to give us 100 million? You've got to be kidding me. 100 million gold is 4 years' worth of rust rods for ordinary people. You're offering 100 million for a wooden stick. What's this for a show? People chattered. They all stare at Vikir with unreadable expressions. And that included Chihuahua Baskerville and other officials from the
Enforcement Division.
The chatter only increased slightly, but when no one stepped forward, Vikir spoke again. Anyone else? No one answered the question. By this time Vikir had picked up his quill and scribbled a few more words on the notice. Vikir's Special Law, Article 1, Section 2. The person who pulls this stake, hereinafter referred to as the stake, shall be paid an additional 900 million gold, as determined by the Deputy Magistrate Vikir van Baskerville. 100 million gold and 900 million more. Whoever pulls this stake will be paid 1 billion gold in cash. 1 billion gold, that's a sum of money that no ordinary man can touch until he dies. The people began to laugh. This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? What kind of fool would do this? Hey kid, don't play around, let's go in. This is pretty funny now that I look at it, isn't it some kind of stand-up comedy? The people gathered in the square were stunned by the absurdity of the situation. Some of them even openly call Vikir a clown. But Vikir remains nonchalant. Is anyone here? he asks, and he hears a few laughing responses from around him. The faces of the enforcement officials, including Chihuahua Baskerville, turn bright red. Why is the embarrassment on us? The officials in the back are fidgeting, unable to withstand the taunts of the citizens. Vikir nonchalantly raises his brush. Article 1 Paragraph 3 of the Vikir Special Law. To the person who pulls this stake hereinafter referred to as the stake there shall be paid an additional 9 billion gold as determined by the Deputy Magistrate Vikir van Baskerville. A total of 10 billion. At the mention of this sum the room fell silent at once. A deathly silence. Whoever pulls this stake will be paid 10 billion gold in cash. Article 3 of the Special Law of Vikir was proclaimed. The stares and sneering taunts are gone and the central square is silent as if nothing is alive. The absence of sound despite the huge crowds of people gave me chills. Chihuahua Baskerville and all the officials of the executive office were momentarily overwhelmed by the silence on such a massive scale. But Vikir remained nonchalant. Is anyone there? This time no one answered the question. The citizens stared, unable to laugh or talk. What is this? What's going on? Are you really offering 10 billion? Should we leave? Are you crazy? You know what you'll get if you leave. Look at that knife in his waistband. I don't want to be executed for being a rich bastard. You never know. Why is this young deputy magistrate who has just been appointed doing this? No one in the room had any idea why anyone would want to burn 10 billion dollars on a stake that anyone could easily pull out. Could it be that the stake is really heavy, so heavy that a normal person can't even pull it out? Not likely. I've seen government employees carrying them around. Hey, don't go out there, they've got something else up their sleeve. In times like this it's best to stay out of it. It's quiet in the square with only the occasional shouting match. Then Vikir picked up his brush again. He was about to create Article 4 of the Special Law. Let me try. From the crowd a palm the size of a small film rose. It was a girl in shabby clothes, a basket of wilted flowers in her hand. She had a limp and her face was pockmarked with spots that suggested malnutrition. She raises her hand and steps forward only to be stopped by a gracious old man, presumably a neighbor. Hey Judy, aren't you Judy? You don't know what you're doing out here. Grandpa, I'm fine, my mum's sick and I've got to do something. There's no flowers for the bullies these days. You naive boy, you'll get stabbed if you step in at a time like this. You shouldn't be so ignorant of the world. If anything happens to me, please do me a favor, Mum. Judy stepped out into the square, avoiding the disapproving neighbors. Grandfather. Vikir looked down at Judy with a cold stare. Pull it out. Judy clutched her hair as tightly as she could. The citizens looked at the little girl with uneasy eyes, partly pitying, partly mocking, partly intrigued to see what would happen to the poor little thing in the next few seconds. Meanwhile, Judy was breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh, come on, they're gonna have to kill me. She thought I've been a laughing stock in public like this, and they're gonna have to give me a few bucks. How much would it cost to be a clown in front of so many people? I hope I can get a basket of flowers for it. Then I can take a steaming bowl of meat porridge to my sick mum. Judy stretched out her hand under Vikir's cold gaze. Her trembling little hand gripped the stake. And then, snap, the stake was pulled out. The stake was light enough to be pulled out with the strength of a girl who hadn't even eaten blood porridge. Judy was baffled by the ease with which the stake was pulled out. So was the crowd watching, and so were the officials from the enforcement office. Pulled it. I got it. Pulled it. He's got it. The chatter around me grows louder. What will happen to the girl who pulled the stake now? That was the initial concern, the one that had the crowd gathered here on the edge of their seats. And then, Vikir raised his hand. He moved his hand to his waistband. It was where the hilt of his sword dangled. Seeing it, Judy squeezed her eyes shut. He's being executed. She didn't know what the crime was, but it was probably some sort of insult to nobility, some sort of insolence, some sort of greed, some sort of vice. In that brief moment, Judy thought of all the people she cared about who would take care of her mum if she left like this. Just then, no, a near-terminal scream erupted. A skinny woman burst through the crowd. Her clothes were rags, her body skeletal and skinned, and she looked like she was dying, but somehow she found the strength to pull Judy into her arms and kneel before Vikir. "My lord, please, please have mercy." Judith's mother, she fell at Vikir's feet with Judy and began to plead. The lowly dared to be arrogant, not guessing the intentions of the high. "Please forgive me just once, I'm a good child, I'm a good girl, I've survived my father's death, I've fed my sick mother, and I've been selling flowers on the streets day after day even though I'm sick." The mother began to sob uncontrollably. "Please forgive us, lowly things like us don't even dare to be pressed with the blood of your sword, please turn a blind eye just this once, please." The mother slashed her forehead on the ground, begging for her daughter's life. At her cries the crowd began to get angry. "Ma, that's good, what did Judy do wrong? There was never another girl in this market as sincere and good as Judy. What did that mother and daughter do wrong? Who are you to persecute Judy when you have the power?" The atmosphere in the square turned nasty. The crowd, which had been as quiet as death, began to boil. The officials, including Chihuahua, shuffle their feet nervously in what looks like a riot at any moment. Then Vikir reached for Judy. His hand passed over the hilt of his sword and clutched the leather hilt. Behind it, tsk. Vikir thrust the heavy leather sack in front of Judith's eyes. Judy stares dumbfounded at the sack and then at Vikir's face. Then, with trembling hands, she takes the sack and hands it over. She pulls on the straps of this incredibly heavy leather sack. Pow! A blindingly bright golden glow emanates from within the sack. Gold coins, countless, countless, countless. For a moment the room falls silent again. Judy, her mother, the countless others watching the poor mother and daughter, all fell silent in unison. Vikir spoke. 10 billion gold. The words were like some kind of oracle. Judy and her mother were simply kneeling there dumbfounded in front of a sum of money they had never seen, heard, or imagined. And it was the same for everyone watching. This is how the law works. By this time Vikir had declared to all the citizens filling the square, "It will be upheld." The story of the girl who won 10 billion by moving a stick quickly spread throughout Underdog City and all of Baskerville's territory. Rumor has it that Underdog City even provided a bodyguard to protect the girl's winnings. Such is the law, it will be upheld. The short speech of the newly appointed young deputy magistrate was on the lips of countless people. Naturally, Vikir's law, or Vikir's special law, became even more famous than Baskerville's self-governance. The gossips were saying, "The new deputy magistrate is different, isn't he? Vikir says that once he says something he does it no matter what." They say the crime rate in Underdog City has dropped by half since that day. It used to be said that the law was far away and the fist was near, but now the law is near and the fist is far away. Break the law and you're punished, follow the law and you're rewarded. This simple principle impressed the citizens. A society that stands by its principles. The distrust of the law which was not being followed was washed away after that day. The day after the special law was promulgated, illegal activities were noticeably reduced and the crime rate was halved. The darkness that had been so deeply rooted in the Underdog City had been cleared by this one performance. Underdog City Hall. The director of Chihuahua Baskerville was smiling and writing on a signboard, "Amakji Shin," a banner to be hung in the governor's office from this day forward. Vikir stared at it from Chihuahua's side, then spoke up. "Your handwriting is very good, Chihuahua. Sure, I've never met anyone with better penmanship than me since I was born. And I've gotten so good at imitating other people's handwriting because the archons always make me sign for them." The Chihuahua didn't finish his sentence. Vikir had blurted out something unexpected. "Can't I learn to do that too?" The Chihuahua's eyes widened at Vikir's words. It was the first time a high-snouted member of the Baskerville clan from the main family had ever asked him to do something that wasn't a command. Moreover, despite being a sword eater, he was interested in brushes. "Of course I can teach you, I'd be honored. Thank you, will ask you whenever I have time." The Chihuahua hums and teases the brush after hearing the praise. Vikir watched him in wonder. Chihuahua Baskerville. He was an outsider, a commoner who had spent 3 years as an indentured servant to the Baskervilles before being given the surname of Baskerville and formally integrated into the family. Unlike the swordsmen who become guardian knights and are trained in Baskerville-style swordsmanship, administrators are paid less and receive no special training, while swordsmen are motivated to become part of the Baskerville family as mastery of the Baskerville style of swordsmanship improves their skills by several levels. Administrators like Chihuahua have little to attract them, other than honor. As I understand it, he joined Baskerville with the sole intention of serving his homeland. Vikir had seen the Chihuahua a few times before his regression. A man who, for all that he looked like a Gainshin, had the temper of a high priestess and who spouted off to the rulers and deputy rulers. And a capable administrator who was relegated to the fringes and never saw the light of day until he was old and dead. Vikir was thinking about the Chihuahua. By the way, you're doing a great job, sir. The Chihuahua finished his whistle and looked at Vikir. Who would have thought you could pull off such an unconventional performance? Chihuahua, I'm truly blown away, and I've been here for 20 years just as a clerk, and I've never been so thrilled. I'm still shaking in my boots. Vikir nodded slightly. The laws of Baskerville are actually pretty good, but it's not enough to put a law out there. It's important that the people believe in it and follow it. You're right, and you're absolutely right, but that's not what the previous deputy magistrates thought. We can't afford to be angry at the manners for their distrust of the law or their ignorance of it, so I've been thinking about how to engage them and make a strong impression on them. In fact, this is a performance that Camus of the House of Morgue would perform quite some time later, as soon as he ascends to the position of Lord of the Manor. Camus of Morgue, who will later be known as the Auspicious, whether becomes a formidable figure of power and turns his domain into a strong law and order region. The lords of the land would not pick up money that fell to the ground, and there were no quarrels among them, so much so that the crime rate dropped to almost zero. However, his reign of terror did not endear him to the lords. However, in the midst of the war against the demons, Camus' Iron Fist was able to increase human survival rates by leaps and bounds, and indeed even after the generation of destruction, Morgue's estate had the largest population of survivors left. That was the last thing on his mind right now. Now it's about going forward, Vikir said, looking down at the map of Underdog City. With 10 billion in prize money, we're going to have to find a way to fill the hole, right? With that, Vikir picked up a pen and began drawing red X's all over the map. As if he knew exactly where everything was, Vikir drew an X in every nook and cranny. XXXXXXXXX. In no time at all, the number of X's on the map rose to over 100. These are the places where illegal organizations are hiding or will hide in the future. We're going to crack down on them one by one and return the black money to the treasury. How do you know these places are where criminals operate? I smell it. Vikir presses his nose to his lips and smirks. Baskerville's hounds have a keen sense of smell. With the dazed Chihuahua behind him, Vikir continues to recite his plan. In military law, the highest form of procurement is from enemy territory. If we rob everything here, well, raise a lot of tax revenue, we can use it to bolster the welfare system for the poor. Yeah, that's despite the crime rate being cut in half. The performance has reduced the overt crimes, but the ones that remain have become more stealthy and sophisticated. But it doesn't matter. Vikir knew the location of all of these illegal outfits and the key players at the heart of them. It's an area we patrolled and cracked down on tirelessly before we went back. I still have vivid memories of being a hound dog during the war on crime, frantically biting rats in the back alleys. I also knew the tricks of the trade because some of my close colleagues had been bribed. I know how criminals think and behave, where they hide, what they do, how they operate, and how far they go. I also knew all the channels through which underground money would flow for at least the next 25 years. Whirring. Beelzebub, lurking in the artery in my wrist, senses life and begins to twitch slightly. Is hungry for blood. Just then, deputy. The door opens and a clerk enters, looking puzzled. There's a request for an interview at Both Vicky and Chihuahua turn their heads at the words. Chihuahua asks first. Who's requesting an interview on official time? You've been here less than 2 days. Well, that is the Youth Self-Governance Committee of the local government. Office would like to meet with you once. Then the Chihuahua's face stiffened. It looked like it had finally arrived. Vikir broke the ice. So you're saying you want to see the farting bastards in the community? That's right, the youth wing of the Xiangqing is made up of the second and third generations of the local retainers, especially the influential Sadoga. He's asking to see Vikir among the youth of other smaller families within the Baskerville's domain, indigenous families that have long held sway in the area. Most of them have direct or indirect ties to the Baskervilles, often by blood, sometimes by delay, sometimes by marriage. The Chihuahua spoke with an air of disdain in his voice that he could barely conceal even with a tightly clenched fist. It's the Youth Autonomy Committee of the Mali Township office, but it's really just a messy social club. Apparently they have something to say about the Vikir special law. Hearing that, Vikir leaned back on the couch, chin in hand. When you make a law to root out absurdity, it's the most corrupt places that make the most noise. The first backlash against Vikir's special law was it coming from the Autonomous Council. Turning to his Chihuahua, who was watching him anxiously, Vikir spoke briefly. The dung beetles smelled it first. Hadn't he been laying out the shit since his first day on the job, knowing that would happen? Now it's time to get rid of the city-eating pests. A large high-rise hotel in the center of Underdog City. On the 69th and 70th floors, a large club is located.
Burning suspension.
An exclusive social club where the best and brightest of Underdog City gather. It's where the rich and powerful gather to burn off their youth. Champagnes costing as much as 100 million gold a bottle were being flown in, and fast-paced upbeat music was blaring. Hookahs of an unknown variety send up clouds of smoke and colorful lights. Bathe them in color. The atmosphere was so lavish and extravagant that it could have been an imperial court ball. Here, pile it up. Bring it all in. Let's build a tower today. A room tucked away in the deepest recesses of the club. 7 young apprentices were hanging out in this room, which costs 10 million gold for 6 hours and is only accessible to VIPs. Champagne costing more than 100 million gold a bottle is being brought in on. In the center of a large table, champagne glasses were stacked high in a pyramid. At the bottom, 100 glasses are arranged in the shape of a 10-10 square. On top are 81 champagne glasses in a 9-9 shape. On top of that, 64 champagne glasses in the shape of 8-8. 49 on top of that, 36 on top of that, 25 on top of that, 16 on top of that, 9 on top of that, 4 on top of that. One last glass of champagne was placed on top, completing the pyramid-shaped champagne tower. The 7 assembled masters chuckle and pour the 100 million gold champagne. Don Quixote Perignon 666 from the bottle into the top champagne glass. And then, cackle cackle. After filling the top glass, the champagne begins to drip into the lower glasses, gradually filling them up. When the bottle of champagne was halfway empty, the masters ruthlessly threw it away and ordered a new one, and so on. The champagne that filled the glasses at the top would trickle down and fill the glasses below. Thus the 385 glasses that made up the tower of champagne were all full. The master laughed and said, "Hey, drink what you spill on the table." Just then the waiters standing at the entrance to the room rushed over. "Thank you, brothers. Thanks to you I've tasted such precious liquor and improperly pampered. We will serve you with all our souls today." The waiters smile and lick the drops of champagne that have spilled onto the table. The masters chuckle and sprinkle gold coins on their faces. This is the trickle-down effect. Champagne dripping from the top, filling the glasses below, soaking the table. And 7 men laughing at the sight of it. These men were the core members of the local government's Youth Autonomy Committee. It's just a civilian organization made up of 2nd and 3rd generation. Local Tohu Yujio and Sito, but their influence in the community cannot be ignored. They had enough money and power to hold some low-level government positions. But they were still aristocrats lording it over the common people. They had lived in the region for a long time, so they were aware of the situation around them. As such, the Baskervilles also gave them some power and allowed them to handle troublesome matters on their own. In exchange for a small amount of tribute and taxes, they were granted some autonomy by the Baskervilles. In fact, historically speaking, all of the masters here are descendants of families that were defeated and relegated to the margins of the empire's central power struggles. With the exception of the Baskervilles, who have been sent by the emperor to expand the borders of the empire, all of them are nothing special. But the young people gathered here don't seem to think so. It's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. It's better to play here away from the prying eyes of the imperial family. Yes, I went to a club in the imperial capital the other day, and it was much more luxurious here. Besides, we're guarded by those Baskervilles. How safe are we? Giggle giggle, aren't the Baskervilles our hounds at this point? The masters were not without their faults. While the Baskervilles were preoccupied with expanding their borders, they were rotting away inside. So where did the money come from to pay for all this luxury and debauchery? The main source of income for local tax collectors is actually quite modest. At best, the water taxes from the reservoirs that water the fields road use. Taxes, tolls, and the proceeds from the sale of livestock are just a small amount of money to pay the butlers and serfs. Both the money going out and the money coming in are small, but in fact, they had a hidden source of income: illegal slave auctions. This is the kidnapping, imprisonment, and sale of unauthorized persons into slavery. In recent years, the Baskervilles' aggressive territorial expansion has displaced an increasing number of barbarian peoples, so they've been sneaking around the world, luring them in with tricks or kidnapping them by force to sell them. In other words, they would work for free for the Baskervilles and pick up the crumbs. With no taxes and a steady flow of business, money naturally accumulates. With the black money they earned, the masters were able to spend their youth on fire. They can't put it in the bank because it's illegally earned, so they burn it all in cash machines. The champagne tower is full. Go, let the kids in, bring in the good ones. They sent the waiters away for a while. Then we started chattering amongst ourselves. By the way, I said, it's so nice to have an uptight family like the Messinaneros gone. We can have fun without all the prying eyes. Actually, that's the way it should be. We're playing with our own money. Good thing we framed them and sent them packing, huh? Let's not let them be members in the future. They smoked bubbling hookahs and looked languid. One of them suddenly looked up. By the way, have you guys heard about the new deputy? Yeah, I put in a request for an interview. He's got the Barnes surname. Well, if he's a half-breed, he must be a bastard. You should feel honored to be called by us. Cackle cackle, he's gonna come running. They always did something called taming the junior bureaucrats when new deputy commissioners came in. It's not a big deal, it's just a little bit of an extravagant party to dazzle them. It was like putting a leash on a dog, saying, if you're going to follow us, you're going to listen to us. The masters would chuckle. The masters chuckled. His name is Vikir. Have you ever heard of him? I don't know, I've never heard of him. She's 15, they say this is her first time out of the family. What, isn't she a total brat? Yeah, he's a brat. He's got a huge drinking problem. The first time he came to City Hall, he must be a bit of a wreck. Come on, if you think he'll fit in with us. Then one of the masters had a brilliant idea. Why don't we tease him a little bit while we're at it? He extended his index finger and explained his plan. Later, we'll have a big party and invite him over. We'll get the best liquor. We'll get all the girls and we'll have a good old-fashioned fuck. And then later, after the party, we'll make him pay for the drinks. The masters burst out laughing. Okay, that sounds like fun. Don't you think his eyes will pop out when he sees you begging? You need to realize that your eldest son is spending this much money to entertain you. If you take it for granted, you'll go away. I don't think a 15-year-old civil servant would have the money, and he wouldn't be able to find a place to get it because he'd be reprimanded if he reported it to his family. Then you can say it was a joke and pay him back later. The masters had a plan for the new deputy bureaucrat and how to roast him. Just then, gentlemen, the girls are here. A waiter burst through the door with a huge grin on his face. Soon numerous women peeked into the clubroom amazed at the luxury. Some of them were familiar faces and the masters waved at them. Hey, you're back again. After all that. Send him away, we're happy for you, ugh. Why, I thought she was pretty. Hey, come over here and sit down this time. One by one the women entered the room. See, at the end of the line of girls there was a strange one. A boy, maybe in his early teens, a very young-looking boy. He followed the women into the room from the back of the queue, and it was so natural that the waiters didn't even bother to stop him. The 7 masters scanned the women cracking crude jokes and finally spotted the boy. But what's with him? Did you bring a male waiter? Well, he looks cute. Oh, don't you know him?
No, I don't.
The teachers, the waiters, and the women all look puzzled. What is this kid doing here? One of the waiters raises his eyebrows. He walked in so boldly that no one thought anything of it. How dare you little shack, tell me where. But he couldn't quite reach out to grab the boy by the hair. Oops. The sound of something thick and hard breaking. The waiter suddenly realized that his wrist had been turned in a strange direction. The boy had just broken a grown man's thick forearm with sheer brute force. What you? 3 or 4 waiters pounced at once, but it took less than a second before they were all on the floor. The masters' faces hardened slightly. What's with you, kid? What are you doing here? Do you know who your brothers are? I know. The boy's voice was devoid of any emotion. They're the idiots from Xiangxing. No respect, no fear, no cowering, not even a hint of contempt. The masters were stunned for a moment. Then, with a single hearty laugh. That's right, we're the idiots from Xiangxing. He must know who we are. Then we only need to know who he is. Kid, who are you? The masters were debating whether this was funny or not. But it was. The boys' next words wiped the smiles off their faces. Vikir, the new deputy magistrate. Vikir van Baskerville is here. The apprentices slid their feet off the table. Then he rose to his feet and asked, Vice Exarch, what brings you here? You called for me. At Vikir's words the masters exchanged another blank look. Then, Wahahaha, this is hot, deputy, I didn't think you'd come so soon. The mood is not good. Moreover, the masters had just been insulted and their pride had been bruised. Shall we start taming the new recruits right away? Sure, let's buy some liquor. What if we roast them, boil them, sit them down, and then ask them to pay for their drinks later at the end of the party? But their cute little plan didn't quite work out. Thud. Vikir slammed his hand on the table. And TSK. The black aura of the Baskervilles emanated from him. The mana in Vikir's body radiated through his hand and into the table. A ferocious resonance of violent vibration. Boom, 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 boom. On the table, in the glasses, the champagne suddenly began to boil. And then, the great tower of champagne in the center of the room changed. Pow! A single glass at the top of the champagne tower suddenly exploded. Numerous glass shards and champagne drops sparkled and scattered below. Boom! Clink, clink. Clink, 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 clink. Clink, 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 clink. The 4 glasses that were downstairs. 9 glasses downstairs. 16 glasses downstairs. And 25 glasses downstairs. 36 glasses downstairs. 49 glasses downstairs. 64 glasses downstairs. 81 glasses downstairs. 100 glasses below that, all exploding and shattering one after the other. The champagne tower had collapsed. It didn't collapse from the bottom, it exploded backwards from the top. Ding, 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 ding. Countless glass shards and champagne drops rained down on the VVIP room. Under the rain, the masters of Sadoga could only say one thing. We were going to pay for the 7 masters gathered in the VVIP room were all smart and ruthless. The House of Montblanc, the House of Pierre, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Chanel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, the House of Prada. The 7 indigenous families of the province in which they work have lived unnoticed by anyone except the Baskervilles. Even those from the Baskervilles have been persuaded by their wealth and the public sentiment behind them and have become friends. Life had never gone their way before, so they assumed it would be the same this time. So it's true that I was a little naughty this time. But This time things were different. Hudu adu 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 adu. A shower of glass and champagne bubbles rained down on the VVIP room. The glass and boiling champagne reflect the brilliant light of the chandeliers. The 7 masters of the 7 families whose entire bodies were drenched in. The sharp hot showers wore dazed expressions. Did you just blow up the champagne tower with a mana resonance? Just by touching the table. And not from the bottom up but from the top down. All of them had a basic understanding of martial arts in their own right, so they could see the absurdity of what Vakir was doing. To be able to channel mana into an object cause it to vibrate with resonance. And then explode it at exactly the right spot was not something that could be achieved with normal mana proficiency. Moreover, the glasses shattered from above, not below. It would take a master of the technique to shatter the glass on top of the table while the glass on the bottom is still intact. And the fact that the direction of action is vertical not horizontal adds to the difficulty. This means that you have to be able to manipulate mana stalks that are much thinner and finer than microfibers like limbs. Ultra-difficult mana manipulation, the realm of the truly badass. There is only one thought on everyone's minds. Gradient. Monsters who can slice through boulders the size of their fists with their swords and knock down birds in flight with their momentum alone. I wonder if these masters who are barely above the rank of expert are not some vague, untouchable powerhouse. Vakir's face remains expressionless. However, the black aura coursing through his shoulders is that of a grim reaper. If death had a tangible form, wouldn't it look like this? The masters, soaked in a shower of champagne, began to shiver. He's crazy, he's a 15-year-old kid. Dude, you're an expert intermediate, do something. Shut up, you won't last a second. In the midst of all the urgent exchanges of glances, one of the masters muttered in a dazed voice, "That's right, Vakir, I thought I'd heard of you." At that, all eyes snapped to one side. He spoke in a stuttering tone. Vakir van Baskerville, the supernova of House Baskerville, dived for 7 minutes before he was born, strangled 2 vipers in his cradle, hunted Cerberus at the age of 8, dueled and defeated House Morg's Madness Castle. The other masters' faces change as if they've just heard some crazy urban legend. But what if they were really true? The gazes of the masters now turned to Vakir again. The symbol of the gradient, the liquid aura. Unless the urban legends are true, there's no way to explain the deathly aura that radiates from Vakir's entire body. My God, what other 15-year-old kid in the world is already a gradient at that age? Even in Baskerville, the home of geniuses, this has never happened before. Perhaps the same could be said for the Colosseum, the Imperial Academy, or even the entire Yellow City. In the end, the masters could only smile awkwardly and say something. We tried to pay for the... I wonder if they realized that the grim smile they've always seen etched on other people's faces is now etched on their own. Meanwhile, Vakir, hearing this, replied nonchalantly, "Of course you will pay for the liquor you have consumed." Hearing this, the 7 masters closed their mouths in disbelief. "Oh, by the way, we haven't eaten yet." He had inadvertently given away his plan to embarrass them. Still, since I hadn't met Meg yet, I thought I could make a good excuse and get away with it. If only it weren't for Vakir. He's only 15 years old, but his soul is already worn out. Vakir saw right through what the 7 masters were trying to do. What, you're going to play with me and then blame me for the cost of your drinks? The 7 masters jumped and shook their heads at Vakir's question, which seemed to pierce their veins like a ghost. That would be impossible. Who would do such an unscrupulous thing? How dare anyone from the Baskerville family ask us to? The 7 masters felt. The other party wasn't just strong in combat power, their minds were also unstoppable. In the end, they lowered their tails. They had been arrogant enough to think that Baskerville was their dog, but now that they stood in front of Vakir, they could no longer afford to be so ruthless. Apparently, the Baskerville's hounds are not easily baked or boiled. But a certain amount of pride built up over the years as the 2nd generation of the local holding family has allowed them to save some dignity for last. Actually, we wanted to test you, Deputy Magistrate. The masters composed themselves and spoke in a polite manner. Vikir remained expressionless. Taking the silence to mean let's hear it, the masters relaxed and continued. In a polite tone. Honestly, Underdog City is quite corrupt, isn't it? If you're going to purify a city like this, you shouldn't be able to resist such a temptation. You are indeed worthy to lead us. I will follow. Oh, let me take this great spirit as a lesson for the rest of my life. I will express it to you today in such a way that you will not be disappointed later. They bowed once more to Vikir and spoke in earnest voices. Some of them even winked at Vikir in an attempt to appear casual. And then, one corner of Vikir's mouth slowly lifted. A smile. This small change completely changed the mood of the room. Just a moment ago it had been a creepy graveyard atmosphere. And that alone had been enough to terrify the seven masters. But now, an almost maddening sense of gravity. A suffocating pressure began to weigh down on the seven masters as if they were being buried alive in an earthen tomb. Unable to breathe properly, they began to shiver, the smiles on their faces completely lost. Vikir walked slowly to the front of the seven masters who were now cowering. Like frogs in a snake's stomach. A master can test his dog as much as he likes. But not the other way round. A dog can never test his master under any circumstances. It was a moment that reminded her of Hugo's teaching from long ago. Vikir paced slowly in front of the frozen masters. You have all this money and power, so you're not afraid, are you? He asked. Unsurprisingly, there was no reply. Vikir continued. It's just that I've never seen anything really scary. So how dare you pretend to be expected to be gentle, to be relaxed? And the price of that pretense was heavy. Vikir pulled a flimsy stick from his arm. It was the very same stake that had won the girl a prize of 10 billion not long ago. Billion. A dull noise. The stake bent for a moment, then flew out at a tremendous speed, smashing the face of the master in front of her into a bloody mess. The blow came from nowhere with no end in sight. Teeth gnashing, spittle blood, and tears snorting. In the time it took him to blink 3 times, Vikir struck him 7 times. Across the face, head, neck, and shoulders, and then did the same to the others. The next thing you know, they're all sprawled flat on the floor of the VVIP room. Puck, thud, 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 thud. Vikir didn't stop beating them for a long time after that. Do you know why you were beaten? I don't know. Why are you hitting me all of a sudden? If you don't know, you must be beaten. Vikir swung the stake in a nonchalant tone. Looking at his expressionless face, the masters thought he might actually die. At this rate. Oh, I know, I think I know why you're hitting me. The dogs begged desperately through their busted lips, torn tongues, and broken teeth. They pleaded with their torn lips, torn tongues, broken teeth, and the red blood that gushed like a fountain from every inch of their heads. But the owner remained unimpressed. Sweeten the deal. Vikir's flogging doesn't stop at the red light. The rumors spread quickly. A group of 7 people who had been living high on the hog, indulging in extravagance and vice, had been arrested all at once. The citizens of Underdog City always talked about it whenever they got together in groups of 3 or more. Well, they were trying to get in the way of the new deputy mayor, and they got caught. Oh, aren't they the ones who used to treat the common people like bugs, and now they're in charge? But what do you think will happen to them? The new magistrate's personality doesn't seem normal, so they won't just be released, will they? They're still the 2nd generation of a native family, I'm sure hell. Let them go with a moderate amount of humiliation. The crowd naturally turned their heads away. In the northern part of the central square, a banner was still fluttering in the wind. Article 00, Paragraph 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, law on the prohibition of illegal trafficking in persons. Penalty death. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, Article 00, Section 0. Law against illegal gambling, penalty wrist amputation. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, Article 00, Paragraph 0. Law on the prohibition of illegal private banking, penalty eyeball removal. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville, Article 00, Paragraph 0. Law on the prohibition of illegal brothels, criminal offense, facial Tattooing. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Section 0. Law against illegal lobbying sentence extraterritorial deportation. As it was originally labeled, there were no exceptions to the law. There was no special provision for the rich and powerful to be forgiven. The crimes of the seven masters could not have been clearer. They were guilty of illegal sex work, illegal lobbying, illegal human trafficking, consuming and distributing drugs, and making ill-gotten gains in the process. Tax evasion, assault, and sexual assault were obvious options. So the sentence is clear. Death.
No excuses, no mitigating circumstances.
People chattered. You're going to execute the sons of those 7 indigenous families. Fool, don't you know the character of the new deputy? He burned 10 billion. On a single stake. If you kill those 7 bastards, the repercussions will be devastating. Why don't we just give them a few good whacks and humiliate them? Yes, I don't think they'll get the death penalty though. They all spoke in unison. This is a power game between the new politicians and the indigenous tycoons. And if the latter would just bow out and keep their heads down, everything would be smooth sailing. And just as people thought, Mont Blanc, Pierre Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Ferragamo, Hermes and Prada offered their sincere apologies to the new deputy. The local retainers bowed and entered. The citizens did the same and clicked their tongues when they saw the carriages representing each family laden with lavish tributes making their way to City Hall in the dead of night. The 7 rascals who had been detained would now be released unharmed and would be given a good shouting match by their landlord father. That was the end of it. The local keepers will either avenge this humiliation in some way, or they will bow down and look the other way, and for a time the 7 rascals will do their time and keep quiet. The new young deputy magistrate has scored a nice victory over the native wealthy. The citizens will be moderately pleased, moderately outraged, and moderately forgetful of this obvious outcome. They will. No, I knew it would happen. Until this morning, when 7 heads were hung in the center of the main square. 7 heads salted and disemboweled. Bereft of their bodies, their heads were contorted as if they had been in terrible agony on the brink of death. The notices beneath their heads detail the additional punishments they received before they died, before they were executed. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville Article 00 Section 0. Law on the prohibition of illegal brothels sentences facial tattooing. Executed in accordance with the above law, tattooing the word color on the entire face. Article 00 Paragraph 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville. Law against illegal gambling sentence wrist amputation. Enforced in accordance with the above law, both wrists were cut off. This sentence is retroactive to the number of times he violated the law, so after his wrists were cut, he continued to cut them for a certain length of time. This prisoner was sentenced to 72 wrist cuts. Article 00 Paragraph 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville. Law on the prohibition of illegal private finance sentences. Eyeball removal. Executed without prejudice, taking into account the pleas of the victims of these prisoners. Article 00 Paragraph 0 of the Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville. Law against illegal trafficking in persons sentenced death. Executed according to law. Constitution of the Autonomous Region of Baskerville. Article 00 Paragraph 0. Law against illegal lobbying sentence exile from the territory. Banishment outside the city walls except for the head, as they are already exiles. The citizens could only gape. The law itself was always there, so there is no need to think of it as excessive or harsh. The problem is that the prisoners who were subjected to the law were not ordinary prisoners. It's not just a power game. This is a war of attrition that will last until one of them is gone. There was no one who didn't expect a bloodbath. Not long before the sentence was carried out, Vikir stood before the grate in the dungeon. Inside the dungeon he could see the 7 masters bloodied and groaning. Imprisoned. Now you shanky woo abujahate, it's all over. Get out of here, bah, how can I? For the love of God, let them go. And before him stood Baskerville, the Chihuahua, restless. Oh my lord, what did you do to beat them like this? He sounded more than a little pleased with himself. Vikir, who had been standing beside him, expressionless, suddenly turned his head. Do you think what I did to these men was excessive? What? Oh yes, of course I do. A fashionista deserves a good beating, and if you turn people into meat patties like this, how are you going to pay for it? Later. Vikir smiled wryly. Don't worry about it, I haven't even started yet.
Chihuahua asks confused.
Vikir didn't answer but thought about it. Township offices were originally meant to check and supervise local maladministration, edify local society, and coordinate relations with the city hall. But over time they had become more and more like a red herring, and now they had surpassed even the power of the malevolent Baskervilles.
Gamani no diu.
To leave it. Wang Fai's bastardist family name. The way they growled, it was even more so. But Vikir, soaking up their hatred, seemed unperturbed. I will execute them all at the end of the day. At those words the masters in the cage fell silent. Vikir spoke once more. While I'm at it, I'll exterminate them all, from the babes in the club to the demons in the streets. The fearsome words were unmistakably true. Everything would be done according to his word 100 of the time. A war on crime had been declared. The masters looked dumbfounded for a moment, but now they grabbed the grate and began to shake it. Now come on, good boy. Haberma Bazusi. Gazing all over the place. People who usually look at others like bugs crawl on the floor like bugs. At this moment the Chihuahua was feeling complex emotions. He wondered if he would ever see anything like this in his life. On the other hand, he feared the retaliation of the local indigenous leaders. Their retaliation is both sleepy and deadly. From now on no spawn would come to any of Vikir's businesses, and attendance at his events would be very low. The city would be at a disadvantage in trade with other cities, and tax revenues would dwindle. But Vikir was nonchalant. It was as if he had all his bases covered. There's nothing to worry about, sir. But their families won't be able to protest. Yes, why? Vikir answered the Chihuahua's question with uncharacteristic ease. They're involved with criminal groups large and small in Underdog City. How does the Archon know that? Vikir remained silent, not wanting to say he'd seen it before the regression. Then the Chihuahua looked concerned. But it's the proof that counts, isn't it? And even if we do get proof, what kind of retaliation they'll do next? Don't worry, there are plenty of them. Vikir laughed. Well, find the evidence. If we don't find it, we make it. And everything that happened next was beyond Vikir's concern. For Vikir was already thinking about moving on. I don't know who's going to replace me, but it's going to be tough. I don't expect Hugo to stay on as deputy for long. The world was about to change, and there was a good chance that he would be sent into actual combat in the near future. So it didn't matter much to Vikir's future if he threw a temper tantrum here. And now, he would have to leave as soon as he was accepted into the academy. So while you're here as a deputy, you might as well get some discipline. The answer was to prescribe medicines that were highly effective even if they had some side effects. This would soon become a reputation that would propel Vikir's career. It didn't matter who came after him. Vikir hated members of his own Baskerville family the most. But 1,000 miles a day. To do that, I need to make these 7 sixth formers naymasters in front of me spit out all the evidence of their collaboration with the criminal element and even their location. Vikir stepped up to the bars and said, I will tell you what you are accused of. Illegal kidnapping and imprisonment of women, sexual assault, intimidation, forced administration of illegal drugs, human trafficking, and forcing them into the sex trade, as well as bribes, extortion, blackmail, and murder of government officials. The masters were outraged. That's the karma of the enemy. Well, punish you when we have proof. Well, punish him when we have the evidence. Are you saying there's a crime, but no evidence? That's right, Jerson. The masters look at each other puzzled. Then a determined look crosses their faces. If I have to die here, I will do so without harming the family name. If we blow it here, we can't expect revenge. The clan would turn on them, and even if they did, Vikir, given the nature of that psycho, he might go further and use the sit-in system on the clan, tearing them down to the roots. Never ill, never tell. The 7 miscreants shut their mouths ready to die for their family. But, oh, now you're here. Vakir waved towards an entrance in the dungeon corridor. Apparently he had been standing in front of the grate all this time waiting for someone. The 7 masters followed Vakir's gaze with curiosity and anxiety. And there walking towards them was a gaunt old man carrying a large basket. Your customization is complete, my lord. The old man was a torturer who worked in the basement of City Hall. And then, Vakir overturned the basket and spilled its contents onto the shelf. Clink clink. What emerged were hundreds of knives. Each one grotesque and hideous, bent, twisted, distorted, blunt and sharp. The old torturer grinned, showing his yellowed teeth. Wow, I've been torturing people for the past 30 years and I've never seen anything like this before. How did you come up with all these creepy devices? I didn't invent them, they were commonplace where I was. Was the place you were before like hell? Well, it was close. You want to learn a lesson. The instruments were gruesome even for a torturer who had been doing it for 30 years. Vakir picked them up and walked back to the grate. Gain. Instinctively sensing something, the 7 masters crawled away from the grate, but just as quickly. Thud. Vakir brazenly pushed open the door to the cage and stepped inside. Before he regressed, he remembered the faces of his old comrades. I remember even demonic prisoners spat out military secrets before their
Torture technique.
The tortures of the Age of Annihilation made even the demons from hell cry and shit themselves. Vakir, who knows all about the future torture techniques that have improved by leaps and bounds in the short time he's been dealing with demons, can't help but find the sandals with their determined expressions cute. You're making faces like you're never going to blow. Vakir says with a faint smile. Please don't blow. This was genuine. He wanted to keep the memories and nostalgia alive for as long as possible. Night, the outskirts of Underdog City. For some reason, luxury carriages have gathered in droves in a vacant lot at the back of the city where no one usually comes. Black tents cover the huge clearing. Masked aristocrats and wealthy men stalked into the barracks. Today is the day of the slave auction. Naturally, it is a slave auction that is not officially reported to Baskerville. As such, the slaves being sold here are undeclared goods. There were many people who could not be traded as slaves in the first place. Barbarians displaced from their homes, nobles from distant lands, or commoners kidnapped out of nowhere. They were chained, hawked, or drugged to the point where their will to escape or report was completely broken. Or they were commodities that would be welcome to tonight's freak show. Yes, come.
Come.
A clown dressed as Pierrot welcomes the audience. Next, a middle-aged man walks in front of the clown. The middle-aged man, who has a long goatee and a somewhat scruffy appearance, keeps looking around to see what's so unsettling. The clown checked the middle-aged man's credentials. Mr. Montblanc, the Chihuahua. Ah, so you're from the Montblanc family, and your fabulous signature is a Montblanc trademark that no one else can copy. The clown grabbed a middle-aged man named Chihuahua Montblanc as he tried to let him pass. The Chihuahua is visibly flustered. The clown squinted at him and said, I see the purpose of your visit on your certificate says you're not here to buy slaves but to sell. Ah, that's right, I came to sell them. What about for sale? Well, I've got him tied up in the back there for a while and I've only got one anyway, and he's a young lad so he doesn't take up much room. The clown smirked and ducked his head again. I see, he said, the Montblancs always buy slaves in bulk, and since you're here to sell this time, I was wondering if you didn't like the ones you bought last time and wanted to get rid of them. The Chihuahua wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and shook his head. No, sir, I'm always satisfied with the quality of the slaves I buy here. Isn't that right? That's right, we only sell carefully selected slaves. We kidnap barbarian women, commoners, and young noblemen from distant provinces who have lost their families and homes and have nowhere else to go, and we train them like rats and birds. They are obedient and never think of running away or rebelling, and we guarantee their quality. The clown turned to the Chihuahua and bowed politely once more. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to the freak show. There was a strange tension in the auction room. Under a haze of hookah and tobacco smoke, masked men and women sat in a circle. around center stage. Here were all the movers and shakers of the underdog underground economy. A lady in a butterfly mask salivates at the sight of a naked barbarian male. Slave on stage while a gentleman in a bat mask salivates at the sight of a mercenary male slave on stage. There was no discernible public for the things that came up on stage at the auction house. There were objects, old urns, famous works of art, sharp swords, and there were rare animals and horses, and there were people branded as slaves. But for the wealthy people who gathered here, the distinction was a good one. They're used to seeing objects, animals, and people as the same thing. The masked dignitaries, their mouths covered by fans, were chatting amongst themselves. I hear it's all the rage in the imperial capital these days to capture and display grotesque-looking slaves. I don't pay much attention to fashions like that. I just think a slave should be pretty and handsome, that's all. I don't know, slaves are supposed to be good at work or good at fighting, aren't they? Ha ha ha, I'm drawn to the tragic past that slaves have, which is why I prefer them to come from fallen nobility or kidnapped nobility. Well, whatever, I hope there are plenty of slaves available today. Most of the attention was on the slaves. The MC, dressed as a clown, stepped onto the stage and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yes, this sword and shield, surely a relic of an ancient civilization, has gone for 30 million gold. Any more? All hail the snake-masked man over there, who will take home this lucky piece of armor. Now on to the next item for sale. Everyone look at this beautiful jeweled crown. It must have been worn by a king of a defunct kingdom somewhere in the history books." Then the eyes of the crowd, which had been focused on the slaves, suddenly snapped to attention. It wasn't a human being, but it was enough to focus all the attention in the room for a moment. A black buffalo covered in lean muscle. It has huge horns, a massive body, and 3 glaring eyes. Infernal buffalo murcielago. Danger rating A. Size 3 meters. Found in Red and Black Mountains Ridge 2. A type of cattle that inhabits the oil realm in the depths of hell. It is said to have 19 hearts and will not stop charging until they are all stopped. It was a gigantic beast that inhabited the enemy and Black Mountains. But the reason why no one runs away when this monster appears on stage is simple. This murcielago was dead. The MC shouted. Now this sale is a stolen kill from the Knights of the Baskervilles, a precious danger rank, a beast with its hide, meat, bones, entrails, and everything else to spare. There were 19 wounds on the hell buffalo's body. Apparently it had only died after its heart was destroyed. The price of this carcass immediately began to skyrocket. 100 million gold. 120 million. 140 million. 190 million. 200 million. 250 million. The entire auction house erupts in excitement, even though the human slaves are not. Having sold the carcass of a hell buffalo for a good price, the MC took the opportunity to lead the auction in earnest. Now it's time for the auction for humans and their ilk. With that, humans of all kinds began to walk onto the stage. A barbarian man with a dead look in his eyes, as if he had given up on everything, a kidnapped noblewoman crying and begging to be sent home, a terrified commoner boy who still had no idea where he was, and a fallen noblewoman screaming that she would rather be killed. 100 million. 200 million. 250,000. Take it, and 7,000 more. I got that bitch, no one can touch her. You're being ridiculous, get more money. The more they cry and scream and despair, the more the madness of the humans surrounding the stage intensifies. Just then, the MC, buoyed by the brisk sales, suddenly looks puzzled. Haha, you put this one up for sale too, huh? Gee, really? Oh, okay. I'll see if I can sell it. He stutters as if he's having trouble communicating with the men behind the scenes. He composes himself and continues. Now this next one is a little different, a little more appealing, and still has plenty of room for improvement. In other words, even the slave traders aren't quite in control yet. After the slave was painstakingly wrapped, the MC dragged it to the center of the stage. Unlike before, this time the slave was locked in a sturdy metal cage. A series of guttural screams erupted. Inside the cage, a barbarian girl with a stern face was rampaging madly. She must have been about 17 years old. She had black hair mixed with silver triangular pointed ears and a face that was a dark color, but it looked like it had been smeared with ash and was normally a light brown. He wore a choker with thorns around his neck, and the animal skins he wore as clothing were little more than rags. Peeking through the rags, its body was toned and lean, but its face was unrecognizable through the ash, and it was snarling and snapping so fiercely that no one bothered to raise a bid. A language I don't understand at all. Moreover, the stench of animal feces that had been wafting across the stage since earlier, and the body odor that seemed to have not been washed in decades, caused the noblewomen to turn away with frowns on their faces. Ah, who buys this? It's enough to make even a clown talking to himself. Still, he had to sell, so he did his best to make a point. Come on, slave traders say they've picked this one up from the depths of the jungle. Come on, don't you think a slave this fierce could use some taming? Use him as a night watchman or a gladiator. This is your chance to prove your slave taming skills. I'll start the bidding at 5 million, let's go. But no one raises their hand. Usually there's someone who calls out the lowest bid for the sake of the moderator's dignity and the atmosphere of the auction house, but this time there wasn't even that. 8, then let's lower the minimum bid a bit. 3 million. Anyone got 3 million? Then you don't have it either. 2 million. I'll take it at 2 million. I'll say it again, you don't have it either. Okay, 1 million. I'll take 1 million with my eyes closed. Take him and boil him for human consumption. I'll sell him for nothing more than meat. But in the end no one raised their hand. The moderator grunted and waved his hand. Forget it, this isn't selling. I told you, only put up guaranteed items. Get them backstage and use a windbag next time I want. Soon the slavers were on stage, pulling down the cage that held the barbarian girl. The girl even managed to bite off the finger of the traitor holding the cage, cutting it off. The atmosphere in the auction hall became chaotic. The organizers had to control it somehow. So what did they do? The MC knew it was time to bring out the big guns. Attention ladies and gentlemen, Jumuk, keep your eyes peeled, because I have what I consider to be the best lot of the day right now. And then a man stepped onto the stage. A boy with handcuffs on his wrists and heavy chains dangling from them. He looked to be about 15 years old. Despite the weight of the restraints, the boy's gait is effortless. There was a faint murmur of admiration from the audience at his confident and calm demeanor. As he stands at the center of the stage, the torchlight from above illuminates his face. The boy's appearance was revealed in a glow of light, and the audience's jaws dropped in unison. Wow! The expressions of all the noblewomen and some of the middle-aged men gathered here had become dazed. The appearance of the slave boy on stage silenced the room for a moment. Cheeks that hadn't yet shed their milk, but a chiseled jawline nonetheless. A prominent nose, full crimson lips, straight dark eyebrows and long lashes. And those precious black hairs and red eyes. Vara's whole body was tanned to a healthy brown color, but there were white underwear marks here and there, suggesting that her skin was originally flawless and white. The boy's good looks shone through even with the basic makeup applied to the slaves on stage.
Fikir van Baskerville.
He was on the stage. The MC said, "Now what do you think? This is the last item up for auction, and with the quality of the goods we can expect a great bidding war." Alas, there is still silence downstage. Even the barbarian girl in the cage, who had been rampaging on the far side of the stage after winning the auction, had become mesmerized and quiet since Biker's appearance. Then someone raised a bidding sign. 600 million. The lady in the butterfly mask gasps. 600 million, no, 65 million. Then the middle-aged man on the other side of the table jumps to his feet as if he can't lose. 800 million. What the hell, aren't you a man? What's a man got to do with 800 million? That's not it. A man would take her and use her for what? He's gonna use her as a gladiator, for crying out loud. What the hell, do you think she can even hold a sword properly? Come on, you two, if you want to fight, go home and fight, and I'll call it a night. I call 1 billion. 1.5 billion. 13 billion. 15 billion. A bloody price war has begun. Numerical prices now began to jump by the billion. just as the moderator was getting ecstatic calculating the fees. 6 billion. The amount dropped like a bomb. Out of the corner of everyone's eye I see a fat man munching on his food. The author. Baron Gambino of the Granary, a rare find. Crazy, that's one big barrel. I've heard he's been raking in the dough lately, absorbing underground funds. The people around you turn their heads with bitter expressions. Some of the noble women, gritting their teeth, tried to scrape together enough money to make a stand, but it was a long shot against Baron Gambino, who was now making a name for himself as the newest rebel in the underworld. Then, Baron, wouldn't that be too much to spend? The secretary at Baron Gambino's side spoke up. Dressed in a greenish-blonde short skirt and one-eyed glasses, she looked quite cold and domineering. Baron Gambino frowned slightly at the secretary's point, then coughed. Well, a slave that off-white can fetch a much higher price in the imperial capital. It's worth it to buy them and sell them later. Even though he's an off-white boy, 6 billion seems a bit excessive. Besides, isn't it the story of the Baron who bought him and then left him to fend for himself that makes reselling him questionable? Baron Gambino glanced up, seemingly conscious of the stares around him, and then burst out. Shut up, you wench, I gave you something you had no right to have, and now you have the audacity to stand on your master's head. I like her, I bought her with my own money. Baron Gambino shouted, and the secretary sighed and shook her head. Then Baron Gambino, who had paid a hefty sum for the item, smirked and brought Vikir to him. He raised his thick hand and began to cupping Biker's ass. Biker stared in disbelief, alternating between Baron Gambino and the hand cupping his ass. Baron Gambino chuckled in satisfaction at the look on Vikir's face, a look that said, "Head never seen anything like this before. Why, it's new to you, get used to it, for it will happen often from now on. Don't worry, to be fair, I'll let you touch my ass too later. Tonight," Baron Gambino said, scanning Biker's body with a lecherous expression. The moment Biker raised his hands, not realizing he was asking for his handcuffs to be removed, Baron Gambino smirked and reached for the keys. Snap, snap, snap. The handcuffs in front of you are ripped off in the blink of an eye. Steel cuffs tearing like paper, and the chains. With the force of his grip, Vikir shatters the restraints on his wrists. Then, at a loss for words, he held out his palms to the dazed Baron Gambino. On your ass. There was no time to protest, no time to say anything. Vikir rolled over the Gambino Baron's fat body with such ease that he soon had his hands on his fleshy ass. TSK, TSK, TSK. There was a terrifying sound, and Baron Gambino began to squeal like a pig. A gurgling fountain of blood drenched the surroundings. A chorus of screams erupts from the bystanders as they see a man being torn alive. Soon the mercenaries who had been acting as guards begin to rush over. But thud, thud, thud. The necks and torsos of the lunging guards separated at once and rolled separately across the floor. Before he knew it, Vikir had drawn a long sharp blade that protruded from his wrist. Whirring, whirring, whirring. Beelzebub, the magic sword, began to weep as it drew blood. Strike, strike, kill him. The nobles called for their personal escorts. Swords drawn, mercenaries and knights charged, their auras rising. Suts. Vikir unleashed his aura as well. The swordsmanship that followed was Baskerville's fifth form. 5 of the lurking ambushers flew out at once, biting into the nape of their foes' necks. Thud, 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 thud. A shower of blood. Headless torsos crumble to their knees. Behind them, the knife men who had barely escaped death could only stare in horror. An aura as red and sticky as blood gradient. The ultimate weapon representing a nation's national power, a killing machine. For the sole purpose of killing. For every step Vikir took, he made sure to cut the throat of another. Every step he takes, he kills. Biker had only traveled a short distance, only a few dozen paces, but already a shower of blood was falling around him. There was only one thought on everyone's minds. We don't stand a chance against the graduates. As soon as the swordsmen saw Biker's aura dripping like liquid, they gave up the fight and began to withdraw. But, you fools, there's no business in Deguri even if you're a greater. If you run away now, you're all going to slavery. Yea, so you're not going to make any money. Think of your families. Here and there the shouts of nobles and signers turned a few swordsmen on their heels. By now the chaos in the auction house had subsided somewhat. Heavily armed mercenaries now numbering in the hundreds surrounded Vikir. What the hell is that kid? How is he a greater at his age? Are you human? What are you? Everyone is confused, but the enemy is clear. Countless swords, spears, arrows, and magic surrounded Vikir in layers. No matter how strong the gradient was, there was no way it could survive this onslaught. Even, you bastard, drop your sword and surrender this instant or none of your men will live. The clown on the stage was threatening Biker with a hostage. The clown was holding a knife and about to stab him in the neck. The chihuahua with its long goatee was shaking and looking at Biker. Biker paused and stood. As he does, the mercenaries around him draw their swords and slowly close in on him. Just then, "Your Excellency, I'm fine, please take care of yourself," the chihuahua exclaimed with a determined look. Soon he grabbed the clown's arm and began pulling him toward him. The clown was more surprised by the chihuahua's behavior than by the fact that he was trying to kill himself by stabbing himself in the neck with someone else's knife. "You're crazy, what are you doing? Let go, there is no compromise with injustice in my dictionary besides ID. Rather die than get in the way of my superiors. What kind of a line is that for a face like yours? Get off me." The clown and the chihuahua began to tussle, killing each other. Biker smiled wryly at the sight. And then, bam! With a drop of aura that pierced the clown's brow, Vikir picked up the falling chihuahua and dropped all the way down to the stage. All around him the air is alive with life. Countless mercenaries and knights of the local Sadoga, armed with swords, spears, arrows, and magic, glared at Vikir and the chihuahua. My lord, no matter how good a fighter you are, this number of people is a bit overwhelming, especially with all the baggage I'm carrying." Chihuahua's concern was justified, but Biker remained nonchalant. "Don't worry when we leave the Baskerville's mansion." He tore a small slit in the flesh of his thigh and pulled out what he had hidden within. It was a small whistle shaped like a red tooth. "I have a hidden card from the Lord." And then, Vikir brought the blood-red whistle to his mouth and blew. Beep! A tearing sound echoed high in the air. Those gathered around were tense, unsure of what Vikir was doing, their eyes fixed on the center of the encirclement. But the real action began on the ceiling of the barracks where no one was looking. TSK. Shadows were tearing through the curtain that had been stretched out like the night sky and entering through the cracks. Countless black blood winds fell from the sky. And then, ding 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 ding. Wherever they fell, there was always a shower of blood, and people's heads were torn off. What are these? There must be over 100 of them. And they're powered by graders. All 100 of them are graduators, killing machines, their blades coated in a blood-red aura. They annihilated everyone in front of them in an instant, then went behind Biker and lined up politely. Only then did those who were spared by their position in the rear realize the nature of Vikir's group of 100 graders. Seriously, they can't be. No, please. Yes, they're the only ones using that symbol. It was the red tooth-like badge on his chest patch. A knightage pit bull of the Baskerville family. It was the rise of the most ferocious knighthood in not only House Baskerville but the entire empire. To these black-cloaked, silent fighting dogs, Vikir gave a brief order. The way to take down an underground economy is really quite simple. You just have to get to the heart of the matter between the dots. Vikir repeated the words head spoken to the chihuahua. The vast underground economy of an underdog city and the big players who control it. Vikir already knew the place thanks to his pre-regression knowledge. But it would be impossible for a single man to take down such a large operation. So Vikir had planned for this. "I was wondering if I could borrow a conversation with Hugo before leaving Baskerville." I'm pretty sure that's when Vikir said, "I was wondering if I could borrow the Templars." Hugo thought long and hard about it and then granted permission. He gave her the right to use one night for half a day a piece of House Baskerville's military power. "I trust you will do nothing foolish, my son." The implications of giving up military power, however limited, were significant. He recognized Vikir as his son and would treat him accordingly. Thus the Pitbull Knights, one of the pillars of Baskerville's military might, came under Vikir's control. For the next 6 hours all 100 of the graduators, the iron-blooded knights who are known for leaving no survivors behind, will be Vikir's subjects. And now Vikir was using them to sweep away the corruption of Underdog City in one fell swoop. Hugo was particularly sensitive to the military. It's a good thing we got the Pitbull back in one piece. Given Hugo's tendency to be extremely wary of local officials having private soldiers, it was expected that he would not give up his knighthood easily. But Hugo's trust in Vikir was surprisingly strong, and it made things easier. Vikir glanced at the group of Pitbull Knights lined up behind him. A Zagoro fighter must never show his teeth. A third-rate fighter believes in his own strength and looks down on his enemies. A second-class fighting dog reacts too quickly to the enemy's actions. A first-class fighting dog has patience and composure, but not the life in his. And finally, the pinnacle of the fighting dog is as calm as an inanimate object, not reacting at all no matter how furious or threatening the enemy is. Woody virtue. It's as if they were carved out of a tree. In that sense, the Pitbull Knights are a very disciplined group of fighters. They now stood behind Vikir like chunks of wood waiting for orders. Vikir started the engine. Bite them all to death. 100 pit bulls bared their teeth. Vikir shouted at the running dogs. Don't kill the ones that stay down, but if they move, kill them without mercy. It was a warning. Vikir's words were loud enough for his enemies to hear. Those who lost the will to fight quickly dropped their weapons, dropped to the ground, and raised their hands and feet upward. The majority, however, could not. Help me. As she screamed and writhed, her head was mercilessly sliced off. I could see her fat head rolling around under her fur coat, which was stained red. The fleeing middle-aged man is disemboweled on the spot. Men, women, and children alike were dying as they fled or screamed. That didn't mean that those who stayed down were unharmed. Ugh, let's just get down. Well, jump out when it's a little quieter. Several people lay down on their stomachs on the floor and put their hands and feet up. It was a sign that they were waiting for handcuffs. But we don't carry handcuffs. A Pitbull Templar smirked as he stepped in front of them, just as they were about to ask what they were going to use to bind their hands and feet. Thud thud. The Pitbull Templars' swords sliced through their limbs. Wrists and ankles snapped off. They crawled across the floor, showing signs of escape, and then quickly dropped like bugs. The Pitbull Knights, of course, are completely unperturbed and launch themselves at the other moving prey. Meanwhile, beside Vikir, a dark-haired middle-aged man stands with a thick cigar in his mouth. He is an imposing man with an inverted triangle of muscle, a square jaw, sunken cheeks, sunglasses shading his eyes, and scars all over his face. Count Les Baskervilles, a Boston Terrier, asks Vikir, "Nephew, are you satisfied?" "Yes, uncle." "Humph, boy, if there's anything else I can do for you, just say the word." He was quite fond of his nephew Vikir for no particular reason, just because he liked the way the rice leaves fluttered. The Boston Terrier figured it couldn't hurt to have a nephew who was also the favorite of his master Hugo. Vikir didn't feel bad for the Boston Terrier, who was not interested in power, honor, or political battles, but purely in blood and fight. Just then the Chihuahua beside him spoke up in a shaky voice. "Your Excellency, but would you mind if I cut off their wrists and ankles like that, even though they're nobles? What the hell, they're about to be executed anyway, and the handcuffs aren't worth the trouble. Just make sure they can't get away." Hearing Vikir's answer, the Boston Terrier Count laughed with even more satisfaction. "Humph, nephew, you must join our Pitbull Knights someday. This uncle will raise you properly." Vikir could only reply with a faint smile. A minute or so later, the Pitbull Knights stormed in, and the situation was over. It was literally over. All the big bads in Underdog City were either dead or captured. Of course, there were some who were casually absent, but that could easily be traced back to their captors' ledgers and contact records. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's so perfect. The Chihuahua shivered with excitement as he watched the criminals being led. Away in the distance, the war on crime was suddenly declared, and it was over surprisingly quickly. Now we'll have to clean up the mess, but that will be a piece of cake. Even the indigenous families who lost their sons will not be able to say anything about it. The future of Underdog City was clear, transparent, and bright. Congratulations, no one will dare to speak against Vikir now, will they? The Chihuahua jumped for joy. But Vikir, the one who should have heard it, was long gone. I think it was around. Vikir had already returned to the back of the auction house. The slaughter was still going on in front of the stage across the way. By this time Vikir had slipped through the back unnoticed and made it to the warehouse where the auction items were being stored. The warehouse was piled high with gold and silver treasures, all paid for in cash by nobles visiting the city. The tax revenue must be good. All of this would be added to the city's treasury, and the Baskervilles' coffers would be even stronger. I didn't like the idea of Hugo being happy, but it didn't matter now, so I let it go. Vikir searched the warehouse for a while. Piles of notes and ledgers. He decided to keep all of them, as they would be valuable evidence in his future raids. But there was something else he was really after. Vikir grabbed a white cloth draped over a corner of the warehouse and pulled it open. And there it was. What Vikir saw was not what he was looking for, but something completely different. A cage and a barbarian girl imprisoned in it. The same girl who had been rampaging ferociously just moments before cowering. In the corner of the cage, grunt grunt, a barbarian girl making painful noises. Upon closer inspection, her entire body shows signs of abuse in addition to malnutrition. It looks like she was whipped outside the cage. She must have been corporally punished after biting the traitor's fingers earlier. Vikir clicked his tongue for a moment. Then he reached into his belt and pulled out a potion reserved for the Templars. He opened the door to the cell and sprinkled the potion over the girl's body. Chi Prophet. With a loud crackling sound, the wounds healed and new flesh sprouted. The groaning girl opened her eyes to see Vikir inside the cage and angrily hid in a corner. Vikir stared at the barbarian girl. A mixture of black and silver hair, pointed ears, charcoal black makeup smeared across her face. The familiar teeth and claw marks on his forearms and thighs. Cerberus. A memory comes flooding back. During his practical exam at the age of 8, Vikir had crossed the safety boundary and entered the waters of the Black Mountain with an enemy and encountered Cerberus, a danger class A demon. He remembered that Cerberus' flanks were covered with arrowhead-shaped scars. Could it be that the barbarian tribe that hunted Cerberus back then was? It was a reasonable guess. Meanwhile, the barbarian girl, now that her wounds had healed somewhat, was crouched in the corner of the cage glaring at Vikir. Vikir spoke briefly. It means go. The barbarian girl's eyes widened at the words. Vikir shrugged his shoulders once. I can speak basic barbarian. He had fought the enemy and the barbarians of the Black Mountains countless times before his return. The barbarian girl's eyes widen in horror at Vikir's command to flee. Only when Vikir leaves the vial with the remaining potion on the ground and walks out of the cage does the barbarian girl cower and follow him out of the cage. She glared at Vikir for a few seconds before ripping open the tent and fleeing. She took the vial of potion that Vikir had set on the ground. The barbarian girl said something at the last minute, but she spoke too fast for Vikir to understand. Now let's find what you really want. Vikir turned and went back to his work. Gold and silver treasures, notes and ledgers, checkbooks, antiques, art. But there was something else Vikir wanted. Here it is. With that, Vikir pulled aside the red cloth draped over the innermost corner of the auction room. There lay a large horned beast of burden. Murcielago, the infernal buffalo. Danger rating A. Size 3 meters. Found in Red and Black Mountains Ridge 2. A type of cattle that inhabits the oil realm in the depths of hell. It is said to have 19 hearts and will not stop charging until they all stop. Bing bing bing. Beelzebub on the wrist was whining that he was hungry. In the distance, the sound of the Pitbull Knight swords and the screams of Their enemies were getting closer and closer. I had better finish my meal and get going. The club burning suspension has closed its doors. Not just closed but burned to the ground. Vikir burned down the entire hotel building that housed burning suspension. Roar. The club's burning suspension, an enormous pyre of firewood. The great den of devils where the second and third generations of Sadoga, gathered for the ultimate in luxury and pleasure, was burned to the ground in front of all the citizens. Despite the fact that it was night, the city was as bright as day from the light emitted by the burning suspension. A few slacker youths milled about in front of the club, their eyes full of regret. What's the matter, pigs? They fled with their tails between their legs as the pit bull knights lined up in front of the burning building. Biker hadn't just burned down the club. The VIPs who came in and out of the place, the 7 children of the 7 families who spent the most money and played the most extravagantly, were laid out in front of the burning club. Only their heads remained. Their severed heads bore the marks of torture. Underneath, a long list of accusations of misdeeds they had committed in their lifetimes. At dawn the next day, Biker announced the executioner's position. Without a spokesperson, he stepped out into the square. Before the law, caste is meaningless, everyone is subject to the law. The tone was nonchalant, but the impact was enormous. Public opinion of Biker was either favorable or extremely favorable. The unfavorable were few and far between. Everyone in the city of Underdog, in groups of 3 or more, hailed Vikir as a great ruler. Of course, the native families who lost their pampered offspring would not stand idly by. The House of Montblanc, the House of Pierre, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Chanel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, and the House of Prada each sent a letter of protest to the court. But Biker was adamant. Not only were they involved in all sorts of crimes, but they were directly involved in the most taboo of imperial crimes, the illegal slave trade. There can be no other consequence but death. The imperial emperor treated the illegal slave trade as a felony of the highest quality. This was because most of the slaves traded illegally were barbarians from outside the empire. Of course, this is not because the emperor is concerned about the human rights of barbarians outside the empire. He is wary of the phenomenon of privateering, where another war is fought to capture them. In order for local nobles to engage in privateering, they would have to recruit private soldiers, which could be done by treasonous conspiracy. There was a risk that a slave hunt conducted secretly and out of sight of the imperial court could turn into a rebellion or coup. Indeed, the fact that several large-scale rebellions of a few years earlier had their roots in troops organized for slave hunting was evidence of this. So the emperor nominally said, "It is inevitable that war will create slaves, but it is not permissible to wage war to create slaves." From then on, illegal slave trade was treated with the same weight as treason, a first-degree felony in the empire. Biker cut to the chase. "I have obtained all the notes issued by the 7 executed prisoners, all the books they kept, all the cash they spent. These events are being duly investigated by the Baskervilles and will be reported to the imperial court. To summarize, yes, if you refute, you are a traitor." After this conversation, the 7 families stopped protesting. Now was not the time to sulk with Biker over their anger and grief at the loss of their son. He couldn't afford to do that when his family was about to be disgraced. In the end, the heads of the 7 haughty families came to the ruler's office. In person, an unprecedented occurrence, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. They were forced to bow down to the man who killed their sons and beg for their family's survival. This is the price they pay for miseducating their children. They crouched foreheads on the marble floor, but Biker was relentless. "I have already examined all the black ledgers in the burning suspension. Those guilty will be summoned soon, and their treatment will be determined according to their crimes. The results, if written down, would fill countless pages. But here are the key findings. Paragraph 1. All property of the Montblanc, Pierre, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Ferragamo, Hermes, and Prada families shall be confiscated and placed in the treasury. Only those properties that have been earned through illegal activities should be confiscated, but at this point it is virtually impossible to distinguish between legal and illegal properties, so they are confiscated in full. Section 2. The House of Montblanc, the House of Pierre, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Chanel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, and the House of Prada shall be destroyed for treason. The reference point is the 7 people executed on January 0. Section 3. The members of the House of Montblanc, the House of Pierre, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Chanel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, and the House of Prada who are involved in this case shall be punished by double the sentence under the special provisions of the noblesse oblige. Paragraphs 1 and 2 do not overlap. It can also be summarized in 3 short lines. That's it. Fucked. The blood hasn't dried on the floor of the execution chamber in a while. Thanks to the arrival of a new deputy magistrate. The foul blood of the vermin that had been feeding on the city. The flower beds will be richer for it. Vikir muttered to himself as he looked at the flower beds at the foot of the death chamber and the flowers that bloomed there. The white lilies that the Chihuahua had so carefully tended had turned into red lilies. Whatever. The ruling circles in the provincial capital who had been dictating policy. Decisions at every turn dropped their heads in silence, and the provincial tribesmen who had been farting around now shuddered at the mere shadow of a government official. The 7 indigenous families who might have been able to play a power game with Biker were uprooted and effectively exterminated. Moreover, rumors that Vikir held some of the Baskerville's military authority had gained traction in other cities. Who in the world wouldn't hold their breath in the presence of a Baskerville military commander? There were no longer any underdog cities that stood in Vikir's way. On the contrary, a new group of people was emerging to give him wings. Indeed, the viciousness of the 7 native houses has crossed the line. If you're going to accuse the new deputy of cruelty at the hands of the old, you might as well accuse me first. New flesh does not come from begging and pleading. Rotten flesh must be cut out. You deserved it. One after another, clean signers who had been penalized for their honesty, or nobles who had been dismissed for being too clean or who had been forced to live in foster homes, declared their support for Biker. They had no power or wealth, but they were honored and trusted by the common people known as intellectuals, teachers, and mentors. Their support for Biker's bold reforms grew as more and more Confucian intellectuals followed suit. As a watershed moment, Biker reinterpreted all past precedents and freed all wrongfully convicted prisoners and prisoners of conscience. As a result of this process, the massive manpower required to uncover the truth of the past led to a massive hiring spree of additional government employees and contractors, which significantly reduced the unemployment rate. In the underdog city, the shortfall in the payroll budget was covered by the tax revenues generated by the crackdown on the illegal underground economy. This has prompted the citizens of Underdog City to organize daily mass protests in front of the city hall. Deputy Mayor Biker to stay in office permanently. We strongly urge Deputy Vikir to stay in the city of Underdog forever. I love you, Biker. It was a protest for the love of it. Mr. Chihuahua's secretary is single-minded. The distrust and disdain that had greeted Biker's arrival had been washed away. Are you at work, sir? Hey, race your coffee. If you're the head of the office, mind your own business. You don't need to bring me coffee. This is a personal thank you. Didn't you save me from being stabbed by a clown the other day? Then a cup of coffee is too salty for a lifesaver. It's not too salty, it's 2 primes of sugar and 10,000 of water. The two have gotten to know each other well enough that they now joke around like this. Biker is currently teaching the Chihuahua how to write. More precisely, how to mimic different typefaces. With that handwriting, Biker is creating new laws and updating old ones. Vikir was making new laws and updating old ones, developing the ruby mines. With Morgue stabilizing the price of agricultural products, rewarding those who did good work for the fief, giving slaves immunity from taxes when they did good work, developing backward areas, equally institutionally guaranteeing the benefits of following laws with penalties for breaking them, taxing merchants Outside, the fief raising taxes on the wealthy, lowering taxes on the poor. Dispelling superstitions, nationalizing land, and more. Of the laws that would be enacted in the future, Biker cherry-picked the ones that had worked well and refined them to fit the current social climate. Naturally, the legislators were impressed with Biker's knowledge of the law and scratched their heads even more. The city of Underdog was going from strength to strength. Are you really 15 years old? Biker chewed on the Chihuahua's question in awe. With that, Biker began the most important task of the day. Secretary. Yes. The Chihuahua trotted over and stood beside him. Biker continued in his nonchalant tone. Is there any Tio left in the dungeon right now? One ambitious moonless night, Vikir visited the dungeons beneath the city hall. The nearly empty cell was filled with the stench of something decaying. Prisons are inherently creepy, but it's even creepier to see them so dark and empty. The guards had all left work early, unusually all of them without a single call. The prisoners have all been executed, pardoned, or transferred, and the area is now completely empty. Vikir made his way to one of the deepest cells, the darkest and most fetid, solitary, the most secluded of the dungeons, with the only securely locked door. And in this dungeon was the only prisoner left. He was a secretary to Baron Gambino, a major player in the underground economy. A woman with greenish-blonde hair, cut short, dressed in a prisoner's uniform, and wearing heavy handcuffs, she squatted in the corner of the cell. Vikir pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the bars. Druk. The sound of the iron chair legs scraping against the stone floor echoed loudly in the empty prison. Your name is Sun Rose Sindawendi, is that right? Vikir asked, but she didn't answer. Instead, she stared down at the floor with vacant eyes. Why did you keep me alive? Zindawendi's question was hollow. The freak show and the pit bull nights. That night when everything that moved was dying, Cindy Wendy gritted her teeth and fled. She could never die like this. Even if she didn't die, her wrists and ankles would be cut off. She had a job to do, and she could never die in a place like this and be a wastrel because of it. Who among the dying was not, or at least Zindawendi thought she was far more desperate and needy than the others. But the teeth of the fighting dog before her were cold. One of the pit bull Templars stepped in front of her, and it was a death sentence. She gritted her teeth as the jagged blade sank into her throat. But, earth, the sound the knife made as it plunged into his throat was a bit unexpected. That's because the pit bull Templar's blade didn't manage to pierce her throat. Vikir, the new deputy magistrate. He holds up a bundle of chains to block the pit bull Templar's blade. The pit bull Templar looked very surprised that Vikir had managed to block his blade, but his next words were brief. This woman is an exception. Capture her alive without hurting a single finger. This is how Exion Dewendi has been imprisoned in the dungeon ever since. Vikir stared at her in silence for a while. Finally he asked, if you answer my questions truthfully, I will release you from here. That made Exion Dewendi's ears perk up. But soon Exion Dewendi shook her head and muttered to herself, I've already lost the will to escape from the time I was imprisoned here, and I have no reason to do so now. Like it or not, Vikir's questions had already begun. Are you the reason Baron Gambino, who was nothing more than an insignificant sodomite, has been able to increase his power so dramatically in recent years? I've researched you, and you have a knack for making money, and if that talent had blossomed in a place other than the underworld, you would have made a fine merchant or financier.
Sindiwindi Lauget Bludili.
It was a mocking laugh that seemed to say, what good is all that now? Vikir looked into her eyes and held them still. Then he spoke in a pleasant voice. I assure you, answer my question and I'll let you out of here. But Vikir trailed off and tilted his head toward the bars, locking eyes with Zindawendi. Searing red light pierced her green retinas. If you do not answer, you will regret this day. There was a strange, unknown power in the voice that made the listener feel another kind of intimidation besides fear. Exion Dewendi opened her mouth to speak, not even knowing what she was feeling. If it's something I can answer, I'll answer it. Good. Vikir asked bluntly. How does it look to you? What do you mean? Do you think I'm doing law enforcement wrong? Exine de Wendy replied in a nonchalant tone. Who cares about the opinion of a lowly criminal bitch like me? I'm asking an insignificant criminal bitch like you. Then I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it I think you're doing it. Wrong. At that Vikir nodded. What? Virtue is the key virtue of a ruler in all theories of monarchy is strong. Rule of law may work to some extent in the beginning but in the long run. Well, virtue what is it? It's not getting in a cart when you're tired, not putting a cover on a cart. When you're hot and not having armed soldiers in procession, it is his virtue. That when a ruler dies all the citizens shed tears, even the children refrain from singing and even the triggers do not hum. Is it a great blemish that I am not virtuous? If it is a great blemish, it is a great blemish, for you will not live long. Because of it you may have established your majesty by beating up on cheap scoundrels with the Thrashforeign law, but in the long run you will kill and injure many commoners, which will build up resentment and anger. Do you think I should fear the resentment and anger of the common people? The commoners won't like it, but neither will the Baskervilles, and although it's an underdog city, the citizens will be more afraid of you, the deputy, than they are of the Baskervilles. That's true. The same will be true when your superior arrives or when your successor does, and the reason you changed the law is to assert your authority and hasten your accomplishments, which will have many native factions gnashing their teeth. There are plenty of underworlders in other cities too, and I don't think you'll have long to live considering their sentiments. So what do you think I should do? You are as precarious as do right now. If you wish to live to see another day, you must resign as deputy magistrate, return all your powers to House Baskerville, return the balls here to the Gazoo and the Imperial House, and go to a place befitting your age, such as Yazzie in the Red and Black Mountains, or an academy in the center of the empire, and look forward to the future. And keep yourself as unnoticed as possible, conceal your strength and cultivate your learning, and suggest to your superiors that you seek out and promote undiscovered talent, honor the elderly, care for orphans, praise the unmerited, and honor the virtuous. And what will I gain by doing so? Your mind will be at ease for one thing, and by that time the patriarch of House Baskerville will have taken all the blame you deserve, and even if he takes away your immediate credit, you are only 15 years old anyway, isn't that old enough to have a reputation that has spread to the ecliptic, even if it's only a sham? At Exine de Wendy's long-winded advice, Vikir smiled a rare smile. Her advice was very much in line with Vikir's own plans for the future. Good. Vikir nodded. At the same time, clang, the iron gate swung open. Vikir ripped the padlock off with the force of his grip, then removed all of Zin de Wendy's restraints. As promised, you are now free. Exine de Wendy raised her head and stared at the iron gate in front of her. Then she turned to look at Vikir. Are you really releasing me? I keep my word. You'll regret it, won't you? A hint of life returned to Exine de Wendy's eyes. Seeing it, Vikir smiled wryly. I hope so. Zin de Wendy tilted her head. Finally Vikir spoke up. You said something nice to me, so I'll say something nice to you. Zin de Wendy turns to leave the cell but stops short. With her back to him, Vikir spoke. There were 7 famous native families in Underdog City: the Montblancs, the Pierres, the Louisvilles, the Channels, the Ferragamos, the Hermes, and the Pradas. But a few years ago their number was 8, not 7. At that, Vikir didn't miss the slight shiver that ran down Exine de Wendy's spine. Originally there was an 8th family called the Messinadna family, the wealthiest of the merchant families. But they were destroyed overnight, all of their members tragically killed due. You know why? They had stolen the Baskerville's sword book, and their 80-year-old son had one day claimed to have learned to be a good swordsman. The patriarch of the Messinadnero family threw a big party for his son's birthday and asked him to demonstrate his newfound sword skills. That Zin de Wendy held up a hand to interrupt Vikir. But Vikir was undaunted and continued. With everyone gathered, my son demonstrated his swordsmanship, but everyone there was in for a big surprise, for what he demonstrated was the Baskerville style of swordsmanship, which is only shared in secret among the Baskervilles. That stop. The Baskervilles are terribly protective of their family's swordsmanship. believing that a top-secret military secret had been revealed. The Baskerville Patriarch unleashed the hounds, and from that day forward House Messinadnero would disappear from the face of the earth. "Stop it, you bastard!" Zinduwendi shouted sharply. But Vikir didn't stop. But as it turns out, House Messinadnero was not guilty. It was the children of the other 7 houses who lured their son with the promise of a good sword book, and they lured a young boy from Baskerville to take it from them and teach it to the child of House Messinadnero, and the child demonstrated it in front of a group of adults to prove that it was good. It was by design. But there was one survivor of the Messinadnero family, all of whom were said to have been wiped out, a little girl of 1-year-old Turl, and the 7 wretches managed to sneak her out of that massacre. You. Xnd Wendy staggered, then leaned back against the wall. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. Vikir finished. That girl had to be subjected to all sorts of cruel, low and shameful tortures just because she was bright and fair, and the details of those tortures I can't even begin to tell you. I don't want to hear any more. Goodbye. A bloody tear trickled from one of Wendy's eyes. She took her back away from the wall and staggered toward the outside. Then, "I told you, if you don't listen you'll regret this day for the rest of your life." Vikir stood in place, unmoving, and continued. "There's a sequel to this story." Wendy stopped in her tracks. Vikir shrugged once. "And quite a bit of time has passed, and a new deputy magistrate has come to the city. He brought out all the old enemies within the city and punished them. And the trigger for the event was the 7 rascals who drove House Messinadnero to ruin." Wendy turned her head to look at Vikir. Vikir looked him straight in the eye and spoke. "The new deputy tortured those 7 brats to death. It was such horrible torture that a torturer who had been working at the castle for 30 years vomited up what he had just eaten. And as they lay dying, the 7 wretches confessed all the sins they had committed, including those against House Messinadnero. They admitted and apologized for all their sins." Then Zinduwendi cried out sharply, "Apologize? How dare they apologize to anyone? To the sole survivor of House Messinadnero, to that girl, to the girl who currently goes by the pseudonym Sen Rose Cindywendi and whose real name is
Messinadnero Sen Cindywendi."
Hearing this, Wendy staggered back with a dazed look on her face. "EW." She vomited out the contents of her stomach. Her vision spun. The darkness of the dungeon was pitch black. The rotten stench that had been hovering in the cell from earlier seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Wendy braced herself against the wall with one hand and held her forehead with the other. She spat on the floor and asked, "How can I believe your words? How am I supposed to believe you when you say you caught them, tortured them, got to the bottom of it, and got an apology?" Wendy screamed. There was no answer from Vikir. Only snarl. Vikir drew fire from the rod in his hand and lit a torch. Suddenly the dungeon cell was brightly lit. And then, Wendy's eyes widened to tears. 7 headless corpses were kneeling in the corner of the room. Their fingers were all worn out, and the blood that flowed from them had stained the floor walls and even the ceiling. The entire room was stained red with blood. Upon closer inspection, the red color of the floor, ceiling, and walls had been covered over and over again with countless letters. "Please forgive me for my mistake. I deserve to die. I beg you not to touch me as much as my family. Messinadnero, we are the ones who destroyed the gate. Please forgive us for our sins. Sincerely apologize to Thinduwendi. We are the ones who have sinned against Leather. Wrong, 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 wrong. Save me, save me, save me, save me, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die."
Imskaret, imskaret, imskaret.
Corpses that smell rotten. And apologies scrawled across the floor, all 10 fingers worn down from when they were alive. The blood that made up the apology stained the entire room red. Wendy stood in the center of the red room, looking at Vikir with a puzzled expression. Then Vikir walked in front of her. "But the vengeance of House Messinadnero is far from over. For there is still one family left." Vikir's meaning was clear. That meant their greatest enemy, House Baskerville, remained. Vikir said, "Blame the Baskervilles, you deserve it." And apart from that I speak for all Baskervilles. Vikir's back bent slowly in front of Cindy Wendy.
I'm sorry.
And at the same time, dip 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 dip. Tears began to fall from Zindawendy's eyes and land on the stone floor. The two stared at each other for a while unmoving. Then Cindy Wendy spoke. Since you are also a Baskerville, why are you helping me? Vikir made no reply, and the sharpied Zindawendy understood the meaning of his silence. The dislike and hatred of Baskerville is within and without, but it is the same. In that way Vikir and Cindy Wendy understood each other well. And then, Zindawendy walked out of the prison. She turned to Vikir, who was still inside, and said in a voice that was uncharacteristically calm, "No matter what you do in life, I'll make sure you never run out of money." Vikir had a new sponsor. The morning dawned. Last night Vikir had slept in the pavilion across the street from the city magistrate's office after his night shift, knowing that the Chihuahua had been there early in the morning. "Hey sleepy assistant magistrate, the sun is already up, it's time for you to go to work." After knocking on the door, the Chihuahua didn't get to finish his morning greeting before letting out a grotesque scream. There was blood everywhere. Blood, blood, blood soaking down the white bedspread and staining the marble tiles on the floor in a grid-like pattern. The walls, the ceiling, the bed, all drenched in blood. Good morning, sir." Vikir gets up from the bed with too much nonchalance. Judging by his sleepy expression, he really was asleep just a moment ago. And on the bed beneath him lies a corpse, head and torso separated. A dagger is clutched in the hand of a black-cloaked man, clearly an assassin. Vikir looked at the assassin's body on the floor. I don't remember him, he must have killed me in my sleep." Is that true?" "Of course not, it's a light-hearted joke." Vikir tried to make a joke of his own thinking. Wouldn't a 15-year-old be this playful? But the Chihuahua didn't seem to realize it was a joke in the first place. "So, Your Excellency, what kind of childhood did you have back home? Was it not much fun?" "No, it wasn't a matter of fun." The Chihuahua seemed in many ways at a loss for words. Vikir shook his head in disbelief. "I've been getting a lot of these flies lately. 2 poisoned arrows, 4 poisoned glasses, 6 street-burying attacks. Stabbings, sulfuric acid spraying, sniping, arson, carriage, ramming, etc. All in the last 3 days." This was the first assassin to enter his bedroom, but even he was no match for Vikir. Every warrior who had lived through the age of destruction had mastered the art of sensing the killing around them in their sleep, and Vikir was no different. I guess I should look on the bright side, it means him getting noticed. Right? You've got some nerve, man. You're disrespectful to your superiors, sir." I retorted nonchalantly and turned to put on my robe. The Chihuahua stuck out its tongue as Vikir nonchalantly followed her out of the bedroom. "Looking at you, it's hard to believe you're really 15 years old. Where's the blood in that? Even if it is Baskerville blood, weren't the rest of the Baskervilles like this in the first place, and the previous Archon was?" The Chihuahua continued to babble, but Vikir was already tuning out his words. Instead, his mind was on the payoff from his last illegal auction house heist. Binge fly Beelzebub all. 1 slot burn Cerberus A. 2 slot choke infernal buffalo A.
Slot 3 bleed Hellhound B.
Magic sword Beelzebub. This strange blade which drains and absorbs the abilities of those it kills. Was sealed with the power of Murcielago, the infernal buffalo, a beast you met at the auction house some time ago. The troll's cranked danger ability, super rapid regeneration, was gone, replaced by the infernal buffalo's tight throat breath. While super fast regeneration is an ability to quickly heal an injured body, tough breath is much more versatile, as it makes the body so tough and hard that it cannot be injured in the first place. In the first place, the infernal buffalo was a high-level beast that couldn't even be compared to a troll, so it was no wonder its effects were superior. I didn't know there was a class, a demonic corpse, in the auction house.
Lucky.
After consuming it, he was able to easily defeat the assassin who came yesterday. The assassin who had infiltrated the palace last night was a gradual. Even though he was only a low-ranked gradual, I remembered that he produced an aura that was as sticky as liquid. It was an unexpected attack, and the dagger slightly pierced my chest. but thanks to a synergistic combination of the protection of the river Styx and the hardiness of the infernal buffalo, Vikir's body was left with only a faint scar. The assassin himself would not have known. Mu, whose body is so hard. Little did he know that this would be his last words. I'm going to find out who's behind these assassins and put them out of business. That makes sense. In fact, though, he hadn't told the Chihuahua, Vikir was thinking of resigning from his position as deputy magistrate after this job was done. Just like Zindawendi had told him not long ago. Just then, something happened to help Vikir's plans. The call came from Baskerville itself. A huge black carriage stood in front of the city hall. A luxury carriage emblazoned with the Baskerville's toothy logo. Visiting the town hall early in the morning was a man Vicky knew well. Deacon John Barrymore, who had come to see Vikir personally. Master, long time no see. I see, Deacon, you look better. Deacon Barrymore beamed at Vikir's response. Look at that, didn't I tell you when you left the main house that you would do well? The rumors of the outside world had reached the main house. They were all about the underdog city's new deputy magistrate. Lucky, in many ways the timing was right. But the rumor-monger himself remains uncharacteristically modest. Deacon Barrymore then revealed the reason for his visit. My lord is looking for you. Presumably he wants an accurate report on this incident. If it was a report, I would have already submitted it in writing. Haha, is that the same as having your son come and tell you in person? After speaking, Barrymore stroked his mustache and narrowed his eyes. You're so excited, I've never seen you smile like that before.
Hugo les Baskerville.
He was still sitting at his patriarch's desk, his face expressionless. But Vikir could sense an alien aura emanating from him. It was, well done, son. It was uncharacteristically warm. Hugo set today's morning paper down on his desk. Underdog City's citizens' favorite person is Vikir number 1. Vikir, the one most trusted person by merchants in Underdog City. Vikir is the one favorite of the peasants of Underdog City. Vikir is the one person that children in Underdog City admire the most. Vikir is the one favorite of intellectuals in the Underdog City. Underdog City's assassins most want to kill Vikir. The results of the popularity poll of the citizens were on the front page of the newspaper. You've done a great job. You did what you had to do. There are a lot of dumbasses out there who can't do what they're supposed to do. Hugo looked at Vikir, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Illegal slave trading is a felony punishable by death for both buyer and seller. Your actions have been commended by the imperial court. I am honored. This is your chance to dispel the myth that Baskervilles are only good with a sword and bad with their heads. You've done a great job. Vikir's special law, his performance in proclaiming it, and his vigorous enforcement of the law set a precedent for all the cities under the Baskerville's control and even the imperial family. Hugo's unorthodox appointment was rewarded by Vikir's unorthodox performance. One of the Baskerville's customs is to be sure of reward and punishment. If you do well, you get rewarded. If you don't, you get punished. Vikir had done an outstanding job and should be rewarded accordingly. And today Hugo had summoned Vikir to the main house to discuss the reward. Admission to the academy. The Colosseo, the Imperial Academy, the place where every elite in the world dreamed of entering. Hearing that, Vikir asked, isn't it customary to enter the academy at the age of 20? If you're good enough, there's no age limit. You can be an early adopter or a late adopter as long as you fulfill the following conditions: no more than 25 years old when you enter and no more than 30 years old when you graduate. I will live up to your expectations. Vikir interjected with a short testimonial. Hugo, who normally would have ended the conversation at this point, showed a rare willingness to continue. I'm sending a few people, including you, to the academy, but I haven't gotten around to organizing the entries yet. Do you have any close brothers who would like to go with you? The question was completely unexpected. Didn't it sound like something a father would ask his son? Oh, you're a father. But then Vikir remembered something he had forgotten himself. He is Hugo's son after all. He hadn't been treated like a son for so long that he had forgotten. Vikir hesitated a moment, then spoke. am best friends with the triplets highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. What's the big deal about being best friends if you want them around your best friends? Is that so? Hugo's eyes widened a little in surprise, but then he nodded in understanding. They'll keep it in mind. That was the end of the conversation about the academy. Vikir had just finished his chaplaincy and was about to leave. Oh, by the way, son, stay a minute. Vikir stopped in his tracks and turned around, and Hugo rose briefly from his seat. Then he spoke in a low voice. I've been looking over the laws of your underdog city. They are immature. You've made quite a few changes to the agricultural laws. You've done a very efficient job. That's very flattering. Vikir had once reorganized the laws governing the large farms on the outskirts of Underdog City in the area where the Red and Black Mountains met in the lower reaches and wide open plains. In addition to the ruby mines, there are many fields of sugarcane, tobacco, cotton, and other crops. They were mainly worked by savage captives. Is that why the savages who occasionally raided across the border often targeted farms on the outskirts of Underdog City? Hugo said, why don't you take a quick tour of the estate before you enter the academy? See if the laws you've established are being followed. It would be good experience. As you wish. Vikir obeyed, still unwilling to argue. Then, Hugo, who had been watching the scene with satisfaction, suddenly asked, by the way, are you going alone? Vikir scratched his head. So he's going to go on a territorial tour by himself. When Vikir looked at Hugo with a puzzled expression, he settled back into his chair and spoke in a relaxed voice. This is a joint operation. At Hugo's words, Vikir remained silent. It was an indication that he needed a little more explanation. Understanding that, Hugo got down to business. Do you remember the operation you organized when you were 8 years old? Why the ruby mine? Of course, I seem to recall that it involved leasing the ruby mines area to the morgue and driving the barbarians towards it, keeping the two factions apart, untouched, aka the Carnage map. The idea was that if they wanted to expand their borders, they'd have to deal with the barbarians anyway, so they might as well use the morgue to get rid of them. Hugo's mouth curled into a wry smile. The plan worked. And by worked you mean? The morgue made the first offer very low-key. Hugo hadn't looked this happy in a long time. He turned to Vikir. They're talking about a joint war of attrition. Farewell, I'll leave you to your administrative duties. Vikir left the city hall of Underdog City with a Chihuahua salute. Leading a single black horse toward the outskirts of the estate, Vikir was followed by another black horse, Phil. Good to see you again, master. He was Lord Baskerville of Staffordshire, a knight of the Knights of the Pit. Bull had been in charge of Vikir's training once and had stood by his side when they'd taken down an illegal slave auction house. How is Uncle Boston Terrier? Yes, he's still alive, and ever since that day at the slave auction he's been urging me to bring Master Vikir into the Pitbull Knights. He's also insisted that I do the same. What? To never let the Wolfhound Knights take him away from me, never. Staffordshire chuckled as he finished. Vikir nodded in agreement. They led the servants' supplies and other entourage that followed them to the Red All Mountain on the outskirts of the estate. As the name suggests, a red mountain juts out steeply from the ground. At its base was a wide flat basin that accentuated the mountain's pointedness. Here, near the trunk of the great tributary to the Red and Black Mountains, the river is rich in sediment and the land is fertile and farming is quite profitable. Crops of sugarcane, cotton, and tobacco were growing, and these were the main products of Baskerville's estate. And as you make your way across this vast expanse of farmland, you'll see strata lined with reddish veins ahead. Here and there in the seismically fractured sections of the strata is a glint of red light, the ruby veins. Their men from the Morgue family were digging for rubies. Simple forts of wood and stone rose high above the ground. From now on, the Baskervilles would have to be vigilant, as the Morgue had leased the area to them. Vikir's sharp eyes scanned the farmland to the rear and the mining fields to the front. He didn't see anything illegal going on. Just the usual scene of slaves tending and harvesting crops or digging with pickaxes. The Morgus hadn't violated any treaties either, perhaps because of the Baskerville's emissaries. Staffordshire explained to Vikir in a low voice. This mission is nominally an inspection of our lands and goodwill, but I know that it is an outpost for the extermination of the barbarians behind the mountains. Otherwise there would be no reason for Baskerville's knights to be following so closely behind. The Baskervilles had entered Morg's territory disguised as a routine manner inspection party. The Morgans of course were aware of this. For some time now Morg's armed forces have also been gathering here, disguised as miners. Now Morg and Baskerville will join forces to crush the barbarians. The barbarians, unaware that a large force of swordsmen and wizards from both houses has gathered here, will rush in as usual, plundering crops and slaves. And that will be the beginning of the end. Staffordshire said. I hear that there are 1 deputy and 12 senators from the light party in Morga and 1 deputy and 19 senators from the dark party, and it seems that there are other wizards who are not senators. The Morgas have put their money where their mouth is. While the Morgas have made this much of a commitment, the Baskervilles have at best brought a few dozen lay knights, with Vikir a member of the House of Representatives. It didn't matter though, because the real elite of the Baskervilles were lying in ambush on the other side of the mountains, and that had also been agreed upon with Morg. Vikir was really here to inspect the estate and socialize. Well, if Hugo's right, it would be nice to be able to examine the ecology of the barbarians. Soon the Baskervilles began to traverse the mining district. Everywhere they looked they saw coal mines, and they saw palisades, stockades and watchtowers rising high above them. Just then, Vikir slowed his horse as he spotted something. His nose caught the scent of burning. The smell of meat roasted to the limit and then charred to blackness. As if on cue, the horses are frightened and hesitate. Ahead of me I see something perpendicular to the ground. It was long and pointed, sprouting vertically from the ground and reaching for the sky. And in the middle of it was something. Vikir kicked his hesitant horse in the back and pushed forward. The identity of the strange sculptures was now clear. It was a giant skewer of iron. Only one being could have created such a thing, an iron skewer forged from the trace elements of iron contained in the soil. A mage. It's not surprising to see something like this in the grounds of the Morg family, who are known for their mage sect. However, the things pierced by the skewers and nailed to the ground are quite alien. Skulls and charred flesh. The bodies impaled on the skewers had all been burned to death. The bodies were mixed and matched, demonic and human alike, and some of them had been burned to the bone, leaving nothing but empty skewers. Whirling. With each gust of wind, the skewered corpses crumble into black powder. Gross. A lump of charcoal unknown to the barbarians or the demons falls from the skewer and scatters ash on the ground. You've been warned, Staffordshire said, looking up at all the things that had been impaled on the skewer and burned to death. This must be a warning to the demons and barbarians of Morgoth. And Vikir already knew of one person who did this. You must have grown up then. Vikir was reminiscing in his mind. Who's there? Stand down. Identify yourself. Ankeljan shouts came from the watchtower up ahead. Vikir looks up and sees 3 women descending from the top of the watchtower. Elderly women treading on thin air as if it were a staircase. Fiery red hair, dresses out of place in a murderous fortress. Victor already knew their identities from his knowledge before the regression. High cis, middle cis, and low cis triplets of Morgoth. 16 wives of the year. Each a master of water, grass, and earth magic, and the synergy of the 3 of them together. Born on the same day and at the same hour, they were called the 3 flowers of Morgoth. However, the world called them something different. Samwa. It means 3 plagues. Each one of them was said to have an insane personality, and together they were said to be unstoppable. They were notorious in Baskerville for their pride and arrogance. It's no wonder they're the ones who ruin the friendly competition every year. To top it all off, they have strong magical skills that make up for their nasty personalities. And here they were, the 3 sisters of Morgoth, guarding the gateway fortress to Morgoth territory. Vikir stepped forward and spoke. We are emissaries of House Baskerville. Hysis at the head of the line smirks. So we're here to inspect the estate and exchange goodwill. Open the gates of the fortress. Not now, I've sent a report to those in charge, so wait. The horse said wait, not wait and see. Vikir asked, how long do we have to wait? I don't know, maybe tomorrow, ho ho ho. It was more than a plea, it was an argument. Vikir's eyes narrowed. In what name are you preventing Baskerville from entering Baskerville's land? You are arrogant for a tenant. What, you call me a tenant? Don't you know the Tenant Protection Act? That's a law of your own making. Don't you even know your own family's laws? If that's the law, I've already changed it. I've already amended it to allow me to evict true tenants. Vikir urged his horse forward a little more while Hysis was speechless. I am the deputy magistrate of the city of Underdog. I am here by appointment. And this is the last time I will speak to you. Open the door. Hearing Vikir's words, the three Morg sisters exchanged glances for a moment. Then the eldest Hysis smirked. I've heard that there's a younger one in the city of Underdog. Oh, but what are we going to do about it? If it's a young rascal, we've had enough of them. The three sisters drew mana into their palms. And then, quack, quack, quack. Water, grass, and earth magic unfolded, and Baskerville crashed down in front of them. Vikir frowned slightly and reared his horse back. The three sisters' laughter rang out from beyond the billowing mushroom cloud. Giggle, giggle, well, wait for you, you ignorant swordsman. Not even Baskerville dares to enter Morg's land. Shall these sisters see what a supernova a Baskerville is? Then Staffordshire came to Vikir's side and said, I don't think we should tell them. Vikir was thinking the same thing. Just then, how dare you bitches who don't even know the subject speak in front of anyone? You're a fool. You're a fool. Three shouts erupted from the Baskerville's emissary. Soon three familiar faces emerged from the dirt. Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. The Baskerville's triplets, who had been at the back of the delegation, stepped forward. They stood side by side, now friendly again, and glared at the three Morg sisters as they descended. They snorted. Don't you know the subject? So you guys are higher up than us. Don't you dare. But the three brothers denied their words. Not us. Not us. Not us. Then who? 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 The three siblings turned their heads in unison at the question. This is our Baskerville street sign. The direction the three brothers stare in awe and fear. That's where Vikir was standing. Vikir thought, what kind of situation is this? For the first time since his return, something unexpected had happened. The three infamous young Baskervilles, who would come to be known as Hugos. Trident had begun pretending to be friendly with Vikir. The trio had even crossed the line of fire several times before Vikir regressed, and crucially it was their fault that he was captured and executed at the last minute. But what about now? The high, middle, and low brothers stood in a circle around Vikir. Whereas before they had surrounded him to harass him, now they were surrounding him to protect him. He's the poster boy for our line. You can't let him fight just anyone he has to pull his weight. Protect. Protect. Lowbro even turned his head and winked at Vikir. Vikir was even more bewildered. I just got my finger chopped off, and this is what he's going to do. But this wasn't the first time Vikir had encountered this behavior from the triplets. Certainly they've been noticeably more civilized since the last time they hunted a troll in front of everyone. Maybe even before that, maybe since Head killed a Cerberus in his first practical assessment at the age of 8. I knew something was off when I walked up to Vikir while he was scarfing down a haggis and pretended to be friendly. Vikir had spent his entire life avoiding the attention of his siblings. They were too weak and young to be worthy of his attention. But this indifference must have caused a mutation in the triplets' minds. After all, it was in the Baskervilles' nature to follow the philosophy of the strongest. What's more, they seemed to be under a strange illusion. Leave this place to us, Vikir will repay you for recommending us to the academy. Leave it to us, Vikir will repay you. Leave it to us, Vikir will make it up to you. The triplets speak with determination. Vikir suddenly remembered his conversation with Hugo not long ago. He had mentioned the triplets without thinking when asked who he was close to. and it had apparently impressed them. Vikir decided to keep his mouth shut. It's always cute to see a kid who thinks he's doing something great. Plus, these triplets have a fucked up personality, so that's one cute thing about them. Vikir thought for a moment. They could be useful. These triplets will surely grow up to be very useful killing machines. They might not have the brains to make their own decisions, but they certainly knew how to do what they were told. They've been used for all sorts of sneaky and dirty jobs, so they've proven to be both skilled and loyal. Hounds literally fiercely obedient to their master's command. And that was something Vikir knew all too well, having been bitten by their teeth. Finally, Vikir gritted his teeth in defeat. They'll give you a chance, brothers. The triplets' faces lit up. They stood in front of Vikir looking even more pleased than when they'd received Hugo's praise at the end of the month review. Well, if they're going to go to all that trouble, why shouldn't I? Vikir decided to stay in the background for now. Next, the 3 sisters of Morgue and the 3 brothers of Baskerville were about to face off. The 3 sisters of Morgue and the 3 brothers of Baskerville had already met at several annual events, and they had a reputation for getting along very badly. The 3 sisters struck first. What a bunch of idiots, all you know how to do is stick together in threes. Lausis was the first to bring her hands to the ground. With her powerful water realm magic, she formed countless water droplets and began to shoot them out. Puff, puff, puff. The force of the water droplets flying at high speed was powerful. It was said that falling water could take a long time to pierce through rocks. But the mana-laden droplets she was sending out could pierce through rocks in an instant. The ground is devastated. The droplets of water that Lausis unleashed pierced countless holes in the ground, drenching the earth with moisture. Middle Sea followed suit. She specializes in powerful earth magic, and with a sweep of her hands she gathers the loose soil together. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At Middle Sea's command, the waterlogged and deformable soil formed an earth wall that surrounded the 3 sisters. What's more, sharp rocks protruded from its surface like blades, allowing for both defense and offense. Finally, the eldest sister Hissus stepped forward. Specializing in powerful grass magic, she flicked her hands together and pulled the grass seeds from beneath the ground. Thick plant stalks sprouted and vines grew, feeding on the waters of Lothis and the soil of Middlethis. Land, water, and plant life worked in synergy to make Morgue's fortifications stronger and stronger, while at the same time putting pressure on their enemies. Indeed, these are the qualities that have earned it the name the 3 Flowers of Morgue. But Baskerville's 3 brothers were no slouches either. Heh, what are we going to do with all that grass and no meat? What are you going to do? What are we going to do? Hive was the first to jump up. A pale aura of gaseous form drew out a single sharp tooth and slammed it into the dirt wall in front of him. Then, pow pow. The earthen wall cracked open, revealing the inside. It was only one circle of magic, so its defense was obviously limited. The blades of Middle Bro and Low Bro followed suit, slashing down. The high-speed rotating auras vaporized the flying water droplets and shredded the plant stalks. Clang, clang, pow. Sword and magic clashed ferociously. The magic was drawing in more mana, recreating the power of the elements more strongly, and the sword was exploding with firewood from the mana and life force in his body. Which is stronger, magic or sword? It was an ever-present debate between the neighboring realms of Morgue and Baskerville. And at the forefront of that debate today stood these 3 sisters and 3 brothers. Each of the 6 was fighting to prove their family's banner. Watching on, Vikir was bored to tears. After all, what tension could there be in a battle between 3 first-class mages who could only use first circle magic and 3 lowly sword expert juniors who had just mastered the first form of Baskerville? What's more, Vikir is a cripple from across the river with no real attachment or brotherhood to the Baskervilles. I wish they'd all just die. It's an extremely cynical attitude. But the other knights of Baskerville, with the exception of Vikir, had a different attitude. They all seemed to be quite excited, even if they didn't say so. Staffordshire turned to Vikir, who had a sullen expression on his face. Aren't you having fun? What Isn't it a competition of talent and potential among young dreamers who will one day carry the family name in tow? If you put it that way, I'm a dreamer. Master, you're already and you're not fit to play in that age group. It's just a waste of time. I must pass quickly. I have a meeting with the head of the fort to discuss. But Vikir couldn't finish his sentence. Quack, quack, quack. A powerful explosion ripped through the area. The three sisters of the Morgue family and the three brothers of the Baskerville family were all stunned. Flames roared, consuming everything around them. Skewers of steel rose from the ground, turning the area into a field of thorns. Puff, puff, puff. The skewered wall of earth collapses in an instant. The searing heat burned away the water and vegetation before Baskerville pushed back the triplets' blades and sent them flying. A line of fire and iron, red and black, separates the Morgans from the Baskervilles in an instant. The magic was so powerful that even the other Baskervilles who had been watching the children's fight with amusement half-sheathed their swords in
Surprise.
crackle, 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 crackle. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding cotton fields turned into an inferno. The Baskerville triplets barely made it beyond the wall of fire. But their hair was already charred to a crisp. Hey, what the hell, you almost burned me. What the hell? What? The triplets jerked their heads up to protest Morg's overreach. But Morg's three sisters on the other side of the room were treated even worse. Not only are they scorched by the flames, but they've been skewered, scratched, and torn all over. Crawling on the floor, high sis, middle sis, and low sis had dark horror in their eyes. Humph, humph, I almost died just now. If you had dodged a little later, you would have died, humph.
Sisters im Skarit.
Seeing them stutter, the Baskerville triplets quickly shut their mouths to protest. Morg was unrelenting even against his own family. All heads turned toward the direction the fire magic had come from. Then from beyond the barrier of fire came a calm voice. What is this? A cold voice, but somehow familiar. And with it an enforcer of iron skewers and hot flames. The distant nickname that would later come to be known as Jen Tian Muhu. Morg's mistress, who would come to be known as the Queen of Fire and Skewers. Or the Queen of Red and Black. But she is still young. Vikir looked up. An 80-year-old girl in a blur of memories. And now a fully grown 15-year-old girl. Morg Camus. She looked down at him, reunited after 7 years. A Morg supernova. The only daughter of Morg Respain, the patriarch of the house. Bloodline for bloodline, talent for talent, personality for personality, looks for looks. No one can doubt that she will be the future head of Morg's household. And yet a child of 15. Vikir lifted his head and looked beyond the barrier of fire and the dead pool of skewers. Morg Camus, she stood in an arrogant pose looking down. Her three sisters sprawled out on the floor, tremble at the sight of her. Oh, it's the Camel sisters. Oh, they're just trying to ward off intruders. They started the fight. High sis, middle sis, and low sis are a year older than Camus. But they were crushed by the overwhelming force of Camus' strength, unable to catch their breath. It was an unusual sight for the Morgue, a martial arts family where the hierarchy between siblings is strictly based on age and achievement. And then Camus smiled seductively. Camus, are you talking to me, sisters?
Hits och no 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 no.
No no no. Get out of the way if you don't want to be like that. The camel stretches out a finger in annoyance. Their impaled on iron skewers, burned corpses line the border. It became clear who had created this murderous landscape. God. The three sisters fled, shaken by the words of their 1-year-old brother. An eerie silence falls over the battlefield as they disappear. Even the Baskerville's triplets, who had just bared their teeth, cowered before the camel. Then the camo reined in his horse and rode toward the Baskervilles. She stopped exactly in front of Vikir, locked eyes with him, and opened her mouth. Welcome, partner. She was referring, of course, to the joint operation against the demons and barbarians that was about to unfold. After 7 years, Morg's straight face had changed quite a bit. The freckles on his face are gone and his wisdom teeth are gone. Her cheeks were still plump from lack of milk, but she was already showing signs of what she would grow into and how beautiful she would be. Vikir recalled her appearance from a distance a few times before her. Regression. She must have been about 30 and she was pretty. Dazzling could not have been a more apt description of her beauty, a beauty that even Vikir, who had never cared much for a woman's appearance, admired. With all the love letters and marriage proposals coming in from Camus, Morga would have enough firewood for the winter, and the Camus themselves enjoyed the situation. She had all the ladies by the skirts and was involved in scandals here and there. It was a strategic move, of course. While she despised the men who clung to her beauty, she played with their minds, fomenting rivalries and conflicts between the houses and absorbing all the byproducts into the morgue service. In a highly political move, she refused to give her heart or body to any man, until the end, which made all men crave her love all the more. She ruled over countless captive men. She greatly multiplied morgue and revolutionized the war against the demons. But this was before the regression. In this life, the camouflage is somehow less scandalous. She is surprisingly quiet, considering that by the time she turned 15 she was already managing fisheries for the imperial family as well as the other powerful men of the other 6 families. Rumor has it that she is not seeing a single man despite her age. I don't understand. Vikir reined in his horse with a bit of puzzlement. Beside him, Camus reined in his horse, following closely behind. So this is not how things are in Baskerville. The damage done by the barbarian tribes is so we've sorted them out, and in Morgue we've decided to forge an alliance with Baskerville against them. He rambled on and on. Vikir didn't say much other than a few dry chuckles. Camus turned to Vikir and asked, "Apparently the Baskervilles don't know much about the enemy and the barbarians of the Black Mountains, do they?" "Of course not, they fight them all the time and they should know better than you." "Then why did you send only your own men, all of whom are young and raggedy?" "Hounds." Camouflage had finally realized the quality of Baskerville's envoys. Vikir was about to reply that they were Moors, but then he shut his mouth. It had already been agreed with Morgue that Baskerville's true home lurked in the mountains on the other side. "What do you ask when you know?" The camo chuckled. "I was just wondering if you knew about it. Of course I know it's a family affair and I'm in charge of the mission. Here. It could have been a scarecrow used as a discard pawn within the house, but I get it now." Camus urged his horse forward toward Vikir. He looked back at Vikir and smiled. "That you are quite trusted within the clan." The camo continued with his questions. "Do you know which of the barbarian tribes is the most troublesome?" "Of course I don't." It was one of Vikir's primary duties to search out and destroy the enemy and the Black Mountains before returning home. From Morgue's perspective, it would be the Balak, a warrior tribe, and the Rococo, a shaman tribe. The Balak are the most common warrior tribe in the borderlands, and while their numbers are small, each member of the tribe is a powerful warrior, making them a headache for Baskerville. Their archery is far more powerful than that of the Empire, and its principles are not well understood. That's right, they're a mysterious people." Camus nodded, then looked back at Vikir, his eyes shining. "You're very knowledgeable about the ecology of savage tribes. 8 points. On a scale of 100 you're flunking." Camus stuck out his tongue and Vikir frowned slightly. "I answered well, so why is your score like that?" "Because you answered well." When Vikir still looked puzzled, the camel grinned, a wry smile curving the corners of his mouth. "What's a man to do with being smart? I don't like smart men. Zagoro males are supposed to be dumb." Apparently the mindset that had gripped and shaken so many men before the regression wasn't going anywhere. Vikir spurred his horse faster, as if he didn't deserve an answer. But the camouflage followed him, giving him a long list of ratings. "Horsemanship 6, maybe it's because you're shorter than me, but you're riding a horse that's too big for you. Fashion for your clothes are too drab. No answer. 1 point for manners. Well, your face is a 99, you've grown up nicely, but I'm deducting 1 point for not managing your facial expressions." My ears began to burn from listening. Vikir cut him off. "Stop giving me stupid grades. Why is it useless? And where is it useful?" "Of course it's for our future, isn't it?" "Our future?" At Vikir's incredulous look, Camus shrugged and puffed out his chest. You're my future husband, so I'm going to weigh in. If I'm flirting with you, then you should evaluate me too, right? No, I'd rather be judged because I need to know what you think of me. Vikir asked in disbelief. Why do you think I'm your husband? Why you passed your uncle's test the other day? As Vikir thought about what he was saying, he remembered a time when he had competed against Morg's deputy Adolphe. At the time Adolphe the Mad had a jar of water on his head and Victor had broken his sword at the end of the duel and used the shards to break the jar, passing Adolphe's test. But that was already 7 years ago. But now he was saying it as if it had happened yesterday. Camus shuddered and said, how could my uncle judge my husbandliness by such a crude test? He made that promise in front of everyone, and now I'm a married woman, but what can I do? A promise is a solemn law. I have to obey it even if I don't want to. Obey it, obey it, obey it. No one said anything, but he was burning hot. Vikir watched and thought, what an accomplished fire mage. If he had mastered fire magic to the extreme, would he be able to spontaneously combust like that? Vikir was mildly curious. Anyway, that's that, and this is this. It would do no good to go against the wishes of the woman who was to become the head of Morg's household, so Vikir was considerate of Camus. Forget what happened that day, I'll pretend it never happened. For a moment the camel stiffened. Vikir watched and thought, a paralyzing spell, that's amazing for a moment, but why did he cast it on himself? Sometimes wizards could do things you couldn't understand. I didn't really care, but diplomacy dictates that I should at least ask what's going on. Vikir had just opened his mouth to say, hey, how do you make something that wasn't there make something that was? Camus suddenly screeched. For the first time since his regression, Vikir panicked. He had just opened his mouth to say something. I know, because I'm a genius and I never forget what I've seen. With the camo's shout, something flew into Vikir's face. A shredded piece of cloth. It was a blood-red robe the size of an 8-year-old's. Boldly emblazoned with the Baskerville sigil, it was the cloak Vikir had once used to cover the naked camo. 7 years old, the cloak still smelled faintly of that day's sweat. Holding it in his hand, Vikir scowled at the camel as it moved away. You're giving it away without washing it. The fortifications of Morgue came into view. Huge earthen walls stood in a circle dotted with wooden and iron watchtowers. Camus and Vikir were walking around the fortress talking about this and that. The barbarians are raiding the ruby mines and plundering the native slaves. And crops, they're taking the slaves not to save their own people but to sell them as slaves elsewhere. Exactly, there are many barbarian tribes and they do not consider each other kin, so they would not hesitate to sell criminals of their own tribe or captives of other tribes into slavery. I see, and am glad I don't have to answer the stupid question of why barbarians fight amongst themselves. Camus reached out and gestured to the mud wall in front of them. These walls were built by earth and iron mages for a month. The size of the wall was enormous. If ordinary people had built it, it would have taken a year, not a month. It would have taken hundreds of men to build it. Vikir moved closer to the earthen wall. Then he saw something strange. There was a grid of steel beams embedded in the hardened earth wall, but they were only visible to Vikir because of the holes in the wall. The earthen wall was pockmarked with holes that looked like the surface of a biscuit. Hundreds of them. Vikir studied the size of the holes. They looked to be about 3 centimeters in diameter. The marks of the Balak. Vikir's sharp eyes were identifying the enemy, the famous barbarian tribe beyond the Black Mountains. Camus nodded. The Balak are the most troublesome. Their arrows carry a powerful aura, and many a man has been killed by them while standing guard at night. They can punch through an earthen wall 2 or 3 meters thick, so do you have what it takes to defeat them? Even shield magic won't stop it, they fly so fast. Yes, that's why my uncle almost got himself in trouble once not long ago. The camel smirked. Not long ago, he said, had been sniped at while searching for Mad King Adolphe himself. I think the arrow pierced his shield and it freaked him out. He was lucky to escape with his life, but his pride must have been bruised. Come to think of it, my lord, said Vikir, you had a similar experience, and I heard that you had a scar on the bridge of your nose. Vikir remembered the scar on the bridge of Hugo's nose. Wounding Swordmaster Hugo and Class 6 Master Adolf Balak's archery was indeed something to be wary of. It seems the barbarians have some talent. Who is it? I think it's a woman, but she's too far away to make out her identity, and they wear black paint on their faces, so it's hard to memorize. Camus threw up his hands in annoyance. Anyway, the Balak are the most threatening, even though they only number about 300, and the next most threatening, the Rococo, are 10 times less numerous. A warlike tribe, the Balak. They are a nomadic, plundering, warlike barbarian people who belong neither here nor there. They have been on the move for unknown reasons in the last 7 years and have come into increasing conflict with Baskerville, the Morgue, who have recently leased some of Baskerville's territory to develop ruby mines, are equally annoyed with Balak. Camus looked out over the water on the distant horizon and spoke. The Morgue have their fingers crossed, but barbarian raids are so stealthy that it's hard to detect them. Besides, we have a gap in our vigilance about once a month. Gaps? Vikir asked, and Camus arched an eyebrow. The Morgue are a matriarchal society, so women are overwhelmingly in charge. Even the wizards who stand guard are women. But what does that have to do with the gap? Well, about once a month, because there's magic. But you're mages, aren't you? Vikir asked, and the camo opened his mouth for a moment, then chuckled. You've got a bit of a stupid side to you, don't you? Okay, I like it. Bonus points for being a man's man. It took Vikir a few slaps on the shoulder before he understood what the camo meant. Just then, Buyo. In the distance, someone was looking for the camo. A female wizard rushed to the cage and bowed before him. The Hermitage's search party has captured a barbarian scout alive. Prisoner had been taken. The one being dragged away in ropes was a man with brown skin and black hair. From the tattoos on his body, Vikir could guess his tribe. You're from the shaman tribe Rococo. I don't know how he ended up here, but his fate is already sealed. Morgue Camus. She faced her captive with a fearsome aura. Did you get any information? The mages beside her cringed. We're not talking for now. What about mind magic? It doesn't work. The powerful spell makes it impossible to read their memories. The camouflage turned away. He walked over and stood in front of his captive. You raided Morgue's fortress once before and took some slaves. Among those slaves was a Morgue woman. She is my half-sister. Her name is Rose. Camus glared at Rococo's captive with searing eyes. What did you do with her? The captive's tightly closed mouth slowly opened. At the word, the camo raised an eyebrow. Interpretation: where is the barbarian returnee? But no one answered him. They just glanced at each other uneasily. One wizard spoke up apologetically. They were all killed or taken away when the barbarians attacked Vice Captain. Then there is no one to translate his words. For the moment, no. It was an awkward moment. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. I speak a little Rococo. Vikir stepped forward. Camus stared at him wide-eyed. You can do that too. What are you not good at? Not very well. I just know the basic vocabulary. Vikir stood in front of Camus. Camus asked. Ask him where my half-brother is. The girl you kidnapped in the last raid. She has red hair, red eyes, and unusually white skin. She's about 12 years old. Vikir nodded, then turned to Rococo's captive in front of him. A short reply came back. Vikir's expression hardened for a moment. Then he turned to the camel and shook his head. He's dead. At that, the faces of all the Morgue turned grim. He had expected death when he was kidnapped, but hearing it was a different story. Then Camus stepped forward. She growled in a low voice at her captive. When this war is over, your language will be the language of hell. Those were the last words the prisoner heard. Camus said, the delegate from the light party is being treated now. The delegate of the dark party is now inspecting the opposite estate, and I, Morgue Camus, a member of the council and deputy fortress master, will make the judgment here. That was the end of the summary trial. And now, with a flick of his hand, Camus drew a circle of magic in the air. Then, poof, a large iron skewer sprouted from the ground. The iron elements hidden among the earth elements came together and exploded. And the skewer that formed impaled Rococo's prisoner in one fell swoop. From groin to crown, the prisoner struggled, unable to even scream. He was nailed high up in the air, impaled on a metal skewer. Flames began to crackle beneath him. Crackle. The skewer burns in the blink of an eye. The camouflage had burned Rococo's captive to death. All the slaves who saw it looked at it in fear. It was the same with the people of Morgue. Purr, 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 purr. The sound of someone being skewered and burned to a crisp. Black powder scattered in the wind along with the smell of burning meat. In front of that terrifying fire, the camel smiled nonchalantly. Let's go. She grabbed Vikir from beside her and they were out of there in no time. Everyone around them could only stare after them with a faint sense of dread. Meanwhile, back behind the earthen wall, Vikir was a little surprised. Not that he was surprised to see a man skewered alive and burning. Vikir had spent decades rolling on the battlefields before his return and had seen much worse. It was the expression on the camo's face that startled Vikir. Blah blah blah. The camel had gone to a place where no one was around and now it was crying. His face contorted, his eyes red, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks. Vikir's mouth was half open in disbelief. Oh my God, to see the weather goddess crying. Of course she had seen it when she was 8 years old, but it felt very different now that she was 15. But I'm still 15, I thought. After staring at the crying camel for a while, Vikir finally spoke up. Why are you crying? Why would I cry? The camel screeched and looked around for anyone to hear. Vikir closed his mouth for a moment, then opened it again. You must have been very close to your brother. She was very protective of me, an innocent good child not fit for Morgue. After speaking, Camus squatted down against the earthen wall. They were about the same height, but somehow she seemed much smaller now. Vikir thought to himself. Don't be so sad, he must have gone in peace. When Vikir offered his awkward words of comfort, the camel snapped back. Who do you think you are? The question was a mixture of anger and sadness. Vikir noticed. The camel understood him.
Imaginius primer can talk so primer can listen.
Tell me straight, tell me if I heard right. Vikir could only nod with a heavy expression at Camus' words. Rococo's captive's last words hadn't been dead. Eaten. The Rococo are a tribe of shamans and cannibals. It is their custom to eat their captives. Hearing Vikir's confirmation, Camus began to tear up again. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you, I'm sorry for you. Camus cried and cried. Vikir stood still beside her and remained silent, surprised that Morgue Camus, the queen of red and black, of fire and skewers, would hide such a thing behind her mask. And after some time had passed, Camus rose from her seat. She dabbed at her cheeks with her sleeve, wiping away the dried tears. She returned to her original cold expression. She looked at Vikir, who stood off to the side. That wasn't so bad. I would have killed him if he'd shown any flimsy sympathy. There was no way a lowly threat from a 15-year-old girl was going to have any effect on a 100-year-old man who'd seen it all. But Vikir gave a grim nod anyway. Whatever. Sometimes it's comforting to just be there. Not knowing what to do with a 15-year-old girl who was crying, staying still, had paid off this time. Next, Camus patted Vikir on the chest. No time to mourn, boy, we need to recover and get revenge as soon as possible. Come with me, there's something we need to do together. The camo sounded quite determined. 7 years ago, there was an 8-year-old girl in the Morgue family who was broken. Morgue Camus, the youngest member of House Morgue, a renowned mage family. Her extraordinary talents were evident from the earliest days. The young children of Morgue gathered for a lesson in magic. Now the road to magehood is hard. As you look into the abyss looks into you. You must always be careful and cautious, because if you look into the depths, you might be eaten by a giant demon. When the children heard the tutor's words, each of them felt a vague sense of fear and terror. Only one Camouflage snorted. Nonsense. The tutor furrows her brow. Mr. Camouflage, why do you say it's nonsense? You said that when I look into the abyss looks into me. That's bullshit. Camouflage gives you a stern look. The abyss of Motto is so wide and deep that no human mind can comprehend it. Because I look into the abyss looks into me. Nonsense. Just because an ant can see me doesn't mean I can see the ant, and the abyss doesn't know I'm looking into it, and it doesn't care, so Being afraid of the abyss looking into you is overly self-conscious. Well, maybe once you get to a certain level, but don't instill fear in kids who can't even handle their mana yet. At that, the tutor fell silent. The tutor's jaw dropped. In all the years Head been able to reach class 5 and roll 5 mana circles. Head never once fallen into the abyss of motto. Unless of course you're knocking on the door of class 7, the ultimate in motto. When the tedious lesson was over, the camel shook himself out of his seat and stood up. What's my uncle up to? The only person in the family who understood his talent and whom he felt comfortable confiding in. Camus favored her younger brother Morgadolphe even more than her mother Morgue. Respain, the head of the household. Then, Camus overheard her mother Respain and her uncle Adolphe talking in the parlor. You say that a ruby vein runs underground on the Baskerville family estate. Yes, sister, it looks like a collision is inevitable. That's a big deal, Hugo, and I don't want to have to bow down to that. Bastard, plus that's where the barbarians are raging, so does that make it a three-way war? Well, for one thing, the load runs into the Baskerville's territory, so we're at a legal disadvantage. Also, your barbarians are a group that the Baskervilles have been struggling with for years, so a local conflict would be very damaging to the family in more ways than one. Respain and Adolphe looked grave. Then Camus stepped forward. He'll take a look. Lesbarn and Adolphe gasped in surprise. Does he know what's wrong with this? Wait, sister, let's hear what the kid has to say. He's a genius, you know. And maybe he can point out something the grown-ups don't see. This is why the camel likes his uncle Adolphe. Respain and Adolphe nodded in disbelief at what the camel was saying. Let's give it a try, shall we? After that, let's solidify our cooperation and push for joint development. Not a bad idea. It's hard to believe they came from the mind of an 8-year-old. And wouldn't it be great if we also discussed the issue of nepotism? I like the idea of in-laws going into business together rather than just bowing. AKA the prenup strategy. Camus had another good suggestion. Lespain's eyes lit up and he asked, You mean a pact with the Baskervilles? Who do you think we should send? Well, what about the triplets Highsies, Middlesies, and Lowsies, who are useless to anyone? Camus answered nonchalantly, not giving it much thought. Morgue immediately begins to negotiate. Adolphe took Camus with him to Baskerville, and Camus used his status as a child to talk to Hugo. He used his status as a child to speak to Hugo, comparing the underground veins to his hands and forearms. But for the first time in his life, Camus had to suffer a bitter defeat. That one. From the opposing camp came an 80-year-old kid. I don't know the logic behind it, but he was definitely outgunned. The camel was so angry that he started crying and almost lost his mind. I've never experienced anything like this in my life. No one else, not even his 8-year-old peers, not even teenagers, had ever done this to him. Not even adults. Everything in the world had always gone the way he wanted it to, and he had never been caught off guard. But that day was different. Everything had gone against Camus' will. And the reason for this was the dark-haired boy she had met that day, the one. If it weren't for you. So the camel was furious. He wanted to show the first person Head ever met his true colors. So he challenged him to a fight in the training grounds where swords and magic clashed. He fought with all his might. But the creature was cowardly and dodged the blows. Crackle, 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 crackle. He flicked his fingers at his forehead as if he was just playing around. And it really hurt too, as I kept getting hit. His face zoomed in for a close-up. I felt blinded by anger. You feel like it's just you and him in the world. All I could think about was punching him in the face. Right then. Boom. There was an accident in the next room. There was a huge explosion and my clothes were burned to a crisp. I hastily tried to hide behind the dust and smoke, but it only saved me a few seconds of nakedness. It was only then that she became worried. There are tons of people here besides me and him. What an embarrassment. Morgue supernova, her genius, her next big thing, the person she respected and trusted, all in one moment, naked in front of everyone. Even 80-year-olds have their virginity. He has his pride. Camus fought desperately to keep the tears from falling. He was about to be stripped naked in front of all the kids his age who had always looked down on him. especially when the sneaky sisters High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis were in the next room. I didn't want to cry naked in front of them. They would make fun of me for the rest of my life. But what can I do? But there was no way out of this situation. Soon the dust would settle and she would be the laughing stock of the world. I should die, Camus thought to himself. Just then, flutter. His vision went black. Something heavy but warm and cozy covered the camel's naked body. She looked up and saw him right in front of her. He had removed his own clothes and covered her, leaving her naked. Isn't he ashamed? The camel thought so, but he didn't seem to think so. He flaunted his nakedness for all to see without a trace of shame. The camel felt his heart pound in his chest as he stared at his naked body. The first time he'd ever seen his number, the first time he'd ever suffered a defeat, the first time he'd ever seen a confident demeanor, the first time he'd ever seen the naked body of someone his own age. So many firsts were jumbled together in Camus' mind. For the first time in her life, her good hair stood on end, and so did the time that flowed around her. For what seemed like an eternity she stared at him, secretly thinking to herself that it was a good thing that she had brought out the marriage pact strategy before she left the clan. And then one after another, he was pitted against his uncle. The camel had always liked and followed his uncle, but for that moment he thought he was being unfair. He's a grown man and he's persecuting a child. She had always been grateful to her uncle for treating her like an adult, but not as much as she was at this moment. What? The kid continued to challenge his uncle. An indomitable spirit that refused to back down in the face of such a stark disparity in skill. Camus felt mixed feelings. He knew of his uncle's strength and greatness, but he couldn't stop his gaze from drifting to. Inwardly he was surprised that he was hoping for such a ridiculous situation, that guy would defeat his uncle. And then, the fantasy became a reality. In a situation that even the strongest camel thought was hopeless, the one surprisingly overcame his uncle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A broken water jar, a stream of water, and a dazed uncle. The camo cheered at this shocking outcome. It even jumped up and down in place. Her uncle looked shocked and expressed his disappointment, but it was none of her business. She had always despised the frivolous laughing and jumping of 8-year-olds her age, but before she knew it she was laughing and jumping like a normal 8-year-old. After the negotiation went well. Arriving home, the camel went to bed. The stuffed animal she always hugged when she went to sleep, she decided to put it aside. I'm not a child anymore. Instead, her usual cuddle had changed. Baskerville's black blood. The cloak that he had wrapped her in became her first love. Camus slept in it every night, always burying his face in it as he fell asleep. The smell of musty sweat was somehow thought to be a good thing, and I slept better with my nose buried in it. Sometimes my heart would suddenly thump in my chest, other times I would feel a tingling sensation all over my body, and other times I would nibble my collar with my teeth on a sudden impulse. When the nanny would suggest doing the laundry, Camus would raise his hand and firmly stop her. These things aren't worth washing. After that she never washed it. And so the seasons changed and a few birthday cakes came and went, and the camel always thought the same thing. Where would she be now? What would she be doing? And how tall would she be? And just like that, the little girl became a lady. She went to the ruby mines all the time because she loved rubies, but she never saw him. She had only heard rumors on the wind that he had gone on a long training run. And time passed. One day Camus heard a rumor. There was a fairly large city on the edge of the Baskerville estate adjacent to the Morgue estate. It was rumored that a young deputy had been appointed there. Apparently he caused several major accidents upon his arrival. Of course, by accidents I don't really mean accidents, I mean mega achievements. Upon hearing that he had burned 10 billion on a single stick, the camel slapped his knee. You've grown up. She made her way over to Gajuzal. What, you want me to send you on a joint operation with the Baskervilles? Yes, Mom, right now. Camouflage pawed at her patriarch less pain as they made their way to the Baskervilles estate. Before doing so, he made sure to identify the new deputy magistrate of Underdog City as his partner in the joint operation. and a day before the Baskervilles were due to arrive. Camo had made all the arrangements. The fort's watchtower with its many beautiful cotton blossoms was chosen as the meeting place. A little embarrassed, he kept Morg's prying eyes as far back as possible. There, among the white flowers and their delicate scent, the 7-year wait would end. The camel went to bed with a puffed-up chest. And that day, the camel was furious. He had picked an atmospheric spot, but it was already in shambles. His sisters, who had been so disrespectful when he was younger and who now dared not even breathe in his presence when he was older, had ruined it. "What the do you think you're doing?" Camus asked with infernal fury. The aftermath of Romantic's destruction was horrifying. Morg's 3 sisters sobbed, unable to speak English. Camus, my sisters are. Woo-hoo, we just wanted to keep the intruders out. Well, they started the fight. But Camus' mood was already low. The reunion he'd been waiting 7 years for had been ruined. "Camo, are you talking to me, sisters?" "Ik no 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 no. Get out of the way if you don't want to be like that." The camel didn't really intend to kill the 3 sisters, but he did intend to spank them really badly. But he didn't have to because they scurried away on their own. Then, Camus reined in his horse and stood in front of him. "Welcome, partner." Seeing him again after 7 years, he didn't look much different than when they first met. He wasn't much taller than her, as if he was still growing, but his face had changed slightly. His jawline was more defined and his nose was more prominent. It was better than the version that had been glorified and beautified in Camus' imagination. "You've grown a lot, you've grown." The camel nodded, his face flushed red of its own accord. Why did the naked body under the blood wind of the 80-year-old suddenly appear in his mind? "Mo, has your body changed a lot?" It was a camouflage that didn't use any magic, but it was unnecessarily hot. "So this is what we're supposed to do together." Vakir looked down, frowning. In front of him, the camel cupped his chin in his hands and grinned broadly. In front of him now was a steaming pile of bread, potatoes, boiled meat, and vegetables. "You need to eat to stay strong here, eat." Vakir pressed a hand to his forehead as the camouflage man practically shoved food at him. They had been in the fort for over 10 days now. In that time, the camo had gotten over the grief of his brother's death. But the way he'd gotten over it was causing Vakir quite a headache. Because he'd been coming to the door of his quarters every day demanding to eat with him 6 times a day. "What kind of meals do you eat 6 times a day?" "It's healthy to eat small and often. I tend to binge eat 1 meal a day, maybe I should skip the next meal." "Oh, don't you know that starvation leads to loss of combat power? It's against military law." "Then you're not really eating." At Vakir's point, the camo frowned and averted his gaze. He shoves a bit of salad into his mouth and grunts. "I get full just watching you eat." Vakir chewed her meat and frowned. He couldn't figure out why a 15-year-old girl from another family he hadn't seen in 7 years was being so hard on him. Is she trying to arrange a marriage? Before his regression, Camus had discussed strategic marriage with a number of prospects, but none of them had actually gotten married. It would be troubling if he had chosen himself as a candidate for an arranged marriage.
Im leaving Baskerville.
"If you leave, I will destroy you. What has been your reward for doing all the dirty work in the house? You must repay me for all the foul and disgusting sensations of that moment, when you stood on the gallows waiting for guillotine. So it's better not to get involved with Morg's women. The last thing I need is a scandal or a love triangle later on." This was true not only of Camus but of any woman in the world. Unaware of Vakir's thoughts, the camel still looks innocent and asks, "Is there poop in the meat? You look like you chewed shit." Hearing the camel's words, Vakir blinked a few times with a nonchalant expression before picking up his fork and eating again. All the while she never looked up. Meanwhile, Vakir's cold demeanor was a breath of fresh air for Camus. Usually when she asks to join her for a meal, everyone is happy to oblige. Men and women, young and old. Especially men outside the clan whose faces were already lit up with anticipation before they even sat down to eat. It was only natural. Camus was young, brilliant, beautiful, and a future ruler. But Vikir's 15 years of common sense and experience had been thoroughly discredited. I think we should eat separately from now on. What, why? It's uncomfortable, Vikir said, slamming his fork down. At that, Camus nodded as if he could agree. He was right. The cafeteria where Vikir ate was almost exclusively filled with women. Women receiving their meals, women serving them, hardly a man in sight. Camus chuckled. Alas, what can I say? Morgue is a matriarchal society, so most of the fighters are women and the men do most of the cooking in the kitchen back there. It's not like the Baskervilles, an extreme macho society. Just as males have a slight advantage when it comes to swordsmanship, females have a slight advantage when it comes to magic, so naturally Morgue's army is made up mostly of women. Instead, the men are in charge of supply in the rear, a job that is actually just as important as combat. My uncle, who is in charge of supply, is currently ill with chest pains, so we don't have many supplies. Eat up, though. Camus ignored Vikir's offer to eat separately. Instead, he scooped some boiled potatoes onto Vikir's plate and slyly changed the subject. You don't have this in your house, do you? The potatoes were the object of Camus' shrug. It was a super potato that had been modified by Morgue's plant-based magic, making it far more nutritious and faster to absorb than a normal potato. The downside was that they were so nutritious that they lacked flavor. Camus chewed on the fluffy potato and said, the only flaw in the nutritional improvement is the lack of taste, but it's still better than the haggis you eat back home, right? Vikir looked away from the potato and picked up his fork. Apparently it's hard to shoo away a camel that's been looming over you for a while. This was Morgue's territory and she was in charge. Vikir decided to go along with the camel's change of subject for now. It's not bad, Camus repeated. Vikir picked up Morgue's potatoes with a serious look on her face. They're not bad, it's just that you guys cook them badly. I am sorry, but the cook in this fortress used to be a chef in the Imperial City, and I have a picky palate, so he's specially brought in. If it's cooked by him and it doesn't taste good, it's not there. Vikir shook his head at that. Well, with the supply disruption, we'll have to eat this for a while. Anyway, Vikir picked up the potatoes, stood up, and headed to the kitchen. Using a knife, Vikir cut the potatoes into small pieces and lightly rolled them in salt and vinegar. Then she added the dried leaves of the mandrake and the juice of the sabak tree to the pot with the potatoes and started steaming. The chef in the kitchen saw Vikir and came over in surprise. Hey, what are you doing? But the chef is interrupted by a camel that has just entered the kitchen. She's watching Vikir's handiwork closely. Next, Vikir holds a lightly steamed potato in front of the chef. This will remove the earthy flavor and bring out the sugar, and the texture will be as crisp as a regular potato. The chefs in the kitchen let out a collective gasp. Wow, there's a way to prepare these potatoes like this. It's amazing, it's a new breed. How? It's true, it doesn't have an earthy flavor and the texture is just like a regular potato. The chefs immediately put Vikir's simple recipe into practice. The Morgue warriors were also delighted with the change in flavor of the potatoes in their rations. So did Staffordshire and the highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow triplets who ate among the Morgue. Master, how did you know how to eat those potatoes? Apparently the Morgue didn't either. Staffordshire asked, his eyes wide. Vikir merely looks away, unable to answer. For now, this Morgue's potatoes are new to the market. In a few decades, it will be a battlefield staple. In the Age of Doom, when all supplies were scarce, warriors in the war against demons developed ways to make their limited food supplies as palatable as possible during their countless days in the wilderness. Mercenaries who had been through the ringer had learned to squeeze every last drop of flavor out of the simplest of ingredients, such as those who figured out how to take the astringency and earthy smell out of the potato. Vikir too had been in many battles and was naturally familiar with many survivalist dishes. Many of them were learned while being poisoned or maimed, and some of them were truly eye-opening delicacies. Meanwhile, the camel's eyes widened as he tasted the newly prepared potatoes. Hey, do you want to come over and cook? Yeah, it'll just take you in. Vikir sighed lightly. The camo still had a twinkle in her eye though. Speaking of which, when do you get into the academy? I'll match you in probably getting an early entry by a year or two. It would be so much fun if we could be first years together. Just then, the playful camel's eyes immediately changed color. She stops talking and closes her mouth. And then, Vikir's mouth fell open as well. The air outside the window changed in an instant. They both felt it at the same time, a sense of foreboding that the others hadn't yet felt. And then, tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. A loud bell began to ring outside the window. It was the signal for a barbarian attack. Ping! The sound of a hole in the air. An arrow flew through the air with a crash and stuck in the dirt wall. Boom! The hard-baked earth wall exploded with a loud bang, leaving a huge hole. A soldier who was taking cover behind it was instantly killed by the arrow. Booming voices echo from the edge of the jungle. Balak, a tribe of brown-skinned savages. They had swords and bows in their hands and were attacking Morg's fortress. Ping! An arrow flies and a soldier is sent tumbling down the ramparts. In the blink of an eye, Balak's barbarian warriors overturned all the skirmishers and scrambled up the ramparts. Boom, boom, boom. They set fire to the cotton fields below the walls and dragged the barbarian slaves with them. Thump, thump, thump. The barking of dogs everywhere. The barbarians of Balak rode their great wolves in groups of 2 or 3, and in their hands they carried nooses of strong rope. These were thrown into the air, and a slave, always a woman, a man, and a child, was taken alive. It was like a hunt. The surprise was so swift that the fortress was in an uproar. Flames were everywhere, soldiers were dying, and many slaves were being dragged alive. And in the midst of it all, Vikir descended. Some of the barbarian women's eyes lit up when they saw him. They tossed the nooses into the air, swung them up, and hurled them at Vikir's throat in unison. And with that, tut-tut-tut, the 3-strand rope noose snaps around Vikir's neck. The barbarian warriors kicked at the mounted wolf's loins, driving it like a horse. But, crack, the wolf was forced to stop running. Vikir was standing there unmoving. Thud. The rope noose tightened around his neck, but Vikir didn't budge. Next, Vikir twisted the noose with his hands and gave it a firm squeeze. Quack, quack, quack. The wolf and the 3 barbarian female warriors sprawled across the floor. The faces of the barbarian men around them twisted. They shouted something and pointed their bows at Vikir. Beep, beep, beep. Arrows of incredible speed in unison, they lunged for Vikir. But Vikir's hand was much faster. Whoosh! Vikir quickly drew his long sword and imbued it with an aura. The liquid aura of the gradient symbolized a single point on the tip of the blade. Papapapap. Vikir drew a figure of 8 with the tip of his blade slicing all the flying arrows in half. The barbarians shrank back in horror at the sight of Vikir's aura. They couldn't help but notice this manipulative power could only be seen by those who touched some singularity. Vikir squinted, taking in the group of Balak before him. Brown skin, hair of varying shades of silver, gray, and black. Faces painted black, collars with thorns around their necks, riding on the backs of large wolves and using bows as their primary weapons. Just like I remembered before the regression. I faced Balak's warriors many times before. They are not only belligerent, but each warrior is highly skilled. It is fortunate that this is a plain with a fortress, for if we turned against them in the middle of a dark jungle, we would have had a hard time. Before we set out, Hugo assured me that we were not to engage until we were joined by the main body. This was Baskerville territory, but it was leased to Morg, so Vikir had no reason to risk his life in dispute with them. Vikir pressed the barbarian warriors with just the right amount of momentum, and they didn't hesitate to charge at him. They had seen the ghostly swordsmanship Vikir had displayed just moments before. Then, boom! There was a loud explosion followed by searing flames. An earthen wall collapsed and a girl stepped out from behind it. The one who would one day be called an enemy and the Queen of Black. Morg Camus, she glared at the barbarian warriors of Balak with bloodshot eyes. Camus crossed her hands. Quadracasting for offensive spells manifested and began to shake the battlefield upside down. Powerful blasts of fire and wind, steel and rock drove firestorms and rock showers. Balak's barbarian warriors were biting the wolves' back, signaling loudly among themselves. Perhaps it was time to retreat. Camus kept the invaders at bay but glanced back at Vikir. Her gaze was drawn to the few drops of black liquid on the tip of Vikir's blade. You were a gradient that's amazing. Camus was genuinely impressed. What kind of mastery was a gradient? An exalted realm that ordinary people couldn't reach even after a lifetime of training. Even the people of Baskerville, who were said to be swordsmanship geniuses, could only reach it by the time they were 30. I see you are the only man I can recognize. Camus smirked and stepped up to Vikir's side. She had taken a defensive stance as if she thought Vikir was tired of projecting his aura. Stay back, it's dangerous. Stepping in front of Vikir, the camo created a wall of steel and rock while summoning icicles of fire and ice to pound the field. 3 circles of magic, even a quadruple cast. Truly a morgue genius, a talent worthy of a kick in the ass at age 15. I will avenge my brother's death. Camus summoned all the mana in his body and hurled it at the barbarians. But the battlefield is a place where even the most genius of talents can't let their guard down. Pow! Camus frowned at the stinging sensation at the nape of his neck. An arrow. But if it was an arrow, he would be dead before he had a chance to think about. He reached up and pulled the thing out of his nape. Something so small and thin it could have slipped through the shields floating in the air. It was a cactus needle. Ping! Camus felt his head spin. The thorns must have been laced with paralyzing poison. I see one of the barbarian warriors pointing at the camel and jumping up and down with glee. Apparently he was the one who shot the tranquilizer needle. And now, we're Lilac. The barbarian warrior threw the lasso he was holding at the camel. It looks like he intends to capture the camel alive. But, Jaws. The lasso was intercepted halfway. Vikir reached out and caught the lasso halfway. Kukuk. The barbarian warrior and Vikir began to struggle. The other man tugged at the noose with all his might, but the already superhuman Vikir was no match for his strength. Boom! The barbarian warrior was thrown off the wolf's back and sprawled on the ground. That's at least a half-wit. Vikir shook his head as he watched the Balak warrior roll around on his back. Vikir looked back at Camus. I think we should retreat from here. What but the farmlands and the prisoners? It would be better to refrain from engaging them until we have rejoined the main body of the Baskervilles. The camo looked conflicted. Rationally, it would be better to back off moderately here. But she had just lost her beloved half-brother, and in the heat of the moment her emotions got the better of her judgment. He was taken alive by a savage tribe. He must have suffered terrible pain and terror until the moment of his death. The image of her brother flashed through her mind and her fists tightened. Just then, ping! A sharp, piercing sound came from somewhere. Vikir instinctively jerked his head back. An arrow whizzes past the nape of his neck, sending him flying into the city wall. Boom! The blow was strong enough to pierce the ear of the rampart. Vikir jerked his head back. A lone female warrior stared back at him, perched on the back of a large wolf. Black hair mingled with silver, tipped with triangular ears and a face smeared with ash. She threw her lasso right at Vikir as if she knew he would dodge it. The snake-like lasso swooped down, aiming for Vikir's throat at an exquisite angle. Vikir didn't react, instead calmly reaching for his sword. The black aura that symbolized the Baskervilles drew 4 teeth in the air. The noose snapped in half in midair. Just then,
Danger!
There was a hand on Vikir's back. He turned his head to see a camouflage of stiffened bodies pushing against Vikir's back, and behind him the barbarian man who had fallen off the wolf's back earlier, tugging at the noose through clenched teeth. I thought he'd be a half-wit, but he's stronger than I thought. The noose was wrapped tightly around the camel's waist, and the barbarian took off running with the paralyzing poison. So this is what happens. Vikir sighed softly. A momentary lapse in judgment is costly. Morgue's next patriarch would learn this the hard way. Even in her original history, she was kidnapped by barbarian tribes once. Even before the regression. As a young man, Camouflage was captured as a prisoner of war and taken away as a hostage. Of course, it wasn't long before she returned home, slaughtering barbarian tribes. It was during this time that she became known as the Queen of Enemies and Black, but I still have to do my job. Even though it's not Baskerville's business, Vikir has formed a strategic alliance with Morg. Vikir quickly unleashes her aura. Kang. The silver-haired female warrior's weapon blocked Vikir's path. Bow. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he realized the identity of the thing blocking his sword. The Baloch female warrior in front of him had swung her bow with its full length blocking Vikir's blade. Then, Vikir locked eyes with the woman before him. A strange sense of disquiet washed over him. You look familiar. Just as Vikir was about to rummage through his memory, the warrior spoke up. You said you'd see again, didn't you? She spoke in broken Imperial. Vikir thought, she looks familiar. The woman before him must have seen him before. But she didn't have long to think about it. The next moment the warrior's long legs flew out and kicked Vikir in the stomach. A tingling sensation down his spine, an unbelievable weight. There was no way she could have pulled off such a move without using her aura. Vikir somersaulted a couple of times in the air before landing on his feet. Mastery. The barbarian warrior before him was no ordinary bet. With the charcoal black paint on her face, it was impossible to make out her features, but she looked to be in her late teens, early 20s at least. It would be difficult to fight her while hiding her skills. Vikir lowered his stance and was about to prepare to fight. The female warrior's mouth opened. You said we'd see each other again, didn't you? She spoke in broken Imperial. Vikir suddenly remembered where he had seen this barbarian warrior before. The girl who had once been kept in a cage like a beast during a raid on an illegal slave auction in Underdog City. She was destined to be turned into flesh by perverted nobles. Vikir had helped her escape by turning the auction house upside down and
opening the cache door.
He even gave her a potion. You return the favor. The barbarian girl shook her head at Vikir's scowl. Me, a slave avenging my capture, Morg, nothing to do with you. Apparently House Morg had something to do with this barbarian girl's captivity by the slavers. Not surprising, since the Morg have been at odds with the barbarians over the development of their ruby mines. Perhaps this latest raid was in retaliation for the barbarian girl's capture by the slavers and her subsequent treatment. Vikir narrowed his eyes. That said, she's a pretty high-ranking girl. And then the barbarian girl jerked her chin at the wolf in the distance. The wolf had a lassoed camel tied around its waist. For what you've done, we pay him back. We, the woman, the next leader, we take them. Baloch and Morg faced off. The girl swung her bow, knocking the wolves around her back. The signal to retreat. All of Baloch's warriors began to fall back in unison, as if their purpose was over with the capture of the camouflage. The barbarian girl looked slightly troubled, then turned to Vikir. If you want your girl back, follow me. Do you speak Imperial? Vikir continued to speak to her, hoping to gather some more clues to buy a little time. But that was it. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the barbarian girl turned and
disappeared into the jungle.
Vikir was about to give chase. Beep, beep, beep. It was impossible because of the countless showers of arrows falling down. Should I reveal my power? If he unleashed all of his hidden power, he might be able to break through that rain of arrows. But camo. That was impossible as Adolf, leading his soldiers, charged into the battlefield. Vikir took a few steps back to avoid the arrows. With so many eyes on him, he couldn't afford to show his strength. Give me my nephew. Enraged Adolf cast a great spell, turning the earth upside down. But Baloch's warriors were fast and skilled. The vanguard easily sidestepped Adolf's magic and disappeared over the water, while the laggards scattered in countless directions to confuse the pursuit. In the end, Baloch's raiders fled into the jungle, most of them leaving only a few casualties behind. This nonsense. Adolf stood dumbfounded. So did the mages who had brought reinforcements. It took less than 3 minutes for the Morgans to respond to the emergency signal announcing the invasion, but the Baloch assault was so methodical and swift that it would have been all over in that time. The raiders were well organized and caught the inexperienced camo off guard. Slaves and crops would have been one thing, but the kidnapping of the next head of the family was a big deal. How can this be good? Adolphe stamped his foot as he watched the sun set over the water. The waters of the Red and Black Mountains were terrifying, but they became even more dangerous after dark. Entering the waters at night was suicide, and even the wizards of Morgoth were not easily pursued. One wrong move could mean annihilation. Just then, we can still catch up. Vikir stepped forward. He gazed into the depths of the water. I've been in there when I was a kid. A lie, of course. Had only been in there once briefly when he was 8 years old. But Vikir had searched, scouted, and slaughtered countless times before his return, and he knew most of the geography underwater. Meanwhile, the wizards of Morg were dumbfounded by Vikir's words. One wizard raised his eyebrows and spoke up. Entering the Black Mountains with a dark enemy is suicide. But he didn't finish his sentence. Those who want go, I will not trouble you later. Morg Adolphe, his eyes bloodshot, stood before Vikir. He had recognized Vikir's extraordinary abilities. With that, Adolphe bent down at the waist to be eye level with Vikir. Boom! Adolphe squeezed Vikir's hand with both of his hands, and he said desperately, "Please, I beg you, help me save my niece." Vikir nodded. The raiders from earlier had obviously thrown their nooses at him, and it was the camel who had returned the favor. A debt must be paid, and without another word Vikir turned and walked into the tangled jungle of roots. Maybe this is my chance to get out from under Hugo's control. They say a crisis is an opportunity, and Vikir thought he might be able to use this to his advantage. Dusk fell. The earth spider was losing. The watery terrain between the enemy and the Black Mountains is littered with all manner of fiends, poisonous plants, and traps. Bone-sucking mosquitoes, venomous thorns, spiders that walk without making a sound, narrow, deep cliffs between rocks hidden by fallen leaves. A normal person wouldn't be able to survive even a few hours in these waters. And the situation isn't much different for beings who have reached the pinnacle of nothingness. What's more, the nights are so deep and dark that even barbarians are reluctant to pass through them. All sorts of dangerous things are awakened from their daytime slumber. So it's no wonder that even the bravest of Morg's warriors wouldn't dare venture into the murky waters. But in the jungle, among all these potential killers, there was a being who seemed to be weaving in and out of them with incredible speed. Vikir van Baskerville. He burned blades of grass to scare away poisonous insects, crossed cliffs hidden beneath dirt and fallen leaves, and rubbed animal feces on his clothes to hide his scent and creep, all in a series of extremely skillful movements. The Morg and Baskervilles who followed could only hold their tongues. Are all Baskerville boys like that? Of course not, you're a special case. Staffordshire shrugged at Adolphe's quizzical look. But Vikir, who is actually leading the way, is nonchalant. It was a universal tracking technique in the Age of Destruction. Swordsmen of that era weren't just good at sword fighting. There was nothing they couldn't do: foraging, scouting, searching, hiding, ambushing, assassinating, pharmaceutical, healing, and cooking. It was a time of survival. Spot. Vikir halved a rotting log in his path and stepped through it. The aura of the gradient vibrating and spinning at lightning speed at the tip of his blade sliced through everything in an instant. Everyone was truly in awe of Vikir's ability to find and remove obstacles, both large and small, single-handedly. Especially the Baskervilles triplets, who followed closely behind him. Cool. Delicious. The third one stuttered a bit after his finger was cut off and reattached, but they were all on the same page. Then, stop. Vikir, who had been walking ahead, halted. Looking at the bare footprints in the damp mud, Vikir checked the direction of the wind, then ducked low and circled behind a bush to hide his scent. The warriors of Morg and Baskerville followed Vikir back behind the bushes. Then they saw a faint glimmer of light. Balak's hunters were gathered around a small campfire. Rustle, ding, ding, ding. In the forest at night, even the smallest sounds of human movement can be as loud as thunder. Furthermore, the Balak hunters had scattered dry leaves and sticks around their makeshift campsite. They had scattered them around their makeshift camp so that they would be heard. Vikir pondered for a moment how to muffle the sound as they approached. Then, silence. Adolf chanted the words with a terse syllable. Instantly a translucent aura enveloped everyone's feet. Then to my surprise there was no sound as they walked. This is magic, and Adolf's magic specializes in support. Vikir had once been an assassin himself, and he knew what a ridiculously deceptive perk it was to be silent when approaching a target. Soon the pursuers were close to their target. The hunters rested unaware that they had become the hunted. Vikir picked out his targets by the faint light of the remaining fire. Up ahead he saw the barbarian girl who had parried his sword and kicked him earlier. She was barking out orders as if she were the leader of the group. The barbarian man who had shot the tranquilizer needle and thrown the lasso earlier grumbles as he follows her instructions. And so on and so forth until in the center of the gathering of Balax barbarian warriors the final target was located. Morgue Camus. She could be seen kneeling naked. Her hands and feet are tied to stakes driven into the ground behind her, and a collar is around her neck. The good news is that there are no signs of beatings or other abuse. The camel was cursing something at the barbarians and didn't seem particularly fazed. Vikir let out a small sigh. No wonder he's naked every time I see him. Just then, someone touched Vikir's shoulder. He turned to see Morgue Adolf standing there. Immediately he spoke, his complexion and voice hardened. I will never forget this favor, nephew. The title seemed a little odd, but now was not the time to point it out. Number 2 of the Motto sect. It looks like Motto Star Adolf is about to reveal his true power. The dark forest was eerily silent. The silent forest was eerily dark. The sky was like a handful of coarse salt scattered across a black carpet, but not a single ray of its countless stars could penetrate the dense canopy of vines, roots, and leaves to reach the bottom of this watery mess. Not a single grasshopper whined around him. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The eerie sound of faint embers gnawing at the firewood. Morgue Camus, she was bound and gagged, glaring at the barbarians of Balak. With her powers of observation and memorization, she had been able to pick up some of the names and ranks of her attackers while being dragged here. Beyond the faint warmth and light of the campfire she could see the silhouettes of the barbarians. The supposed leader is a girl of about 17. Her name is Ayan. Her hair is a mix of silver and black, her ears are pointed and triangular, and her face is charcoal black. But one thing is for sure, she's good. She was powerful enough to hold off Vikir, a lowly gradient. Beside her a man grumbled as he added wood to the fire. The man who had shot himself with the tranquilizer needle was named Hun, and his back was still aching from Vikir's attack earlier. The other women and men were also there, most of them around 17 or 18 years old. They had not made a large bonfire but had thrown ashes on top of the fire to make a gentle roaring fire and were sitting around it in a circle. I didn't catch the husband feeling. I liked that girl I met earlier. Maybe we'll catch him again someday. The 3 women warriors chattered amongst themselves. Camus could hear, if not speak, the barbarian language, so he could get a sense of what was going on in their conversation. The savages of Balak always go on husband hunts, saxy hunts, son-in-law hunts, and daughter-in-law hunts around this time of year. The targets are other tribes and sometimes even empire borders. The reason for this practice of finding spouses in different areas is simple: to avoid genetic diseases caused by inbreeding and to bring in fresh blood from outside. This is why most warriors who go out to find a mate want a superior seed. Once they've kidnapped the right person, if they're good enough, they'll start making children, and if they're not, they'll enslave or kill them. They especially welcome women because women are more important than men when it comes to calling the population. Is that why the savage boy who goes by the name Hun has been staring at the camel for a while now and smiling wickedly? The men of the tribe must be happy having captured such a fine female. Understanding Ahun's words, Camus gritted his teeth. You want me to take the seed of your barbarians? I'll die for that. Camus immediately tried to bite her tongue, but Ahun was quicker to gag her. Ahun chuckled and stuck an arrowhead under Camus' chin. Perhaps this cheeky slave needs an education. He was just about to touch the camel's body. Ja! Someone stepped in front of a Hun. Ayan, a female warrior leading a young Balak hunting party. She pressed the knock of her bow to a Hun's sternum. Get out. Ayan's words were short. A Hun's brow furrowed. What the hell, boss, I got him. Bullshit, just a little less. What do you mean I shot the tranquilizer needle and lassoed him? Who did that for you? Ai Yen asked coldly, leaving Ah Hun speechless for a moment. She continued, you would have been dead if I hadn't interrupted that boy with the sword. Earlier. She is referring to Vikir. A Hun began to tremble as Ayan mentioned the situation earlier. He cried out in frustration. So you're saying that this female belongs to you? Of course. The boss is a woman. What does it matter? At Ai Yan's retort, Ahun fell silent as if he were speechless. Then frosty blue flesh began to erupt from Ai Yan's entire body. A silvery aura emanated from the bow she was clutching. Upon seeing it, the camel's eyes widened. That was the liquid aura, the symbol of the gradient. Although it was faint, it clearly revealed the prowess of a lower-ranked graduator. A 17-year-old grader. There were geniuses like that in the world besides Vikir. And himself. Whether Camus was surprised or not, Ayan didn't seem to mind at all. Ahun meanwhile bowed low before Ayan's power. Come at me whenever you want, I'll beat you to a bloody pulp. And Kua. No, whatever I give up, she's yours. Ahun shook his head, a mixture of anger and bitterness. Ayan tore her gaze away from Ahun and looked back at Camus. He didn't particularly feel that she had saved him. Neither did he. Good eyes, good constitution, you must have good blood. Ayan looked at the camel with the eyes of a thorough merchant. I too was once captured and sold into slavery by your empire, especially the morgue, and so it will be with you. After speaking, Ayan closes his eyes for a moment, seemingly remembering. Someone. Only you will not be as fortunate as I was. Opening his eyes, Ayan grits his teeth and stares into Camus' eyes. I will take my time, slowly, bone by bone, soul by soul. I will make it a daily routine for you to lick your tongue between my toes. But Ai Yen was unable to finish her sentence. Quack. A loud explosion erupted from the bushes behind them. Die Beastlei Safaches. The voice sounded like a death sentence. At the same time, ice picks flew out, piercing through Balak's hunting birds. In less than a second, 3 or 4 of the hunters in the rear were dead. Behind them was Morg Adolphe, a reddish manna stalk. Soon Morg and Baskerville's pursuers were on the battlefield. They'll repay your debt. Baskerville of Staffordshire and the triplets of the Baskerville family slashed at several Balak hunters with their swords. Morg's wizards were desperate. Numerous offensive spells were flying, creating a blaze of light and sound. Somehow the Balak hunters were unable to respond. Despite the vast disparity in power, if they focused on planning and fleeing, rather than fighting back, they should be able to minimize the damage. But why? Balak's hunting party and the wolves they ride are greatly perplexed and restless. It was as if they were more worried about Morg and Baskerville's surprise than they were about the lights and sounds they were creating. Ugh, these lunatics are making such a ruckus in the waters of the night. Ahun jumped back in surprise. His uneasy gaze was fixed not on the swords and magic raging around him but on the darkness of the water beyond. It was the same for their leader Ayan. Ayan moved quickly. The first thing she did was not to respond to Morg's magic or Baskerville's sword but to kick up sand to extinguish the campfire. Once the faint glow was gone, Balak's hunting birds made their move. They mounted the wolves' backs, firing arrows as they retreated deeper into the water. They're fleeing, don't leave a single one alive. Staffordshire shouted to the Baskervilles' hounds, spurring them on in pursuit. And through the infernal darkness a shadow approached the camo. Vikir, in a flash, he cut the rope and noose from the stake and freed the camel. The camel, still paralyzed by the paralyzing poison, recognized Vikir's face. It's you. In the blink of an eye, Vikir had the camel in his arms and was falling backwards. No, he tried to pull away. If it weren't for the silver shadow that appeared out of nowhere. I knew you'd come, boy with the sword. Ayan was facing Vikir squarely. Her eyes scanned Vikir's entire body as she spoke. A strong body to cover such a distance in such a short time. a strong mind to see through the darkness of the water, the hot innocence to risk his life to save the woman he loves. Vikir frowned. Why did he have to listen to this barbarian woman's assessment of him right now? Vikir was just about to dodge past her to the rear. Ayan points a finger at the camel in Vikir's arms. I will not ask about the past. The corners of her mouth curved in a gentle arc. Past. Vikir wrinkled the bridge of his nose. Past. I don't know what the hell that means. But there was no time to ponder that. Vikir searched his memory and guessed the identity of the barbarian girl in front of him. Information about the barbarian tribe of Balak flashes through his mind before he regresses. Balak civilized barbarians live in the highlands of the Red and Black Mountains, population between 300 and 500, wolf-riding, bow-wielding hunter. Gatherers' friendship with the empire is very low, warriors of both sexes. Every single member of the tribe is highly militant. After reviewing the many podiums, I'm starting to get the picture. The Balak were a barbarian tribe with few known personalities, though some of their names were known far beyond the borders of the mountain range. The first name that comes to mind is Adonai the Archer, one of the greatest warriors the Balak have ever known. He was one of the empire's 3 outer calamities and a chieftain at the height of Balak's power. He was so famous that he single-handedly declared war on the empire, sniping and killing 542 gradients during the 100-day war. The number of casualties among the rank-and-file soldiers was uncountable. The empire suffered untold losses in the short span of 100 days, and from then on the enemy and the Black Mountains were categorized as extra-legal territory, and all-out war was avoided. It's a much devalued account in the empire's history books, but a remarkable one all the same. But this is not the age of the Adonai. Vikir thought for a moment. Adonai was from a whole generation before. A great man so long ago that even Vikir had only heard of him in history books. The archer Adonai had disappeared from the scene when the Baskervilles had just migrated to the Western Front and established themselves as pioneers, and he had presumably died around that time. The current patriarch of the Baskervilles, Hugo Les Baskervilles, hadn't even been born yet, so who else could have been of the same age and as famous? If it's relatively recent, it's the Fox of the Night who fought a 10-day battle against the Baskervilles and the Morgans, killing 32 people before disappearing. When Vikir was a boy, Baskerville and Morg had joined forces to wipe out their enemies and the barbarians of the Black Mountains. One of Balak's archers who played a prominent role in those wars was known as the Night Fox. Not much else was known about her, only that she was female. In the span of 10 days she had killed 16 gradient-class swordsmen in Baskerville, 10 4th-class mages in Morg, and 6 5th-class mages. Vikir was too young to see the devastation with his own eyes, but he could guess at the aftermath, as many of his instructors at the Hound level had died. And it was the same in this life. The creature that had left scars on the bridge of Sword Star Hugo's nose and on Adolphe's chest in a territorial dispute not long ago was probably the Night Fox. But she doesn't look the right age to be a Night Fox. It was clear that her current age was at least in her early 30s and most likely in her mid-30s. Even if she was an archery genius, she must have lived and practiced for quite a long time to be able to wound a swordmaster and a Class 6 mage. The barbarian girl in front of him was probably only in her late teens. Although her skills were impressive, she was far too weak to be a Night Fox. It's not in the history books, and I've never heard of her. So what was this, some kind of bloodline from the Night Fox? Not much was written about the Balak in the history books, and even the local Baskervilles who fought them knew little about them. If the Night Fox who might now be leading the Balak had left any blood, it could be this girl in front of him. So much for the barbarian researcher. Vikir had thought a lot in such a short time. Just then, hook, the sound of a wind blowing in from somewhere. It was too faint to be the sound of an arrow. But the hunter's senses, trained through the ages of destruction, would not allow for a gap as thin as a hair. Boom! Vikir swung the hem of the bloodwind to stop it in its tracks. It was a cactus thorn, a stinger laced with paralyzing poison. The same ones that had poisoned the camo before. How did you stop it? An exclamation of horror echoes across the water. A Hun hiding beneath the roots of a tree was panicking, his mouth clamped shut. Vikir debated whether or not to fight back, then withdrew his aura. All that mattered now was getting the camel in his arms to safety and by extension erasing his massive debt to the Morgus. Just be patient, it'll take you to your uncle soon enough. But Vikir did not finish his sentence. The camel in his arms was looking up into his face with a blank expression. His complexion was flushed and he was out of breath, his heart was beating too fast. Has it been poisoned with something other than paralyzing venom? Vikir asked the camel, sensing something was wrong. Poisoned? I think so. So this is bad news. Vikir hurriedly retreated. Ian drew his bow with lightning speed, but he couldn't catch Vikir as he darted backward. Whirligig. The rope snares fly again. The female warriors of Balak have been relentless in their pursuit of Vikir. But, Kiririker. Vikir too has unleashed his auras, slicing through the lassos. With so many eyes on him, he was only able to display the swordsmanship and aura of a lower-level gradient, but that was enough to overwhelm the common warriors of Balak. But, ping-ping. Ian's arrows were so powerful that even Vikir had to be careful. The good news is that Ian's arrows are deflected by Vikir's rapid fire. Arrows aimed precisely at Vikir's legs and the occasional noose flying by. Add to that the fact that Vikir is carrying a camel in his arms and you've got a recipe for trouble. Meanwhile, the camel clutches at the hem of Vikir's robe in a show of understanding. Ugh, I never thought I'd be an embarrassing heroine who only grabs ankles. Heroine, you're so self-conscious. Vikir scooped the camel up and kept falling backwards. Just then, quack quack quack. A loud explosion puts a giant wall of ice between Balak's warriors and Vikir. Suddenly a massive wall of ice surrounded them, trapping them all.
Morg Adolf.
Morg is a delegate to the Mage Council leading the great party known as the Ming Party, one of the highest-ranking members of the Imperial Magisterium. His power, looking beyond the 6th class to the 7th, was unbridled. Stand down, nephew. He drew a number line in the air, calculating complex formulas. The volume of ice, the specific gravity of ice, the latent heat of melting ice, the amount of mana remaining, and the fatigue of magic tools are multiplied and divided. And the results are frightening. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea of water began to freeze. As if an ice age had come, hail and snowflakes scattered through the air, and the ankles of those fleeing were frozen to the ground. Balak's barbarian warriors and their wolves were hardy, so their frozen legs would not be cut off. But there was nothing to be done about being pinned to the ground. Bite them all to death. Baskerville's Hound's teeth sank into the defenseless Balak warriors. Morg's wizards joined in and screams began to erupt from everywhere. By then Adolf had taken the camo from Vikir. My nephew, are you all right? Adolf called out anxiously to the camel, who was still covered in Vikir's blood. At the same time, detoxification magic appeared. Pow! Cure poison. It was a very high-class magic, and not just anyone could use it. Adolf succeeded in removing some of the paralyzing poison from the camel's body. That's a lot of paralyzing poison, and it's going to be hard to get it all out. You're going to have to lie down for a few months, and when we get back, well, start by visiting the holy house of Quavades. Even Adolf's strength could not remove the poison. Afterward, the camel recovered from the paralyzing poison and leapt to his feet. And then, boom! He rushed to his less paralyzed leg and hugged Vikir around the neck. You saved me again. Adolf's expression behind him turned to one of frustration and sullenness. Nephew, Herace, your uncle. Why is my uncle here now? I'm going to tell my mom everything. At this, Adolf grew even more sullen. At that moment, Vikir pushed the camo away from him and spoke to Adolf. My lord, it seems that the camouflage is poisoned with other poisons as well. From what I heard earlier. I don't recall any other poison besides the paralyzing one. What I thought it was clear earlier. But not if it's not Adolf. Vikir was just about to turn to look at the camo. Charalak. Another rope lasso flew in. This one wasn't like the last one. It was much more sophisticated with a strange writhing motion. It was like watching a live snake.